Hello, and welcome to episode 10 of Bad Apologetics, a series where me and James Fodor and sometimes other guests take a look at how Christians are sort of overstating the case for Christianity, using apologetics and philosophy as sort of tools to abuse, to try and convince people of positions which are fringe or we see as kind of untenable in some way. Today, what we're going to be looking at is near-death experiences and whether they are evidence of life after life, especially specifically in the case of Christianity. So I guess we're not going to be able to deal with like every single possible interpretation or view to do with near-death experiences, but specifically how it's being used by Christian apologists like Gary Habermas to make the case for life after death, and then as part of like a resurrection case for Jesus having risen from the dead, which we're not looking at in this episode, but you know, it's like a layer of evidence in there. What do you want to say about this, James, before we get started?
Nathan made me do this one. I didn't want to do it. Well, no, I mean, it's interesting. There's a lot of good stuff to talk about, but I can't believe apologists are using this. This is a like parapsychology, new age sort of thing that I learned a bit about years ago when I was more involved in like skeptical activism, psychics and alternative medicine and spiritualism and all that sort of stuff. And I was shocked when I heard Christian apologists were using this. And it's a rabbit hole, because for every case they mention, and we'll talk about a bunch of them, you can spend half an hour, 2 hours researching that case, and then they've got 1,000 other cases. So it's never ending. But so yeah, lots of research for this one. And I don't know how good the payoff's going to be, but like at least there's some interesting psychology, neuroscience to be learned along the way. So yeah, but if I get grumpy sometimes, just blame Nathan, because he made me he made me do it. No, I chose to do it. It's fine.
Yeah, it is a weird one, because these sort of arguments tend to be more prevalent, like you say, in the sort of like parapsychology community, which is kind of different from the apologetics community, which is why I wanted to caveat at the start that we're addressing, like how Gary Habermas, for example, is using these, how people like capturing Christianity, then taking his arguments and using them, but we can't deal with like everything that everyone's got to say about them. And I'm sure there's going to be some people who are into the parapsychology side who might, watch this and say, yeah, well, you've not considered, that it's Gaia, the mother consciousness or whatever behind the universe that's doing this, and that's a different type of explanation that you've not dealt with. We just kind of can't do that all in one. But I thought before we started, what it would be interesting to talk about, because I think we'll be accused of having like naturalist biases and presuppositions coming to this topic.
The worst kind of bias.
So
materialist dogma.
Well, yeah. What would you say your biases and presuppositions are coming into this? Like, do you think it would be possible for you to be convinced that for, from NDEs, that there's something going on that shows consciousness kind of comes apart from the materialism thing?
Yeah, so I'm a reductive naturalist, materialist. I don't think that there's any consciousness outside of the brain or experiences or anything like that. But in terms of whether it would be possible to have evidence for that from near-death experiences, in principle, yes. And I guess we'll emphasize this a bit more as we talk about cases, and emphasize what would have to be the case for these to be more persuasive. But basically, the main things is that you need things to be objectively verifiable, repeatable, at least in general terms, not exact case necessarily, but in general terms, repeatable. You need to have clear evidence for things that for knowledge or experiences that are truly inexplicable naturalistically. So there are some claims of that, but I don't think they hold up. But if you could show that, then I think that would be pretty strong evidence. And also added to that would be cases where there's clear, where we have very good measurements of brain function, or more to the point, the lack of brain function. And many cases we don't actually have that. That is, we don't have the relevant measurements not made at the time, because they're usually not. So yeah, we'll go into more details over the course of the discussion. But the general point there is, in principle, I think this sort of evidence could persuade me that there is more to consciousness or the mind than the material. It's just that the actual state of the evidence, I think, is a very long way from being in that position. What about you, Nathan?
Yeah, I think, I mean, like, I don't know, you definitely know more about neuroscience, so maybe you're more confident in explaining away some of the, or not explaining away, but, like dealing with some of these cases because it fits with your model of how the brain works and stuff. From my point of view, some of these are pretty weird and make me think, well, I don't know exactly, I can't explain exactly what's going on. But the problem for me seems to be a lack of explanation as like an alternative to the naturalist one. So to me, it seems to be, and I guess we'll get into this in the individual cases as we come onto them, but it seems to be, for example, that these out-of-body experiences, they always seem to occur relatively local to where the person is, or it seems to be with people that they already know. For example, like it's never the other side of Africa with some strangers, and then they can be like, oh, I knew what was going on in this boardroom meeting in Africa, which is the other side of the world, and which sort of lends credence to me that there's either something going on, like it seems to be information from the environment that they're in, it seems to be people that they know, things to do with the memory. I can't offer an explanation of exactly what's going on, and probably you can't as well. But it's like the natural explanations seem to be the winning side in this field of study. And could I be convinced in principle? I think I could. I can see how. I'm really, really cautious with this because I don't want to accept something that seems so kind of extravagant and wild based off of what's essentially by and large anecdote. And I know people are going to really hate that but I definitely think it could be, especially if it met some of the criteria that you were mentioning there, which would kind of strengthen the evidence. It would really give me reason to pause, but I just don't think that we see the evidence being that strong or compelling. It seems to always be kind of contrived in some way. So yeah, it's a difficult one. It makes me think, consciousness is pretty weird, which again fits in with naturalism. Like we don't see. I mean, maybe panpsychism is true, but we don't see conscious beings emerging out of just all sorts of matter. It seems to be specifically yours, and that's pretty weird and can malfunction in some weird ways. So yeah, I don't have like a full understanding, but I think I could be convinced in principle by this.
Yeah, you mentioned a good point there about the alternate theories or approaches, and that's one of the big issues to me, that there is no, at least of course I have to say that I'm aware of, no credible alternate theory to compete with naturalism with respect to how we might understand near-death experiences, out-of-body experience, or other things like that. It's more just sort of a vague references to spiritual or dualism or something like that. Again, we'll discuss this more as we go through. I think it's actually very hard to articulate what this could even in principle look like, even outside of a naturalistic framework.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect as well that we'll touch on. Also, Nathan, it seems that your mouth has been flapping a bit, and people are in the chat are already talking about a debate that I only heard about like a day ago or 2 days ago. What have you been telling people?
It was in the Discord. I said, "Oh, it looks like." I said, "It looks like James and IP is like about 90% confirmed for May, but it's not 100% confirmed yet." So, I mean, James says he's free that day. IP says he's free that day, but we don't have a time confirmed, no format confirmed, and no topic confirmed as of yet. But hopefully, over the next week or so, those things.
Yeah, well, it'd be cool if we get it to go together. I'd be very happy to chat about, well, whatever it is we end up talking about. Although I don't know if we want to, because I've got some mean things to say about his video today. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think to IP's credit, I really appreciate that he'd be willing to talk to someone who disagrees with him, which isn't something that a lot of people in this kind of space are willing to do.
Anyone who's willing to do that, my respect automatically goes up.
Yeah. So Anyway, shall we get on to the first video then, the 1 Minute Apologist? So this is going to introduce how near-death experiences are being used by Gary Habermas in this first video.
No sound.
No sound, really? I'm sure I shared it.
Not on my end. Chat
let's try that
say
again.
What they...
Let me know.
Well,
you hear that?
It's kind of a...
Yeah, I hear it.
Cool. Let's go.
Yeah, likewise. I love having you on. My question for you today is, we hear a lot about near-death experience. Well, as Christians, what should our take be?
Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because there's some real touchy metaphysical issues with NDEs. You have to be careful. Like, I mean, what do you say when atheist comes back and says heaven was wonderful? You know, that happens. But I think the thing that's most interesting for me is the evidence for near-death experiences. I'm not interested in the, dark tunnel light. I'm interested in evidential cases. There's over 100 of them. And let's say somebody falls down right here and the 911 guys rush in and they say, oh, yeah, I was up above this ceiling and saw a car accident out there in the parking lot. And they properly describe what happens and it matches the police report, but they were brain dead and heart dead here. So it's that kind of stuff. And I think it doesn't separate worldviews, but what it does is say that naturalism is wrong. So the big guy in the block, the big bully, naturalism, I think he's losing steam. I think it's going out the window. And again, naturalism doesn't, I mean, near-death experiences don't say Christianity is true, but they say naturalism is false.
Okay, so a few claims made there. So he says there's he likes to emphasize saying these are evidential cases. He says over 100 of them there. I think, I don't know where he got that number from specifically. Maybe he's just found 100 cases. And he says 20 million a lot as well in other videos.
Yeah, that's based on survey results.
Okay.
Not an actual database of 20 million. One thing about Habermas that struck me when I was reviewing this and other videos that we'll look at in a moment is he seems to really like his big numbers and big lists of things. So he goes on about the 100 evidential NDEs, the millions of people have experienced them, but it's not just NDEs. He also brings up his big numbers when he's talking about his lists of scholars that he's surveyed with respect to their claims about the empty tomb in particular and the resurrection more generally. And then other interviews, he goes on about the length of his book that he's been working on for years, like 5,000 pages or something. As if, there's a pattern here where it's like more is always better, and he likes these really big numbers. I find that amusing. Whereas for me, it's really about quality over quantity. I don't care if you have 100 or even 10,000 not very persuasive cases. I'd much rather one or two very highly persuasive, well-controlled cases. So that's sort of going to be my focus and seeing if we can dig into some of the details. Obviously, we can't go through 100, but we'll go through a few of them that he talks about.
And this is what William James has to say about these types of experiences as well. It's sort of like the what's the word? The white crow type thing. You know, if you're going to say all crows are black, and then you only really need one white crow to kind of disprove that or show that it isn't. And it's the same in the case of NDEs. You'd need that one really, really good case where you could look at it and say, yeah, there's something going on here that's just weird, and we need to look into this or revise our kind of worldview based off that. Do you know about? Sorry, do you want to say something on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say one other thing. Some people say that one counterexample is sufficient to disprove a claim, and in some sense that's true, but only if you're certain about the counterexample. Whereas in science, and really history and I think inquiry in general, that's not really how it works. So almost all of our best scientific theories have counterexamples in the sense of data that we can't explain on those theories. Dark matter and dark energy would be potentially, especially dark energy could be an example of that. And the known limitations of reconciling quantum mechanics and general relativity at the at the quantum scale. And there are many other anomalies, they're called, or unsolved problems in physics and in other disciplines. And these are not usually taken as being falsifications of the theories. They're taken as limitations and problems that need to be resolved. So even if there were anomalies that couldn't be accounted for under, say, naturalistic neuroscience and psychology, it wouldn't automatically overturn that. It would have to reach a point where the anomalies became so great and attempts to resolve them had failed sufficiently long, such that we came to accept that the, what I'm going to call naturalistic or materialistic psychology and neuroscience, which is currently the mainstream predominant view in academia, at least, was false. But even that usually only happens when there's an alternate paradigm, if you want to be a Kuhnian, or approach, or theory, or worldview, or whatever you want to call it, to replace it with, because otherwise you don't have anything that can explain all of the other things that your theory can account for. Yeah. So anyway, obviously that's a complicated issue there, as to sort of when you have enough evidence to discredit something, and whether you need something to replace it with. But I do think that it's a more complicated issue than just saying, oh, well, if we can find some anomalies, then that disproves naturalism, because I think that's too hasty. Yeah, that's a good point. Something I think that's worth saying at the start is a quote about definitions of death, which is from the British. This is a quote from the British medical journal, The Lancet, which says, "Only a deliberate use of obsolete definitions of death can enable one to claim that anybody has, under clinical conditions, returned to tell us what lies beyond death. For by working definition, periodically updated, death is just beyond the point from which anyone can return to tell us anything." I think even like analytically, to say life after death, or it sort of like doesn't make sense, because death just means that point from which people don't come back. And when we talk about near-death experiences, that is the important thing. I think when we're talking about what would convince me, for example, I can't speak on James's behalf, but if for example, like the sort of you could like fully kill someone and like they're actually dead, leave it for a year or whatever, and then they came back, the next year or something like that. That would really, really give me pause for thought, sort of thing. Because then I'd be like, okay, that just completely destroys whatever I mean by death. Like all these people who have been dead, put in the ground. We're not bothering trying to continue to resuscitate them or provide them with medical care or whatever. They're still there in some sense, whether it's Cartesian soul or the eternal Gaia consciousness or something. And do you want to? Yeah, well, that's a good point. Actual death experiences or post-death experiences would be far more compelling than near-death experiences, and it's interesting we don't have any of the former. Well, maybe Jesus. Well, Jesus, yeah. Jesus is potentially excluded. But also, I actually did I guess you call it a round table panel or something like that a few years ago about life after death, and it was really cool because there were representatives of a wide range of different religions there. Definitely Buddhist, a couple of Christian, Muslim, and I think some others as well, in addition to me as a naturalist. And thinking about that prior to that discussion, I sort of realized that, well, what does it mean by life after death? Well, death, again, as you've said, the working definition that's usually used is the permanent cessation of biological functions in an organism. And if you accept that, and you also are a naturalist, meaning that life is basically just the biological functionings of an organism, then it's sort of incoherent to talk about life after death, because death is the permanent cessation of life, according to materialism, so that you can't have life after death. If you had something that was life, then you never died in the first place. The only way you could have life after death is if life wasn't identified with biological functioning, and therefore you could identify death with biological functioning, but life as being something beyond that. But under materialism, I think that the idea of life after death is actually just incoherent. Which is interesting. Yeah. This is a really critical issue that, in a sense, does separate worldviews. If you could establish life after death, I think that would, if you somehow could do that, it probably would disprove naturalism flat out, or at least require massive reformulation of what we mean by material, which might amount to the same thing. Yeah, and it's interesting that you say that, because a biological definition of life, which is going to be, I forget exactly what it is, from like high school biology. They give you this list of like
just random things to say, like movement, respiration, reproduction, excretion, something like that. I can't remember. But that biological definition isn't really what we're talking about at all when it comes to these NDEs, because we're talking about that private first person experience, and it's like it seems very heavily dependent upon the sort of residue of Cartesian thinking that kind of, you know, divides the private inner access world and the sort of world of extended matter into two conceptually in how people are thinking about the world. And it's like, well, yeah, life is this first person point of view, and that can just go on when the matter dies or something. And I don't know, maybe we want to carry on at this point in the sake of brevity, but I'm just thinking there is a moral question in terms of, as well, you know, like these things bring comfort to people, and I've definitely been considering, you know, to what extent do I want to like debunk NDEs, whatever. And I think I'd want to say, well, for the people who have these experiences where they're valuable, life transforming, and they, you know, give them something to think about that they don't want to explain away, I think that's fair enough. Maybe my problem would be with then when it leads to them forming other false beliefs where they get exploited perhaps by, you know, people who are in these kind of like new age type I don't know how to say it other than sort of selling snake oil and you know like there's a lot of these people who are selling books and crystals and you know, experiences to contact the dead or whatever for people who are in these positions. And maybe if people have had a really valuable NDE experience, like that's great and it's life transforming and so forth. But I'd want to combat the sort of bad epistemology and bad thinking around these things, the lack of criticality that can lead to being exploitation.
Yeah, I completely agree. And that's my goal as well. And I think that the next video might clarify about what we're talking about precisely and then what we're responding to, because there's a difference between a phenomenon and an interpretation of the phenomenon. So the next video is about what the phenomenon of NDEs actually is.
This woman has a...
Oh, is that not the right one? Where are you thinking of? I'm on 2. Did I skip what are near-death experiences?
Yeah, that's one I was thinking of, sorry.
That's right.
Good to start with the definition.
Well, keeping it as brief as I can, a near-death experience, by definition, is usually an experience that occurs to somebody who comes within the vicinity of death. And there's a variety of levels of what that could be. A near-death, flat heart, flat brain, other situations. But a smaller percentage of NDEs don't really have anything to do. Sometimes they happen when a person is not near death. So there's some of those too. But the majority of them, the way they're thought about, is somebody who has almost drowned, had a heart attack, during surgery, those sorts of situations.
Okay, thank you. And why are these potentially relevant to what it is that we are as persons?
I think for more than one reason. I think they contribute to who we are as persons. But you have to be a little bit careful on that one. When the NDE, inside the NDE crowd, when they chat with each other, there's not a unanimous agreement as to whether it indicates dualism, but I think that's a most common view. There are a few NDEers who go with the remote viewing model. You're seeing it from inside your body, than those who say you're seeing it from looking down. I think, though, that there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that if you just take claims at face value, which you have to be careful with, but the majority the NDE starts looking down, and if it goes longer, they whisk away. And since it's just a human phenomenon to judge your existence for the point of your consciousness, first they don't see the face, then they go, whoa, that looks like me, but why am I up here? And they judge the fact that they are up there, so they think I might be dead. So I think it's a fair hint at dualism that they are up there, and secondly would tell you that's not me down there, my face, but I'm here. So their identification seems to be a dualistic identification. I would stretch it and say as far as anthropology and history, I'm sorry, as far as anthropology and the future is concerned, NDEs say a lot about the possibility of afterlife too. So you have something at the beginning of who we are humans and something at the end on what's our destination.
So that's a very good short video illustrating the difference that I was mentioning between the phenomena of NDEs and then the interpretation here that Habermas is giving of what NDEs mean or what they entail about the nature of consciousness and life after death and so on. So first and foremost, near-death experiences, or NDEs, are a phenomenon where people experience various things, usually in a near-death situation or during cardiac arrest or during an experience of cardiac arrest and subsequent resuscitation, or sometimes other medical or life-threatening circumstances. And there's a whole host of different phenomena that people can experience. I think Habermas mentioned some of them. Many people would be familiar with them, of seeing a tunnel, seeing dead people floating above your body and seeing the room, or sometimes it's just memories, life review, emotions. Some people have a vision of the afterlife. Some people might be just auditory. So there's no real sort of set experience, but it's a wide range of different things that people see and experience. So there's no doubt that near-death experiences are real. There's no sense in which they can be sort of debunked or they're fake or anything like that. They're a real phenomenon,
You didn't have
like
that
UFOs.
experience. Yeah.
Yeah, just like UFOs are a real phenomenon. The question is just what explains that phenomenon. And that's where I'm going to, I think particularly me and also Nathan is going to disagree with Habermas and others who think that there's some sort of non-materiality at the base of these experiences or contributing to them. Whereas I don't think that that's warranted based on the evidence that we have.
Yeah, I think that's an important distinction to make, because some people might think, we're denying that people have these experiences as well, which is definitely not what we're doing. We're just sort of saying, well, we're not, I guess in most of the cases, we're not even sure what kind of alternative explanation is being offered. I mean,
that's true.
Other than sort of broadly saying, dualism. Right, it's like, yeah, but what are you actually saying? There's this double layered. Is there like like how can a soul be in space somewhere else, or what is even being offered here as like an alternative explanation? But we're not saying people don't have these experiences. We're just saying we don't think those explanations are very good, and these explanations on the natural side seem to be at least promising. Maybe some combination of them. More research needs to be done, whatever. But it's better than that, whatever that is.
And Habermas uses NDEs. It didn't really there, but in other videos he explicitly brings it up with reference to increasing the plausibility of a resurrection or something along the lines. Parenthetically, it's not even clear that it really does, because I think you could understand resurrection without substance dualism, but some Christians, of course, would disagree with that. But anyway, that's the reason he's really concerned about this. And I think that it's up to him to demonstrate that the evidence, him and others who are interested in this, that the evidence presented warrants that claim. So it's not necessary for the naturalist to provide a complete account of all cases. Right. No one can do that because there's no competing theory that really fits all of these anyway. So I don't think so. That's a shifting of the burden of proof that I sometimes see, and that I find quite frustrating. A naturalist can make suggestions and offer plausible hypotheses. They can't prove them because we often don't have the data to do that. When often all we have is anecdote anyway. But it's really incumbent on those making a particular interpretation on the basis of these experiences to show that the evidence is sufficient to warrant that, not to sort of suggest it and then push the burden on those who are skeptical to come up with a complete explanation when they themselves don't have one.
And I think this is another one of those areas as well where the sort of evidence that's given isn't convincing to someone who isn't already convinced of the kind of claims, as we kind of commonly see in apologetics, where it's like, these arguments, the kalam, fine-tuning, whatever, they're sort of not convincing to people who aren't already kind of convinced of the conclusion. I think we find the same with the NDE stuff, where people who aren't already convinced of some kind of, dualism or religious explanation of consciousness, people who aren't convinced of that are going to go, well, it's something to do with the brain, and just assume that, and then people who are convinced of something else are going to go, yeah, it's whatever my religious framework kind of tells me how to interpret these. So, but the kind of, I don't know if I can say anything like meaningful about the quality of the evidence just based on that, but I think it shows that this is just almost just another one of those areas where it's like bolstering in-group confidence or something. It's not really doing much work in terms of like, oh, naturalism has been disproven or whatever. Like he'll say that a lot, and that's more, I think, a rhetorical thing for people who are on the inside, because naturalists don't look at this evidence and go, oh yeah, my worldview is just incoherent and I need to abandon it now.
Yes, the threshold for that is quite high, and Oppie makes this point quite a lot. At best, what you can provide is something the naturalist can't explain. But generally, anyone with any worldview is going to just take an anomaly and then regard it as an anomaly. They will only consider changing worldviews if a sufficient number of anomalies build up and repeated attempts to overcome or explain them fail. That's generally when, I mean, in science, and I think in our sort of own lives as well, we consider changing worldviews. I mean, and I think that's basically correct. Now, you can be too stubborn and refuse to ever change, but it also would be a bit silly to change in response to just any anomaly that comes along.
Yes.
Otherwise, you walk along and you see something that doesn't appear to make sense at first sight, and then all of a sudden you've just changed your whole worldview, and then that is clearly too credulous. So that's why I'm saying we need quite strong evidence here, and by that I don't necessarily mean earth-shattering evidence, but it needs to be, well-controlled, well-documented cases, ideally repeated in some way, so not just a single one that is maybe a weird one-off. So that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. Basically, the sort of evidence we generally accept for science and history and other areas. And the question is, can Habermas or others provide that sort of evidence? And I don't think they can.
So here's two near-death experiences from Gary then. All
right, so let's start. These are two examples that he brings. Sorry, I was talking over you. These are two examples that Habermas brings up quite a lot. And let's hear him discuss them, and then we'll dig into some of the details here.
She's being operated on. She has a near-death experience. She's up above her body. She's looking down. She's watching herself. And sometimes they don't even know it's them because they identify with who's up by the ceiling. That's their point of consciousness. And on the top of this medical device that was in the room, hospitals often rivet numbers like offices do to keep track of typewriters and to keep track of things. She looked down and there was a 12-digit number riveted onto the top of this medical thing. And she said, I'm OCD. And so I memorized the 12-digit number. As soon as she comes to, she says to the nurse, write this down. Now, I'm not saying this is a number, but it's like, write this down, 675-21600. 12 numbers. And the nurse wrote it down. And they were later moving the apparatus out of the room. And the nurse jumps in and says, whoa, wait a minute. Let me get my sheet out. Wow, the number's exactly right. Now, she sees that in a state, and many of these people, when you have a cardiac arrest with ventricular fibrillation, this particular species of cardiac arrest, you have no measurable heart waves, and within an average of 15 seconds, you have no brain waves. So if she was out of her body for as long as 5 minutes, she theoretically has no heart or brain waves. How does she know to repeat that data? How does she know what's up there? So that's one evidence one. Boy, people ask me, they'll say, well, I'll say, what kind of evidence do you want? I'll give you another one is a real fast one. A guy had surgery. He was up above his body watching the doctors do this, but he got maybe a little bored. I don't know. He started drifting a little bit, looking around. He went through a wall into the next surgical ward, and he watched a guy having his leg amputated. So he gives an explanation of what happens in the room with the leg amputation because I saw it, but you're on that bed. Yeah, but I'm telling you, I saw it. How do you know? Here's some explanation. I'm making up what he might have said, but he could have said, well, all the nurses in the room had white uniforms on, except for this one. She had a pale green uniform on. I mean, something like that. Or these are actual cases. In one, a person dropped a beaker on the floor and it broke, and the person watched it. Or in another one, a woman's pin fell off her dress, and a doctor stepped on it, and the near-death person said, I know who lost the pen, and I can name the doctor who stepped on it because I saw it. So these are data, and many times in the absence of heart and brain, any kind of activity, measurable. And so it seems like we're talking about, here's the point, we're talking about consciousness beyond the initial death of heart and brain. Now it's near death because the person comes back from it, but during those minutes while they're out, it's highly evidential.
I really like Cameron's music on the end.
Right. So those are some of Habermas's top cases. You'll hear them repeated in some of the other videos we go through with slight variations to them. He uses this phrase highly evidential, which I find really, what do I find it exactly? Annoying?
It's like a confidence, because it's like a trick of confidence thing. It's like that when you talk about evidence, you tend to be talking about science, and science has like a particular epistemological credence, right? And it's like you can kind of steal it by being like, yeah, there's evidence. That's what it feels like to me. Well,
when you talk about evidence, it needs to be evidence for or against something. Something can't just be evidential. At least from my point of view, it doesn't really make sense. What does he think that it's evidence for? I think he sort of said at the end, consciousness without brain activity. But he often doesn't make that entirely clear. And I mean, then the question is sort of what alternative theory is he putting forward? Because substance dualism doesn't predict that you can have mind, or at least it doesn't necessarily predict you can have consciousness without brain activity, because the whole thing is that they interact. But anyway, we'll get to that later. So let's talk about these two examples here. So again, it must be said that these are anecdotes. We can never know exactly what happened, but at least we should investigate and see if we can track down what Habermas is talking about. I think in one video he might provide a reference for these, but he mentions them in so many I can't remember. But I did manage to find the two main ones that he talks about here. So I will share screen now, and let's have a look at where he gets this from.
One thing I think I want to say as well for people to notice about the way that Gary presents a lot of this stuff. It's kind of like we've got like a kind of Gary Habermas Chinese whispers thing going on, where rather than him telling us exactly the kind of like data from, quoting or paraphrasing from some study, he's often like phrasing these as part of a narrative as well, where he'll be like, here's what happened, the nurse said to him, said to her, we're going to need these numbers later. And it's like when it's him retelling a story. And then the problem is that people who are sort of pro whatever he's trying to push for are going to like take these anecdotes and then poorly memorize them and recall them again, and it's going to be like, yeah, there's all this evidence of this happened, and it's like,
well, no, Nathan, eyewitness testimony is very reliable. People could check this out if they wanted to verify it, so it's fine. We know that that's not how it works. Yeah, I thought about that as well. It's fascinating. Can you see this?
Yes, yeah, I've got it up on the screen. Case 2.5 is a 12-digit
number. Yeah, so this is from the book The Self Does Not Die. Verified paranormal phenomena from near-death experiences, which I was able to get an audible copy of. Okay, so this is definitely the case that he's talking about here. So let's have a look. First of all, where does it come from? So it comes from a documentary called Beyond the Light, and it's recounted by a nurse who at that time, a person who at that time was a nurse working. Does it say where? I don't think here it says where.
New Jersey. I don't know. No, that's
where they were a professor.
Yeah.
This happened prior to that when she was employed as a nurse. So I don't think we have the location where this is supposed to have happened. I wanted to highlight, but it didn't work properly on this version. Anyway, so the point is, first of all, what's the source of this? The source is a documentary. Now, I wasn't able to track this down. That link is broken. I went to Internet Archive, and I was able to find the page that had the video on it at some point in the past, but it was password protected. So I couldn't actually see the original documentary that this was taken from. But one point to note is that this is not from really anything that's been published, at least as far as I can tell. It's an anecdote taken from a documentary told by someone who was a nurse at some unspecified hospital at some unspecified time. So already I'm not very optimistic about the reliability of this, because none of this can really be checked. Or, I mean, I suppose you could go to this person and track down those details, but I can't really do that without access to this person. But let's see what she has. So we basically just have to entirely trust her testimony. as reported in this documentary. But let's see what she has to say, and let's see how it relates to what Habermas said. So there's this woman who'd been in a coma, and then she was in the ICU. She had a cardiac arrest, and they resuscitated her. So when she came out of the coma, she was unhooked, and the patient claimed that she had an out-of-body experience, and she observed the room from above. And apparently Bowie was only half listening. However, the patient turned out to be suffering from an obsessive-compulsive disorder that centered on remembering numbers. And as someone in the chat pointed out, it seems, at least according to this story, that mental disorders transcend death. So that's an interesting little observation there that I hadn't thought of. So the patient compulsively tried to commit the number to memory that she saw on the top of the respirator machine, which was 12 digits. That's as Habermas said. And then apparently Bowie and her colleagues wrote the number down but thought no more of it. Okay, so that's all consistent with what Habermas said there. Now, this last bit, I think, is the interesting part here. So one day, an unspecified amount of time later, the respiratory specialist came to take the respiratory machine, away from the room because it wasn't needed. A custodial staff member was called to dust off the top of the respirator. A ladder was needed to reach the top. The man who dusted the machine then read out the same number as the one the patient had observed from above. Now, let's look at this parenthetical statement here. Bowie, who is the nurse who recounts this, seems to imply that this happened after she had asked for the number, although it can also be understood that the custodian simply recited the number of his own accord. Now, this is why I wanted to really look at the video, because this statement is just very confusing here. How did Bowie know that it was the same number? Did she have the same piece of paper that she'd written it down on? Because it doesn't actually say that here. Did she ask the custodian to tell her the number, or was she relying on memory? Because it just seems really implausible here that she kept this random piece of paper for an unspecified amount of time that just had these random 12 digits on it. And it doesn't actually say that she did that. All it says is that the guy dusted off the machine and the number was the same. It doesn't say how they knew it was the same.
Yeah, and
So
even
what do you think about this?
I don't know. I don't know if this is me being overly skeptical, because I'm like, but there is something off about it. Like, I mean, for example, what's the famous psychology paper, the working memory one, seven digits plus or minus 2 or something like that.
Yeah,
it's called.
I hadn't thought of that.
And it's like, so the person who doesn't have OCD, Bowie, is she going to remember that it's 12 exactly, or is she just like, here's a string of numerals of approximately that length, and then the machine has 12 and it's approximately the same length, or going, that's 12, well, that looks about the same length as the other one, and so then she's like telling herself this story and has decided, well, yeah, this makes sense, this is plausible, it fits together and coheres, and has convinced herself that she counted that it was 12 beforehand. Like, that seems like it's not out of the realms of possibility, whereas the idea that this woman sort of appeared at the top of the room and looked down and remembered the numbers does seem out of the sort of realms of possibility. It seems more likely that that's what's going on than the other thing. But I don't know. I guess it would be pretty weird if we had better evidence here. Well,
literally, this is an anecdote. Yeah. We have no other corroboration of this at all, apart from this woman saying it, and we don't even know when it's supposed to have happened. But so off the bat, I don't even know. Like, the thing is, if you talk about other strange claims that people make, many people, including Christians, are willing to say that, well, they're just lying or they're making it up. But then you make a case like, how am I supposed to do a case like this? And that's just somehow out the window. I mean, how do we know that this person's even telling the truth? Now, I should say, I don't think that fabrication is the most likely explanation here. But I'd say it's more likely that this person just made it up whole cloth or based on some other thing that they heard or read than that literally this the patient's spirit or something came out of her body and then she memorized the number and then came back into her body and that information somehow transferred. That is so unlikely based on everything that I know about how reality works that I'm going to say, even if all I have to say is, well, this is just made up, that's a better explanation. But I don't think we have to resort to that, because I think there are other possibilities as well. So I think what you said, Nathan, is quite plausible, that this is quite plausibly a false memory here. And I think that possibly what happened is that the event did take place as described, except that the nurse didn't write the number down or didn't have it anymore. And just sort of convinced herself, maybe at the time or probably later through recollection, that it was the same number. Maybe it sounded similar and then she thought it was the same. You know, this is the sort of thing that happens a lot, where it's like you don't know something, but someone says it, a name or an address or something, and you're like, yeah, that's it. But you're not actually completely sure. It just sort of seems familiar, right?
It,
so you sort of convince yourself. You sort of convince yourself that that's what it is, and then later on reflection, because we don't know how long after the event that this was recounted. We have no idea because we don't have a date here. So this could have been years later, and many of the anecdotes are reported years later.
Yeah.
In other cases. So I think that there's almost certainly memory biases going on here about what exactly happened, about how she knew that it was the same 12-digit number.
Yeah. I think generally on that point as well, I
think that's probably enough of that.
There's a point worth making about memory and recall, because I forgot the study and who it was by, but there's research into, it seems that a lot of these people don't have the same NDEs closer to the event having happened that they then have when they've like participated in these NDE studies, and sort of it seems like that there is a process in some cases of like auto suggestion or whatever going on, where people are recalling the experience, and by being asked a series of questions or looking into NDEs and stuff, their recollection of what's happened is being shaped after the fact by all of that as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is the sort of stuff that I talk about a lot in my book here, Unreasonable Faith, in the chapter on the resurrection. And I document a lot of this evidence for memory distortions and effects of when we recall a memory, we're reconstructing that memory and it shifts over time, and motivated reasoning and all sorts of other factors that I think can readily account for these sorts of phenomena. And I think that that's actually quite powerful a tool, because it can account pretty systematically for a whole lot of very strange things that people report. And I think that we already have evidence for those mechanisms. And so postulating some additional thing beyond the physical world, I just don't think is warranted. I also want to say that there are still other possibilities to account for this. Again, we have to think about how persuasive is this evidence here. Very persuasive evidence should not be possible to plausibly account for other ways. That's why we require very rigorous controls in science in order to make inferences. The more things you can rule out or control for, then the better. So it's imaginable to me that the patient, again, I don't think this is the most likely possibility, but if I had to choose between this and a real OBE, I would go with this. It's possible that the patient actually somehow saw a number that was on the top of the respirator, because you can have reflections of light in weird ways. If a piece of glass was placed in a weird position or something like that. So could she have seen the number that way? It's not very likely, but it's not impossible. Like sometimes you have strange, congruences of angles where you can see something that you wouldn't have expected. Sometimes, for example, as a weird thing that you came to mind, I get weird reflections on my glasses where I can sort of see my eyebrows and like magnifies it when the light's just right. It's a weird sort of thing. But the point is that sort of thing is not impossible. And if I have to choose between that fairly ad hoc, but nevertheless possible hypothesis, and I think an even more ad hoc and implausible hypothesis that they left their body, what is going to compel me to choose what Habermas is going to want me to choose? People like that are going to say, well, you're being closed-minded because you're inventing these hypotheses. But I don't see it as like, how is it worse than hypothesizing that some sort of substance left the person's body and then formed this observation and then came back into their body and reported it? To me, that's just obviously inferior to any of the explanations that we've given, which is basically the memory distortion one, which is probably most likely, making it up whole cloth, somehow seeing a reflection or something else. I think all of those are more plausible than the interpretation Habermas is giving. Now, in principle, this could be overcome because you could, in principle, conduct experiments, and this has been done. We'll talk about this later, where these sort of observations are made in controlled conditions, where you can rule out these other possible explanations. You can rule out that it being falsified because it's objectively verifiable. It's recorded right after it happens, so that the memory distortions are dramatically minimized. You could rule out reflections or other issues there. And so that's a possibility. So this is not saying that it's impossible. So the point I'm making here is that the sorts of explanations or hypotheses really that I'm coming up with here, it's not possible to do this for any type of observation. This is not a sort of get out of jail free card that can account for any observation. It can only account for observations where they're not properly controlled. precisely like these anecdotes are, because we can't rule these out. And that's one of the reasons I just don't find them persuasive, even though this is probably one of the strongest examples, because it's supposedly a number that she would not have been able to see in any other way other than having an out-of-body experience. Most of them are much less persuasive than that. And even this one, which is one of the best, I think is entirely unpersuasive because it's an uncorroborated anecdote that can be accounted for in other ways. So I guess my question for people like Habermas or others who put this forward is just, why should I be persuaded by this? It just seems to me that it's so unpersuasive because of the other possibilities that we can account for it with that don't require postulating this, making these extravagant metaphysical hypotheses. Why should I be persuaded?
What do you remember what the number is that Habermas gives of people who have these NDEs? Was it 10 or 20 million or something like that?
Oh, I forget. I mean, numbers like that aren't very reliable because different studies find different results of the percentage of people undergoing cardiac arrest or other procedures that experience NDEs. But it's definitely in the US, it would be millions, however you measure it, maybe tens of millions.
I was just thinking.
I should say that's a near-death experience. That's not like an out-of-body experience where you see something specific. So you have to be careful about the terminology. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking in my head quickly, maybe this is stupid, but like the probability of guessing the correct 12-digit number against like the probability of someone actually having it.
That is going to be extremely low. But yeah, the probability of memory distortions and confirmation bias and other things, I think, is very high for that sort of thing. We have ample evidence for that. Now, that is the 12-digit number case. He mentioned a second case, which we can look at now. And this is what I call the amputation case. I've got to share it again. So let's talk about this one. Where did I put it? Amputation case. Where are you? There you go. Okay, let's just get this sorted. Okay. Oh, that's a bit blurry. Hopefully you can see that all right.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, so this is from a different book. I think this one is from the Science of Near-Death Experiences, which is Habermas refers to in another video. So where are we? Yes, here we go. Okay, so this is, interestingly, also from a documentary, not from a published account. So this is from a documentary produced by an anesthesiologist from France. And here's what it reports. Again, I haven't found the actual documentary, but this is the relevant portion. So this is sort of waffling. This is the key part here, which gives the case. So I operated on a woman under general anesthetic. When she woke up, she described her operation as if she'd been on the ceiling. Not only that, but she also described the operation that took place in the next theater, the amputation of a leg. She saw the leg. She saw them put the leg in a yellow bag. She couldn't possibly have invented that, and she described it as soon as she woke up. Then there's some footage that's overlaid. I checked afterwards, and the operation had indeed taken place in the next theater. A leg had been amputated in the very same time that she was under anesthetic, and thus totally disconnected from the world. So that's it. Habermas, I mean, he reports this in different ways in different videos, but he often gives a lot more detail and elaboration to the story than there is there. So what she saw, allegedly, this woman, is that in the other theater, they were amputating a leg and they put it in a yellow bag.
Yeah, that's two claims, right? And Habermas says she recalled the details of the procedure. That's how he phrases it. He says she recalled...
Well, the thing is, Habermas doesn't seem to remember what details she recalled, other than that it was an amputation of a leg and there were some other details. So what does he do? He makes them up. He invents details to put in the story to illustrate the purpose that he wants to illustrate. This is a fascinating illustration of exactly what I'm talking about. This is how things happen. So again, this is an anecdote from a physician at an unknown... maybe it does say the place, but it doesn't say the time. It's sometimes a little hard because it may say the place that the professor is from, but that may not have been where this anecdote took place. But anyway, it doesn't say when this occurred, how long afterwards this was reported. So again, I would assume that this is most probably, assuming it's not made up whole cloth, which is possible but less likely, it's probably just a memory distortion here. So any combination of the patient saying something to him after she woke up, maybe mentioning what was happening in other theaters, or just talking about the operation, or really saying anything, and then him later finding out about an amputation, or perhaps she later found out about the amputation and mentioned it to him, and he falsely remembered that she said it immediately after she awoke from her operation, Or she did say something immediately after she woke from operation, but it didn't involve amputation of a leg. Maybe she just mentioned about some other operation she'd heard about in a different theater, and he falsely remembered that she mentioned the amputation specifically. Any combination of these sorts of things, with a fairly minor distortion in that specific detail, could easily have accounted for this report here.
And it doesn't confirm the bag, though, there, does it? Interestingly, which would be...
Yeah, I don't know if the yellow bag was...
A leg
if
had
it was a
been
yellow
amputated. Bag. It says a leg had been amputated at the very same time she was under anaesthetic, but it doesn't confirm whether, the hospital uses yellow bags or... even if it was, you could... Yeah.
She could have known that some other way.
Yeah.
Indeed, it's even possible she could have known that there was an amputation happening in a nearby theatre. Not very likely, but again, we have to consider the different possibilities. Is there some way she could have known naturally that there was an amputation happening in a nearby theatre? Well, of course there is. She may have happened to have known or seen when she went in or been told by a nurse or someone. There are ways she could have known that. So this is why it's considerably less persuasive than the 12-digit case, where it's harder. Again, you can invoke a reflection hypothesis, but it's a bit more ad hoc than this one. But even there, I don't even think that's the most likely explanation. I think it's just false memory and confirmation bias and narrating it many times, and the account gets more impressive. That yellow bag thing, I think, is almost certainly a detail that's been concocted later. And we literally have specific evidence of Habermas himself doing this when he narrates this story.
Yes,
listen to it when he says it in different videos, because it's a bit different every time. I just think it's fascinating, and I'm supposed to think that this is strong evidence that mine is not material. This is anyway.
This is another interesting thing as well, because I know this sort of thing does happen all the time, where then I'll talk to some apologist who is drawing on Habermas and others as their source material, and then it will be changed again, oh, you need to check out Gary Habermas's work because he says da 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 da, and there'll be little details changed again, another layer of interpretation, and it's just so funny, the whole thing going on. It's so human. So
let me just briefly summarize those two most persuasive evidence, and they're actually some of the best cases he has. He's got a few others. What we've got are anecdotes, unverified. None of them had a time, and unclear whether they had a place that was specified, and easily accounted for by some fairly modest memory distortions, plus other possibilities as to how they could have acquired that knowledge, although I think the memory distortions and other biases are more than sufficient. That is nothing close to the level of evidence that would be required to demonstrate that. And the thing is, if you offer this as evidence for pretty much anything else in science, or really even in history, in a lot of cases at least, this would not be regarded as acceptable evidence, because it's so poor quality. The only way this evidence could get worse is if we didn't know who reported these. So it was an anonymous anecdote. So it's one step above the bottom of the ladder in terms of evidence. We at least know who reported it, but that's about all we know. It's just so unbelievably poor as evidence.
Maybe really if it started... If it started, James, by saying, I'm writing these things to you, James, that you may have confidence in the...
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is a point that I'm going to make repeatedly as well. If this is the standard of evidence that you're willing to accept as sufficient for claims, then boy, have I got a lot of claims for you. So I got to tell you about Joseph Smith. So he told us about when he went and prayed about which religion was true, and actually God and Jesus appeared to him and told him that all the religions were false, and that he shouldn't join any of them. And then, an angel called Moroni appeared to him over subsequent years and led him to eventually the gold plates. And indeed, there are more witnesses to these than any of these others, because these were just one person, but actually we've got the 3 and the 8 witnesses to the Book of Mormon, plus many other miracles and paranormal accounts that I recount here, and you can find online, that have just the level of evidence that these have, which, remember, is an anecdote from a known source. So that's just, we know who the person is. It's a named source, but we don't necessarily know when it happened. So actually, we know even when the first vision happened. So that's a step above this level of evidence. The point I'm making, though, is that this is such a low level of evidence that if you accepted this for the cases in question, you would have to believe in Bigfoot. You would have to believe that UFOs abduct people and conduct weird experiments. You would have to believe in homeopathy. You would have to believe the Earth is flat and round, I guess. You would have to believe so many ridiculous things that I think that just clearly refutes that this could possibly be an acceptable level of evidence, because there's just so many things that people report like this. I just can't fathom how Habermas can use this as examples.
Sorry, you have to go back. I got you penciled in for many more years.
Well, that is interesting about what people report about the afterlife, not necessarily being consistent with Christian theology, but we'll get to that later. Are we doing IP now?
Yeah, I don't know how you want to proceed. So there's
oh, surely we've got to show Neuroscience Woman.
Okay, we'll show Neuroscience Woman then. So this is a video. I was kind of looking around
she has a
for
name.
videos.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Doctor
ahead,
something is something. So when I was looking around for videos, I was trying to find a neuroscientist who had given a talk somewhere about what might be going on in NDEs, and there wasn't actually that much out there on YouTube or TED Talks or anything like that. But I did find this one lecture at the University of Birkbeck in London, where there's a woman, Dr. Tamara Russell, who's talking about this. But I mean, she seems to be educated in neuroscience, but also she's like really into mindfulness and like yoga. And then she talks about martial arts and stuff. And I don't know, like whenever people like start combining these things, it gets kind of weird.
I believe her credentials are in clinical psychology.
Right. Okay. In clinic, I didn't really look up her background or anything, but I mean, she says some interesting stuff about the neuroscience. The problem just is like it gets pretty weird.
Yeah, this talk is a good example of there's some good, there's some bad, and there's some really weird. So we're just going to show a few highlights here that are interesting. In between like presenting you, like she'll talk about like different networks and things in the brain that might be involved in an explanation, and then she'll be like, and now we're just going to meditate for a second on the information I've just told you. And then she tries to like stimulate an NDE like through meditate. It's strange, the whole talk. But yeah, if we go to then 31, which is the first timestamp that I've got in, and bring it up on the screen.
Fundamental spiritual questions, right? They're the starting point of anybody on the spiritual path. Yeah, who am I, and what am I doing here?
Oh, if we look at the slide as well in the background, so I think NDEs were first popularized, not populated, by Dr. Raymond Moody in his book Life After Life. Obviously, you know, like they've been around for a long time. Like there's accounts in Plato, in the Bible. This book that I've been reading by Karol Zaleski compares medieval NDEs to modern ones and talks about some of the key differences. But and there's like weird cults like Swedenborgianism, where Swedenborg apparently had a near-death experience and saw all this stuff. But Raymond Moody's the modern guy who wrote Life After Life. He was a Methodist and a philosopher, and his near-death experiences had all of these features, which are like the sort of modern criterion, you might say, for like an NDE. So, you know, like the tunnel, out-of-body experience, people of light, being of light, etc. And it's really interesting, like we were saying about, you know, some people saying, well, being of light, Lucifer, modern evangelicals, you know, like these sort of things are really problematic for them. And I guess she's going to go on to explain how you might have some of these things with what we know about modern neuroscience.
So there's something about these experiences that really catalyze or catapult people. And, you know, is it just stuff emanating from a brain? Yeah, it's a bunch of chemicals, or like the brain is hallucinating when the brain dies. You know, it's clear that even when there's a flatline EEG, we don't really know what's happening in the more subcortical, in the lower parts of the brain. So, you know, the EEG is kind of measuring with cortical electrodes, and then people say, okay, well, there's a flat line there, you know, that means the brain is dead, but that doesn't necessarily ring true. And I guess the more nuanced argument is saying, well, what's happening down here in the brainstem? You know, we've got these quite primitive consciousness down here in these deep regions of the brain that we can't access with EEG. And there's also some super interesting bits that we can't access at our current resolution with fMRI. And, you know, the cortex is great, but quite a lot of the meditation literature, and even in my own martial arts tradition, Bruce Lee, don't think, feel. Yeah. So he's.
Okay, we're going just to stop her there. So one thing that's going to be talked about quite frequently by Habermas and others is this idea that if there's no EEG, you know, the EEG has gone flat. I don't even know if that's the right way of describing whatever the output of an EEG is, but the EEG is not showing brain activity, and so this, you know, so we have an example of consciousness, but with no brain activity. They're implying that no EEG means that there's no brain activity at all. But she's saying that's not correct. There's this whole central nervous system, there's the limbic system, there's parts of the brain which can't quite be penetrated by fMRI, was what she said. And it's possible that you're going to know. I mean, you're going to be able to talk to this, I guess, James.
Yeah, well, it's a good point that she makes there. One of the things that I don't like about, and this is consistent throughout her talk, is her use of weasel words. So you'll notice what she said is that, I've forgotten now. So she said, that's not entirely, that's right, that doesn't entirely ring true. And then she said the more sophisticated argument or something like that. And then she goes on to talk about how EEG doesn't measure everything. The problem with words like that is it's unclear what she's responding to. Like, does she think this, or who has said it exactly, or who does it not ring true to? That sort of thing irritates me, because it becomes unclear what claims are being made, or what you're just sort of throwing things out there. And I think that actually is quite common in parapsychology and other I guess allied approaches, that they will be deliberately vague about what they're claiming and just sort of say things without asserting them. But anyway, so the substance of what she says here, though, is true. So EEG stands for electroencephalogram. And it is a fairly old device now that consists of a series of electrodes placed around on the surface of the skull, around the head, and they are used to measure electrical activity that occurs beneath the skull, obviously in the brain, and that's measured as basically lines on a screen that move over time. So it's a very temporally precise measurement because you can detect changes in brain activity over with high temporal sensitivity, but it's not really, well, it has terrible spatial resolution. So you can't really localize the activity very well. And a lot of people have very inaccurate ideas about what an EEG measures. It doesn't measure brain activity. What it measures is sort of overall electrical activity in particular, but fairly coarse areas of the brain. Regions of the head, rather, because you're not directly measuring you're not even directly measuring electrical activity of neurons. It's the aggregate activity of it's going to be millions of neurons in those areas. So also it only measures that activity across the surface of the brain, which corresponds to the cerebral cortex. We'll get into a bit of this anatomy more when we look at IP's video, because it's relevant to some of his claims. But the point is that although that's an important part of the brain, it's not the only part of the brain. And as she mentioned, and as other authors mentioned that I may quote later, there's plenty of regions that are sort of further deeper down, like the brainstem and the midbrain structures, that you can't measure their activity at all using EEG. And even EEG is not very sensitive spatially, and is not always completely accurate, because it's basically only measuring the activity you can get through the skull and the skin. So it's dampened to a significant extent. So the point there is that, yes, EEG is used and it is useful, but it's very far from a sort of reliable measure of like brain function. So flatline EEG does not mean that there's no brain function. It just means that you can't detect it on that EEG.
And have you, just at this point, for people who aren't familiar as well, have you finished your master's now in neuroscience? Are you a relevant authority in this area to?
Oh, well, yes. So I do have a master's degree in neuroscience. I don't like to base anything particularly on that, because you can have a PhD in something and be completely around the bend about it, and you could have no formal qualifications and have a lot of good things to say about it. So yeah, I do have a master's in neuroscience, but I don't actually think that that's a reason that I should particularly be listened to.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right, but I guess when you're talking about these regions of the brain and things, like this is a field that you've done some study into, like you're gonna, you sort of know what you're talking about when it comes, rather than me just making things up, which is what. But I've got to bolster the confidence of people who are doubting atheism here, James. So,
well, we'll get some of that.
So the next thing that she goes on to talk about here is the hippocampus and how memory might be involved in NDEs. So I'll play a bit of that and unmute the sound.
Know that the hippocampus is affected by that. That's one of the most common outcomes.
And slow her down a little bit because she's sped up. The caffeine kicked in.
From a stroke is people have memory problems. Some of that gets repaired, some of it doesn't. So we can have this understanding that something happens in an NDE maybe where there's a degradation of memory and the time locking feature of memory, such that we no longer have a sense of time or things running one after the other, or time slows down or speeds up in some way, because those networks in the brain have been disrupted by the trauma. We know that there are alterations in the attention networks of the brain when we begin to take what's called a more open monitoring rather than focused attention view on the world. And again, we can train that with meditation practices, lots of very specific practices that are brought to us by the Buddhist traditions around focusing attention versus widening the attention. And when we do that, we recognize we begin to dissolve the self-I boundaries. Some of that may be being experienced as the dissolution of the body. So that sense of I that's contained within a single body becomes degraded. And we get a big, more expansive view of what's going on. But then there seems to be these kind of phenomena that really defy our scientific understanding. And then these are the things that I think perhaps some of the work with psychedelics or maybe with cyberdelics will be able to help us unpack in a way that will allow the communities of science and spirituality to mix and blend together. And these are, kind of the fractals, the energetic aspects, this sense of dissolution and oneness and wholeness that people report. The whole thing, though, does require that we manage our emotional life. And again, we meet our emotional life here in the 3D.
I don't know if I went a bit too far forward there, maybe. I don't know.
The body doesn't need to do anything. There's no need for planning or strategizing. You don't need to use your kind of executive attentional networks to make plans for the things that you're going to do in the future, because as far as your body is concerned, there is no future. You're only in this moment of now, literally a life and death moment of now. And how the brain responds to that is by kind of opening up, I believe, the salience network in this very rapid and wide way that gives us some interesting opportunities. And so within the default mode network, we have, I believe, a number of things that could be happening that help us to explain some, but not all, of what might be going on in a near-death experience. And I think that's the thrust of really what I want you to take away, is that we need to have these blended models. The science...
I don't know. Do we want to comment on that?
It's very hard to. I mean, it's really good illustration of how people like this tend to talk about this sort of thing. There's a mixture of science, spirituality, and then just incomprehensible nonsense. Like when she mentioned fractals, I'm like, what does fractal have to do with anything? Like that's very specific mathematical structure that I just have no idea how it relates. And it's just very frustrating because it just sort of blends in all the, but I think part of what she's saying there, I don't know how large a part, but part of it is talking about as far as I can understand, the role of subcortical structures or the potential role, I should say, of subcortical structures in giving rise to near-death experiences. That fits with her mention before about EEGs not measuring all brain activity. So the cortex is the outermost sort of shell of the brain that we use for higher functions. Humans have an extremely large and folded cortex. Subcortical structures are just those below the cortex. So they're sometimes described as more primitive, which just means that they evolved earlier and a wider range of organisms have them. But they are still very important for many things, including memory. That's what the hippocampus is largely associated with, emotional processing, sensory processing, motor function, awareness, and other things. And we'll get into these a bit more with the IP video. But again, I think that she's just partly at least trying to illustrate that there's more going on there than just, the sort of cortical regions and things that we might more traditionally think about as brain function. That's the best sense I can make out of what she's saying. That's the charitable interpretation.
Have you ever read a paper called Rebus in the Anarchic Brain by
I don't think so.
Robin Carhart Harris? So it came out of Imperial College London based off of the psilocybin research that's being done. And that talks quite a lot about some of the things that she was mentioning there about the default mode network and the salience network. So I'm guessing that she's sort of drawing some parallels between, those experiences and NDEs and trying to sort of provide an explanation in those terms. But I couldn't find it just going through my mess of random things I've printed off.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard of those networks before. I'm a bit suspicious of, I just looked up the salience network. Apparently it's derived from an independent components analysis of what's that sound?
Is there
a really strong
sound?
Background sound in the background?
From me?
It's definitely through the headphones. Jack can let me know if they heard that as well. I can't hear it anymore.
Maybe I put the thing down and that weird thing happened with the wire and the power cable.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I've completely lost track of what I was saying. I was just talking
Salience
about
network.
yeah. So
Salience
that
network
one
is,
apparently. Okay, yeah. So stupid. So someone in the chat also heard it. The yeah, that's what it sounded like. Yeah. So apparently the salience network is some sort of connection of anatomical structures that is found through independent component analysis of fMRI activity. I'm pretty skeptical of things like that because I think it's hard to establish that things form a functional network distinct from other networks in the brain. But anyway, that's a bit off topic.
Okay. So at this point, then, should we move on to IP?
Is there anything else I wanted to? Yeah, we can skip the left right brain thing. It'll just make me angry. Yeah, let's move on to let's move on to IP. It's not really relevant anyway.
Should we briefly? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You
I was
go
going
ahead.
to say, because I also always find left right brain being abused by Jordan Peterson followers and Paul van der Klay followers, where they find out. It seems like people find out this random factoid that the left and right hemisphere of the brain are sort of like associated with some different characteristics, and then they just start categorizing people that they meet in terms of like, oh, you're a left brain person, you're a right brain person, or like if you try and rationally explain things, they'll be like, oh yeah, you're overusing the left side of your brain or whatever. It's really, really weird. Like, I don't know why this happens, and it frequently happens with people.
It's been popularized. I don't know the exact origin of it when it was popularized. It could be. So the legitimate form of this idea is called lateralization. It means that certain functions and sometimes even anatomical structures in the brain are found entirely, or more often just more associated with one hemisphere, one side of the brain than the other. So just like most people are right-handed, and there are some people who are left-handed, but that's an example of laterality, a sort of a preference or asymmetry from one side to the other. And that has a basis in the brain. So language is mostly associated with the left hemisphere, which controls the right side of the body, and therefore is associated with the right hand and so forth. So that is a real phenomenon. The popularized version, though, is an extreme form where it's like all of the logical and verbal stuff and planning is on the left side, and then all of the creative stuff and spatial and whatever else is on the right side, which is complete nonsense. That's not how it works. It's not like there's like two brains inside you and they're localized entirely to one side of the brain or other. That's just completely wrong. And describing people as being dominated by one half or the other, I don't know that there's any basis at all in that. That's just a way to describe
left hemisphere speaking, James. That's just if you had the right hemisphere working, you'd see the creative.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Okay, so if we move
on,
do you
want to introduce this IP video?
Yeah, and I guess we've already talked about this in the quantum idealism, whatever that episode was about the is there a soul and is there a quantum mind and so forth. So part of IP's case that he's making is that near-death experiences offer some evidence that the mind is not reducible to the physical, and then he kind of lists off a bunch of stuff and studies. In fairness to IP, I think he's potentially doing a better job than Habermas. At least he's citing his sources and things like that.
Oh, it's definitely more rigorous than Habermas.
Yeah, which is really interesting, right? Because again, I guess IP's doing this full time now, but at the time, at least for the past 9 years, he's been doing this part time. And Habermas is a full time PhD apologist, right? And so that maybe tells you something about
Habermas's scholarship on the near-death experience thing. I think is embarrassing. There's no excuse why he can't have these ready when he has interviews about this and cite details, make sure he gets his details correct, give a source for it, and give a bit more of the background. Given that he's been talking about this for years, I think it's inexcusable, the sort of sloppiness on his part. Now, I'm going to be critical of IP as well, but he's certainly done more work and put more effort into this video than Habermas. My main criticism of IP is not so much lack of research as maybe, you can never distinguish.
It's like the lack of counters, I think.
You can never distinguish between incompetence and willful misrepresentation. So I'm not sure which is more charitable, but there's some combination of those happening here. And I will back up what I say with examples, but there are some real misuse of many of the studies being quoted here, especially the first half of the video. But yeah, let's get started and see what he has to say.
Happen when you die? When your brain stops working, will that be the end of you? Or will you continue on in another place? For centuries, people have come back to life at the brink of death and have reported strange experiences of life beyond. Hundreds who have been brought back to life have reported that they continued on after their brain stopped, and they only re-enter the body upon being revived. But are these reports really evidence of life beyond death, or are they merely hallucinations created by a brain to cope with the end of its existence? Most physicalists believe that when your brain and body die, you go out of existence, because they believe the mind is just an emergent property or function of brain processes. So any and all reports of near-death experiences.
An interesting video, by the way. Oh, what the guy's channel's called? Oh, I can't remember his name. The President Sunday. He's got a small channel, and he made a video about IPs. Just most physicalists believe, it's the mind is just and the rhetorical effect. It's about a 10-minute or so video, and it's really interesting because he talks about ways that you can parallel that against exactly the worldview that IP is putting forward. You can say idealists believe that the world is just mental stuff, like it's just stuff. It's just like you can just sort of say and then talk about the
IP believes that the
anything.
whole universe is just a dream in God's imagination. I mean,
yeah, just a
anyone can
dream
play
in
that
God's
game.
imagination. That removes all the sovereignty and all that. Yeah, it's
Must just be visions generated by the brain as it is dying. A common argument used to support this notion is that we never encounter consciousness apart from a functioning brain. So we cannot assume consciousness can continue to exist without a brain. However, as we've iterated constantly throughout this series, this is nothing more than a correlation-causation fallacy. Just because we typically see consciousness and brains correlated, that doesn't mean the brain generates or creates consciousness. Also,
so do we want to talk about whether or not this is a correlation-causation fallacy? Because I think maybe, there's something to that, but it might be a bit hasty to just say that that's always what's going on every time someone tries to identify consciousness with what's going on in the brain. So, for example, one might gather data and show that correlations exist, but then offer a causation explanation which seems likely and makes sense, and then wants further investigation. Do you want to explain? What do you have any thoughts on what's being said there?
Well, for a start, the correlation, at least if we're talking about humans, is extremely high because, as he's himself said, we literally never observe consciousness or awareness without the requisite brain architecture. And now he's going to give some counterexamples, but I don't think they are counterexamples, and we'll address them. But you can extend it beyond that, because if there was such thing as consciousness outside of materiality, then why don't we observe consciousness manifested in rocks or trees or the sand or other things? And by the way, when I say that, I'm not saying the rocks should be conscious, although as far as we know they could be, but I just mean, why don't disembodied minds move the rocks around saying like, so-and-so spirit was here, or make motions in the sand so that we can read it, or just make sounds in the air without any body? What I'm saying is these are only ever manifested in bodies, which also just happen to have the right set of neural and physiological architectures that, as far as we can tell, are causally sufficient to generate those phenomena without needing to appeal to these extra body sources. So it's not at all clear why you would expect that under some sort of dualist worldview. And I have to be careful because IP is not a standard dualist there. But either way, so I think that already we've got a very strong correlation here, if we want to use that term, because we just never observe consciousness outside of the relevant hardware. But there's a further point to be made that it's not just a correlation. It's not just we observe them going together, because we can causally we can intervene and see what happens if you damage the brain, if you administer drugs to the brain, or if you experience mental illness and observe the effects of that on the brain. Or if you chop someone's head off, you see what happens there. So there are many mechanisms we have for intervening causally and observing the results. And what we've never observed is someone intervening mentally like somehow a spirit moving into something, or I mean, someone making a prediction about the future, or there's various ways you could imagine intervening the other way and trying to see an immaterial object affect the material. We've never observed that anywhere, even though it should be detectable if there's some sort of interaction going on. But we've got tons and tons of evidence of the causation going the other way. So I think that it's silly to say that this is just correlation causation fallacy. The correlation is extremely high, which is indicative, but not definitive by itself. Plus, we have enormous specific evidence of causation. Oh, and I thought of another thing, brain stimulation. Stimulating different parts of the brain or inhibiting different parts of the brain leads to particular functions or experiences and memories being elicited. That's another example of a causal effect. So I just don't accept that this is a correlation causation fallacy here. Why is Braxton worried about cutting heads off?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Maybe that was the latest video that he was. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's topic for another video.
Yeah,
but yeah, sorry, I just got distracted seeing that in chat.
Yeah,
so the point is, I don't accept that this is correlation causation. This is very clearly causal, and we would need very strong evidence, in my opinion, to accept the role for anything other than the material body and brain giving rise to the mind. Now, IP thinks he has that evidence, so let's see it.
But it's just worth saying, because obviously correlation isn't the same as causation, but when we find a correlation, then we might offer as an explanation some kind of causal explanation, and then we might try and falsify that in some way. So for example, saying this region of the brain is involved in emotion or sight or whatever, and then we can see, I don't know, like if you go back to the early days of neuroscience with the Will Penfield things, where he's putting electrodes into parts of people's brains, seeing facial expressions and things like that, you can at least start making the statements that this part of the brain is necessary for whatever, and that's how you kind of make progress. But at first, of course, you only ever have the correlations, but then you start saying, well, it seems there's causation going on behind here, and we can say that about some things, maybe not consciousness yet, but it seems to be going that way. Right.
Even before we evaluate the reports of near-death experiences, it seems that we do have instances where we can observe consciousness without a normal functioning brain. Strengthening the theory, consciousness and brains are only correlated at times, instead of the brain being the cause of consciousness. British neurologist John Lorber studied a condition called hydrocephalus, and through his research, he looked at over 600 different cases. This is a condition where there is an excessive amount of cerebrospinal fluid in the skull, which hinders normal brain development. Of the most severe cases, half were severely mentally challenged, which would be expected if physicalism is true, since the brain does not develop normally. However, the other half of the severe cases had IQs over 100 and functioned properly, even though a normal brain didn't develop. One case Lorber cites is of a male who had only a thin layer of brain cells, a millimeter thick, yet had an IQ of 126 and an honors degree in mathematics.
Do we want to talk about this at this point?
Yes, I do. So there are 3 different types of conditions that IP is going to discuss here, and confusingly, they have almost the same name. And IP does distinguish between them, but I don't think he makes it as clear as it needs to be. Well, as clear as it should be. So the one he just mentioned is called hydrocephalus. It's, as he said, it's a buildup of cerebrospinal fluid in the ventricles in your brain. So there's actually large, essentially holes in your brain that are filled with fluid. And in this condition, basically your brain just fills up with fluid. And what it does is it presses the regular brain matter outwards and compresses it against the inside of the skull. So IP referred to this as having abnormally developed brains or something like that. Hydrocephalus can be a developmental condition, but it can also be acquired. I don't know that its origin is entirely understood in all cases. The point, though, is I'm not sure that it is correct to say that this is exactly a abnormally developed brain. It's more that, I mean, because it can have very early onset, then in that case that might be the case. But especially to distinguish it from the later cases where it is an abnormally developed brain, I think it's more, it's better to understand this as you have a normally developed brain, but then it's squashed from the inside out by too much fluid. And the way they treat this is to insert, basically literally to drain the fluid out, because people get swollen heads because of the pressure of the fluid. It's kind of nasty. And it does lead to cognitive deficits in many cases, but not all cases, of course, because there are individual differences and variation in severity and other factors. So the point to be made here is people with hydrocephalus have all of the same brain. It's there, but it is impeded by excess fluid. Now that has to be caveated by saying people who have it very young may have developmental abnormalities resulting from the hydrocephalus, but it's not the same thing as the condition. So the fact that you can point to people who have, normal IQ and other things like that is not surprising, because they have all of that brain tissue. It's being impeded by the excess fluid that's pushing in the outside. But he's implying here that they've sort of lacking a lot of the brain tissue. And if you see some of the fMRI scans, they're a bit misleading because they will show very enlarged ventricles, and it looks like they don't have a brain. But it's actually, we'll see some of these later when I've got some examples. But it's actually just the case that the ventricles, which are always there to begin with, have just enlarged and pressed out the brain against the skull. Right. So these people still have a brain, and it's still mostly normal. It's just being impeded by too much fluid. So the fact that there are deficits that you can document, but the fact that they can have normal intelligence is of no surprise to neuroscience.
Yeah.
Another paper reported that multiple studies documented development of above-average intelligence, despite drastically reduced cerebral mantle size in hydrocephalus of early onset. But how could...
That's specifically hydrocephalus of early onset.
Sorry, which one are you referring to?
This study that
this
IP is quoting. Yeah. Documented.
This specific study I did not look up. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of echo there on your side.
I'll mute the thingy while we're talking, because I think that's what does that.
Yeah, so I didn't look up this specific study because he references a lot, and I don't have infinite time, alas. But I don't know exactly how early is. But what's he saying here? Striking differences in degree and nature of development of verbs and non-functions, which is consistent with what I'm saying here. What he wants to emphasize is this last point here: document development of average challenge despite drastically reduced cerebral mantle size and hydrocephalus of early onset. Yeah, so to illustrate what that looks like, I want to share this here. Oh, I think you have to stop sharing before I can share, maybe.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, sorry, kick you off. Wait, why is that?
Should be able to.
It's not doing anything when I press it.
When you click the share button,
nothing happens.
Has the pop-up happened anywhere? Maybe you could leave and rejoin if you want quickly. Okay, James will be back shortly, everyone. In the meantime, let's talk about how much I need a haircut. I mean, look at this. What is going on? If you have been affected by COVID-19, then you can call in the week where we'll be taking your stories about how COVID-19 has affected your hair and haircut. Let's see some things. James is back.
Sorry about that. It was more difficult than it should be. Okay, it's working now. So let me just... I hope it's not going to do that repeatedly, because I want to share more stuff. Okay, this is not exactly the case that he mentioned, but it is a similar case. So this is just a brief clinical note of a 44-year-old man who is sort of generally, cognitively normal, but suffered from symptoms. And when they sort of brought him in, they diagnosed postnatal hydrocephalus of unknown cause. As I said, its cause is often unknown as far as I understand. So his neurological development and medical history were otherwise normal. So his intelligence was tested, and it was below average. The overall IQ was 75, but that's going to vary from case to case, obviously. So many do have deficits, but not in all cases. And as it says here somewhere or other,
that's quite a large deficit, though, right?
Well, 75, yeah. So 75 is 30. So 15 is the standard deviation. So that's nearly 2 standard deviations below average. So I think that's on the borderline of being sort of considered disabled, or maybe it's 80.
You
I
can't,
forget
can't
exactly.
come into the 80 is you can't go in the US Army. So
Yeah. Anyway, but what I really wanted to show is these images here, which is fMRI image, MRI images, structural MRI images. So this image here is called a sagittal section. So it's through the middle of the head. You can see the eye there, and this is the jaw and the back of the head. So the LV there represents the lateral ventricle, which normally is there, but not nearly as large. But what you can see around the edge, this squash thing, that's his brain.
Right.
It's all there. It's just squished up. Much more compressed than it would normally be, but it is clearly there. And this is the sort of lower parts of his brain there, which you can see more clearly in this D panel here. These are other views. This is sort of from the top, which is a coronal view, and this one's through the crossways across the head from side to side. So that's a that's a frontal view. But they all show a similar thing, that you can see that there's very substantially enlarged ventricles, but the brain matter around the edge, and this is the cortex here around the edges and around here. That's the part I was talking about before. It's still there. So it's not like this guy has no brain. It's a very squished up brain. What I would expect is cognitive deficits, but still be able to function, broadly speaking. Now, the trouble is we don't...
I was going to say don't remove it.
Go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
I was just going to say don't remove it, because then I can remove it from the screen and you could keep the share. Are you able to share again? Or...
Oh, yeah, it's still working for the moment. Yeah, I'll do that next time, though. But what I was just going to say is we don't have MRI images for all of the patients. And that's really what the best case of the gold standard in terms of being able to see how much structure is actually there. Otherwise, although they may be diagnosed with a condition, you don't know the extent of it. And in some cases, it's going to be worse than others. So what I would predict, and I don't know if I've seen explicit evidence of this, but what I would predict is that people who have generally have a more severe condition would have, on average, a larger cognitive deficit with a lot of individual variation, as there always is. But the way that IP is presenting this, I feel like is an overstatement, implying that these people don't have normal brain tissue, whereas they do. It's just sort of squashed by the ventricles here, or the enlarged ventricles.
Yeah.
Could this be? If the brain is necessary for consciousness, how could subjects with abnormal brain development, or almost no brain at all, have a normal conscious experience, development of the self, and live as if there's nothing?
All right, so when he says no brain at all, I think he's talking, because you could interpret that he's talking forwards in what he's about to present. But if he's talking about what he just did present, that's not no brain at all. It's a brain that's been squished, but it's still there.
Yeah.
Wrong. For example, Todd Feinberg and John Mallet assert consciousness requires functional complexity to emerge. It is at the next level of neurobiology that consciousness appears. This level has gained a complex suite of special neurobiological features that are unique to conscious brains. While these special features are built on, depend on, and display all the general life and reflexive functions, their contribution is required for consciousness. On top of this, recent neuroscientific research has identified that the neural correlates of consciousness are primarily localized to a posterior cortical hot zones that include sensory areas, rather than to a frontoparietal network involved in task monitoring.
So I'm just thinking in terms of what you just said about the brain being squished to the outside. So then if the neural correlates of consciousness are on the outside, then it would seem like they're the least likely to be, just off of not really understanding anything about this, but just thinking about maybe some of the forces involved and stuff, it seems like, well, they're not going to be as damaged. They're going to be there, just squished up at the edge. So you've got consciousness still there in the brain.
Yeah, I should say that it might actually be helpful to show, and I should have prepared this, an MRI image of a healthy brain as a comparison, because people probably don't realize that a lot of the structure is on the edge. I'm just trying to find one that is similar to that image. Well, while I look, and I'll see if I can find one that's suitable, but there's two main types of matter that exist in the brain. I'm simplifying here, but just to make the point, there's so-called gray matter and white matter. Oh, yeah, you've got something there. That's a pretty good one. So that's a similar view to what we saw before. So that's a top-down view. And what you're, if you could go back to the previous one, is a little better for what I want to show here. Yeah, so you can see the ventricles are kind of the holes there. Although I don't know if this is taken if this is post-mortem. If so, the ventricles, I think, shrink. So you've got to be a bit careful there. It's better if it's a live specimen. But anyway, the point is that those are kind of the holes there where the cerebrospinal fluid sits. And then you see that there's a lighter color that looks kind of stringy. And then on the very edges, there's a little bit in the middle, but mostly around the edges is darker gray color. So that darker gray is called gray matter, and those are the cell bodies, the soma of neurons. So they're where the neurons live around the cortex, mostly around the outside and inside the folds. There are some you can see sort of more closer to the middle near the ventricles, but mostly it's around the edges. The white matter are synapses. So they're basically the, if you like, the wiring of the brain. They connect the neurons to each other. So the cells actually live around the outside, and it's mostly the wiring that's in the middle. Again, sort of generally simplifying here. So what, I mean, the brain material is, it's cells, so it's squishy. So if you imagine expanding those ventricles, what's going to happen is you're going to press on mostly the white matter. And so those tracts are going to be compressed towards the outer edges. The cells around the outside, which actually directly process information, integrate the different signals, they're sort of mostly going to be still intact. They will still be squished. But most directly, it's the white tracts that are being compressed. Now, we don't know a lot about like exactly how compressed can they be and still functional, how many tracts can die and your brain still be correct. We know that you can actually see that, Nathan, if you can see that there's a ventricle right in the middle there of that image, basically right in the center. The image you're on.
Sorry.
Just, yeah, okay, right below your cursor there, you see that there's a big fat bridge that's connecting the two halves. You see that? Yeah, that's the corpus callosum. And we talked about this in one of the previous episodes. When you snip that, you can have the split brain experiments that when you see one thing with one side and then you can't report that, so your other side can fabulate something. We talked about this in a previous episode. The point is that you can snip that, you can cut it in two, and mostly you're fine. So there are deficits that you can bring out in very specific experimental contexts, but mostly you can live without a corpus callosum, and that's snipping that whole big fat bunch of fibers there. So the point is, these fibers are certainly important, but we don't know the full extent to which you can do without some of them, or they could be compressed and other things like that. So the point I wanted to make with all of this, without getting too much into it, is that the brain is not an undifferentiated mass like people thought in the past. Basically, for the cortex at least, which is this area we're looking at, the cell bodies are around the edges mostly, and then the tracts that are connecting them, like wires, are sort of more in the middle. And then in the very middle, there's these cerebrospinal fluid-containing ventricles. And when the ventricles expand, it compresses especially the tracts, but it's not going to directly kill a lot of the cells. I mean, presumably it would if it got to too extreme without treatment, but hopefully that sort of clarifies the setup here a bit.
I was trying to find a diagram with the labels, but yeah, don't know.
Well, these diagrams can get quite complicated because there's lots of regions, and I certainly don't remember all of them. Neuroanatomy was always a bit tricky, but it is good to have a little idea, at least a vague idea of what we're talking about here. So so that's the hydrocephalus stuff. I don't think it's that persuasive. It's pretty much what we would expect under materialism, but let's look at what he has to say. He's talking a bit about consciousness here, which I don't object to too much.
But I guess the point was that in terms of what you're saying with the brain being squished up against the edges, then all the neural correlates of consciousness would still be there.
That's what I'm saying. The brain matter is there until the point where you start having tissue dying, and at that point, I think you're going to start seeing very serious deficits. But I don't think we know a great deal about exactly how it works, because you can't really investigate until autopsy. And I don't know how many of these have been autopsied and studied in detail at the cellular level.
But these specific areas would be absent or severely damaged in cases of hydrocephalus. If these correlates are
because that's what he's saying. He's saying those neural correlates of consciousness would be absent or highly damaged in cases of hydrocephalus. That wasn't hydroencephalus. Hydrocephalus.
Yeah, he's talking about hydrocephalus at this point. The names are not pleasant here. So it's a little hard when he shows these images without labeling what they are. I think the image on the bottom right is similar to what that's hydrocephalus clearly. So again, you can see the cortex is intact. The white matter has been massively compressed. So I would expect some deficits, but it's not clear that we would expect, like, would we expect this person to be not conscious? Well, no. The brain is mostly still there. It's, again, just being compressed. And these other images that he's showing are even less severe than that. You can see that the ventricles, while enlarged, are not nearly as enlarged. Although, is that a tumor? That there's something wrong with that.
In this one, yeah.
That looks like a tumor to me. Although I'm not an expert, so that doesn't look healthy.
Those
but again,
ventricles,
those are enlarged ventricles, but they're not. You can see they're not as enlarged. So these conditions vary in severity. Is the point I'm making. So
I mean, this one could be a thigh.
You can't put a label on the condition and then say that they're all the same and then show an image of someone who has an extreme case of it, is the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Consciousness is supposed to be coming from. Why can we observe consciousness in humans who clearly lack such hot zones? As Roger Lewin asked, this case is nothing new to the medical world. Scores of similar accounts litter the medical literature, and they go back a long way, observes Patrick Wall, professor of anatomy at University College London. But the important thing about Lorber is that he's doing a long series of systematic scanning rather than just dealing with anecdotes. He has gathered a remarkable set of data, and he challenges, how do we explain it? In other words, cases of hydrocephalus are unexplainable anomalies if physicalist models of consciousness are true.
Unexplainable anomalies. If it was, I mean, it doesn't sound like that was particularly difficult to provide an explanation of by just understanding what hydrocephalus is. So that's a very strong claim there.
Yeah, and if you look at the paper that he cites, which I did pull, it's a short paper, but it's not. Even this guy, what's his name, Lorber or Lorbner? Lorber. It's a little bit hard to. It's a little bit hard to gather. Yeah, the short paper here.
Lewin one. That's a different one.
Hang on, that's not right.
Lewin.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, okay, let me clarify. Yeah, so Lorbner is the guy who is doing the work. Lewin is the guy who wrote the piece in question. So he's the author of it, but he's not the one who is responsible for the work. He's just writing about it. But the point I was going to say is Lorber is a little unclear as to exactly what he is claiming about this. He is not claiming that this overturns physicalism. He is saying that this questions previous understandings about. I mean, this paper is 40 years old, so I don't even know how relevant it is at this point. It's from 1980, if anyone noticed. But he's saying that this raises questions about exactly which part of the brains is responsible for consciousness and how much damage there can be or how much redundancy and other factors like that. In nowhere here does it claim that this somehow overturns physicalism or something like that.
Yeah.
The medical literature, and they go back a long way, observes Patrick Wall, professor of anatomy at University College London. But the important thing about Lorber is that he's doing a long series of systematic scanning rather than just dealing with anecdotes. He has gathered a remarkable set of data, and he challenges, how do we explain it? Physicalist models of consciousness are true. Consciousness is existing without the typical observable neural correlates of consciousness. A similar condition, yet more severe, is called Hydroenancephaly, which is where the brain's cerebral hemispheres are absent to various degrees and the remaining space is filled with fluid. Victims of hydroenancephaly are assumed to exemplify vegetative state development as they lack the necessary areas of the brain that are supposed to generate consciousness and mental properties. As one study put it, according to traditional neurophysiological theory, consciousness requires neocortical functioning, and children born without cerebral hemispheres necessarily remain indefinitely in a developmental vegetative state. But recent research challenges this assumption. One study found their subjects could display enormous amounts of normal conscious behavior, such as distress, pleasure, joy, and they can express themselves through screaming, fussing, smiling, giggling, and laughter. These children are not only...
I mean, with all of those things, it's not clear to me that it's doing what he claims that it's doing, which is showing, there's absolutely no physical stuff there that could be doing this, and then these children are expressing various kind of emotions in various ways in response to stimuli. It seems like there's some stuff there, and we see like drastically reduced kind of complexity of behavior, but we see some basic behavior which again makes sense with under naturalism. It just doesn't seem to be doing the kind of work he wants it to do in terms of it. Yeah,
it is not. And there's can you bring back his so I want to check out because he cites different papers at different points, and I want to make sure I'm. So this is the family survey. Yeah, okay. So I did pull that one. That one is consciousness. Yeah, the family study one.
Consciousness without cortex.
Yeah. So to give a bit of background here, most of the papers that he cites in the recent years, there are researchers who've been looking into this condition. So this is hydroencephaly, which sounds a lot like hydrocephaly, but is a distinct condition. This hydroencephaly is a developmental condition where rather than just having a fairly normal brain, but then your ventricles enlarge, instead your cortex or most of your cortex doesn't develop at all. So that's the part that we've mostly been looking at in those brain scans. So that's either entirely absent or mostly absent in these children. Now, many people who have this condition don't live very long. Some can live for quite a number of years. All of them have severe developmental deficits. So when he's talking about people assessing their consciousness, you've got to be very careful about the definition. He's not talking about the highest form of consciousness where it's like, self-reflection and intentionality and these sort of higher order things. He's talking about awareness. He's talking about response to stimuli, pain, perception, things like that. Some of these children can apparently pass the mirror test. So you're looking at potentially the level of consciousness of, maybe a dolphin or a great ape. I mean, this is just very rough. We don't know. But the point is, we're not talking about normal level of consciousness. We're talking about severe levels of a developmental disorder here. And the other important point to make is that, so no one's saying that these people are developmentally normal. And also no one is saying that they have no brain. They do have a brain. It's just mostly lacking a cortex. I'll show some brain scans of what that looks like in a moment. What the debate is about and what these papers are discussing is that previously it had been thought that most, if not all, of these children were in a persistent vegetative state, which basically means there's sort of nothing happening. But there is increasing evidence that that's not the case. And it seems that there's been that the existing diagnostic criteria have been insufficient to sort of pick this up. No one in any of these papers is arguing that this is evidence for the immateriality of mind. What they're arguing for is that we need a more nuanced approach to dealing with these children and understanding what they feel and experience. So I wanted to give some examples of that. I'm just seeing which papers exactly they come from. Yeah, so that one that he's mentioned there is a survey of different families and what sort of things their children experience. So, oh yeah, hang on. There was something here that I think I wanted to show. Yes, okay, I will show this. So let me share again. Actually, I better leave that. Yep, it's letting me share again. This is this one. Okay, so this is the same paper. I'm looking just further down at the end. So
might need one more zoom level.
Oh yeah, sure. So given the conscious state, these children, coupled with the fact that they've lost most of their cerebral cortex before birth, what neural mechanisms might support consciousness in this condition? As one of us has argued at length elsewhere, the mystery may be far less than it seems, provided that the role of subcortical mechanisms in the constitution of the conscious state, even in the intact brain, is taken into account. The superior colliculus in the roof of the midbrain contains a sophisticated neural machinery for the integration of visual, auditory, and somatosensory modalities within a shared efferent framework for directional orienting motions. Going down, many of these children do, of course, have remnants of cerebral cortex that might contribute, although the residual cortex is highly variable and it's unknown what its function is. Going forward, note that in hydroencephaly, which is this condition, the brainstem auditory system, culminating in sophisticated pitch extraction arrangement of the midbrain inferior colliculus, is intact, while the visual pathway tends to be affected already at the level of the optic nerve. Okay, so there's a lot of jargon there, but the point of all that is that, remember I said that you've got the cortex, which is sort of the bit that's most evolutionary recent, which is around the outside, but there's all of this stuff lower down as well, brainstem and above. And that's what this is talking about. We don't need to look at the precise structures. I might show some of them on the image on the MRI images later. But they are arguing, and there is a lot of evidence to this because we already know they perform these functions. These are responsible for the level of consciousness that these children have. So, for example, we know that the I don't actually know if the superior colliculus is mentioned here. Oh, it is, yeah, superior colliculus. So that structure is involved in orienting vision. So, there's a stimulus and you turn your gaze to see that. That's associated with consciousness. So you're responding to a stimulus and directing your gaze. We know that structure is largely responsible for that. In some of the other, so this mentions visual, auditory, somatosensory modalities. we know that there are subcortical structures in the brainstem that are responsible for integrating those, and normally it would transfer them up to higher cortical areas, which is what it mentioned there about the efferent, or somewhere or other. It mentioned the efferent tracts, which is basically saying normally these regions pass on the information up to higher cortical regions, but even if that doesn't happen, because there are no higher cortical regions in these children, there's still processing going on there. So these children can still have a basic awareness. They can still respond to visual and auditory stimuli. There's still a basic level of emotion. There's still a basic level of pain. We don't know precisely the extent, and it's going to vary a bit child to child. But the point is that the level of consciousness these children experience is basically what we would expect. Maybe hadn't been fully recognized in the past by clinicians and diagnosticians, but we know that these structures do this, and these children have these structures. So there's really nothing that surprising here. So I'll actually, if you can stop that share, because I think there are a couple of other papers I wanted to mention as well. So if we bring IP back, that was that paper. What other papers does he cite here? Maybe we'll just continue forward a little bit.
Must be awake. And this
Is this the same one?
That's the same paper, yes.
They turn to salient stimuli, show situationally contingent emotional reactions, and distinguish familiar voices from those of strangers, all of which is incompatible with the unconsciousness of the vegetative state. Another researcher says, it is widely believed that children with hydroenancephaly are not conscious and therefore are routinely classified into the diagnostic criteria of vegetative state. However, there are several pieces of behavioral evidence clearly indicating the presence of consciousness in such patients.
Yeah, so let's look at this paper here. This is the presence of consciousness in the absence of cerebral cortex. So this is a different one.
This is interesting though, because it's the way that IP is sort of framing the narrative here is as though naturalists are committed to the idea that people with this condition are in a vegetative state. So then any counterexample disproves naturalism, rather than it being that we update a naturalist model of the brain based off of more evidence, which is what you're kind of describing here. So this is Zoom level, by the way.
I was just going to respond to that. This is why I say it's unclear whether he just didn't read these papers properly or he's deliberately misrepresenting them, because it's absolutely clear if you read these papers that they're not in any way supporting what he says. They are saying that under a naturalist materialist model, we need to reassess the extent of the awareness and responsive to stimuli and so on that these children have. Not that somehow they have a level of consciousness that's inexplicable given the brain tissue that they do have. Okay, so let's look at this paper, which here in the conclusion. What did I highlight here? Yes. Okay. So this paper here is just talking about some of the dispute that's existed in literature around this. So, for example, someone here is saying that signs of pleasure or excitement exhibited by that's actually anencephalic children. So that's a slightly different case. That's a more extreme condition, which we'll get to. But anyway, he's saying that they're not necessarily indicative of conscious experience, and they may be regarded as automatic behavioral reactions activated by appropriate stimuli. And this is an issue because it's hard to distinguish in some of these cases whether something is a sort of a reflexive response or it's indicative of consciousness. And so there's sort of nuance and some room for disagreement here. And if we sort of continue on here, it should be mentioned that Merker, so the guy who's making this sort of argument, uses the term consciousness in its most basic and general sense. And in this context, consciousness is more than reflective consciousness or self-awareness. Furthermore, going down here, furthermore, the behaviors of hydroencephalic children seem to lack the element of intentionality, and many of the reported behaviors could be generated unconsciously or reflexively. So the point being made there is that, yes, the higher order stuff like reflexive consciousness, self-awareness, or other things, intentionality, that we sometimes talk about as being related to consciousness, these children don't seem to exhibit those, and we wouldn't expect them to because they lack most of the cortex, which we know is where that takes place. However, the people making this argument that they're not in a persistent vegetative state are not using that definition of consciousness. They're using a basic general form, which is more just about awareness, response to stimuli, and perception of stimuli, external stimuli like auditory and visual stimuli and so forth. So there's a bit of an equivocation going on here about what definition you're using. So if you're using the sort of higher definition of like reflective self-consciousness, then these children are not conscious in that sense, and we wouldn't expect them to be based on what we know about the brain. If you're using the more general form of consciousness, which is the more widely used form, I think, in the literature, then these children appear to be conscious. At least that's what the evidence seems to indicate. At least many of these children appear to be. But also, there's not really a surprise, because that form of consciousness is subserved by a type of brain structure that these children have. So again, this study does not support the claim that IP is making.
Yeah. Let us play a little bit more of this then and see.
Thus, hydroencephaly is another unexplainable anomaly if a complex network within a normal...
One thing as well, just in terms of people who are watching this and the story arc and what we're addressing and stuff. So we're addressing our near-death experiences, evidence for life after life. So, part of that claim is that consciousness can exist without the underlying kind of material structure of the brain and so forth. And some of how IP is arguing for this from some of these cases is a little bit different to some of the NDE stuff, but we're not in general, I suppose we're touching on it, but we're not completely defending like physicalist accounts of mind or consciousness or anything like that for people in the chat who are getting angry about Mary's room knowledge arguments and stuff like that.
We have addressed that in other videos anyway. But the point is not to defend a broader physicalism, although I personally am happy to do that in other contexts. But here we're responding to what claims IP and also Habermas make. And IP is using these cases to bolster his support for NDEs, which he gets to in the second half of this video. So that's why we're discussing this here. He's claiming that these alleged anomalies provide support for the mind being more than the brain, or more than activity of the brain or something like that. Whereas I think that, as I've been arguing, if you look into the details, they do not support that at all. So that's how it connects into the broader case.
Fully developed brain is what generates consciousness. If some exist with hydroencephaly and are conscious, then this implies consciousness does not require a complex brain. Going deeper, we even have a case where someone was born without a brain, yet displayed signs of consciousness. We have dozens of cases of infants being born brainless. Dr. Robert Leshner says, most children with this condition don't make it past the first year of life. However, there was one case of a boy surviving for several years. In 1984, Andrew Vandal was born without a brain and only a skull filled with fluid. However, against doctors' predictions, he lived several years and was able to laugh, smile, and was described by his adoptive mother as maturing mentally and had an outgoing, bubbly personality that really draws people to him. Due to the lack of a function...
Okay, hang on. Let's just go back a second there. So I'll address that in a second, but you can... I just want to see that slide. Go ahead, and then I'll...
Well, I was just going to say, it's like, okay, there's this one case where someone managed to survive and had some time and stuff like that, but it's hardly like an optimal quality of life and stuff to be sort of, it's not exactly what you'd wish for someone to have the best in terms of quality of life. They're able to respond to some stimulus and stuff, and it seems like if you could somehow help this person to develop like the relevant architecture in their brain which would improve their quality of life, that you wouldn't just leave them in that state if you could. And so even just the case of it's not clear to me what IP is trying to conclude from that. Well, I mean, he's trying to conclude that therefore consciousness isn't to do with the brain or whatever, but it seems like we just have this unfortunate case of someone who was born this way, managed to survive fortunately, and had some reflexive kind of responses and things but I'm guessing you're gonna bring that up now with this. Go into the actual case a bit more and describe some of the details.
Yes. Oh, you've switched that. Yes. Okay. Before I jump to that, I'm going to jump backwards in order to explain the mistake that IP is making there. So the condition that we've been talking about is hydroencephaly. Hydroenancephaly, I think it's pronounced. So this word here. And it's important because there's a slightly different condition that we're about to talk about, which is what IP is confused it with. But I just wanted to show a brain scan. So this is, MRI images of someone who has this condition, hydroencephaly. So this is the one where they don't develop a cortex. So you can see here, maybe you're getting listeners are getting a bit of intuition for this. So this is where the cortex should be, and it's pretty much blank there. There's a little bit of cortex visible here and here, but we don't know how functional that would be, and it's certainly not nearly as developed as it should be. Note that this is very different from the hydrocephaly cases we talked about before, where it was squished around the outside. This is totally different. It's not squished around the outside. It's not there. And so what we would expect for these children is much, much greater cognitive deficits than in the case of the hydrocephaly, where we would expect some degree of cognitive deficits on average, but not that much because most of the brain is still there and mostly normal. It's just squished. Here, the cortex is pretty much gone, and that is what we observe, that these children are not developmentally normal at all. They can't walk, they can't speak, they can move, but they crawl along the ground by dragging themselves along, which doesn't sound that great to me. And yes, they can respond to stimuli, they can show emotion and apparently feel pain. So there's a degree of consciousness there, but they are extremely mentally disabled. I actually have a disabled sister, and she does not have this condition. And she's quite severely disabled, but she is much higher functioning than someone like this would be. So the point is that these people are pretty close to about as disabled as you can be and still be alive. Well, I suppose, you could be in a persistent vegetative state, which is what they thought they were. But the other point I wanted to make about these images here is you can see these parts here. This part here, it is below the cortex. This is the subcortical regions, part of the subcortical regions I was talking about. This area here is called the brainstem. So I mentioned the superior colliculus, for example, which is a bit hard to see. You can't really see it, but it would be around up here somewhere. This blob is the brain. Start from the bottom. This is the medulla oblongata. This is the pons. This is the midbrain, and then the superior colliculus will be up here somewhere. These areas are very important for
where the soul interacts, right? Right at the top there, is that?
The pineal gland would actually be up here somewhere.
Okay.
But well, maybe a bit more forward. Anyway, it's not quite down here. And this bit here is called the cerebellum, by the way, which you can also see here. It's responsible for a lot of motor function. So the point I want to make there is that these subcortical structures here are still intact, and that's why they're able to experience the level of consciousness that they do. And again, that's not really surprising. Also, just from this same paper, which I don't know if IP actually mentions, but it's talking about the similar phenomenon. Here's another discussion here. No special explanations such as neural reorganization based on plasticity are needed to account for them, that is the degree of the behavioral manifestations for these children. Rather, they are what the nodal position of mesodiencephalic mechanisms in convergent neural integration, along with the comparative evidence regarding the behavior of mammals in the absence of cerebral cortex, would lead us to expect. Nor is there much warrant for attempting to attribute these behaviors to remnant cortical tissue. So that's very convoluted explanation, but they're basically just saying what I just said, that it's these structures here that are found in all animals that even don't have, or mammals rather, that even don't have cortices, that are responsible for these this degree of consciousness. So that is this condition, hydroenancephaly. Okay, now if you recall from the slide that Nathan was showing before, IP has now moved to talk about a different condition, which is called anencephaly. And that is essentially no brain at all. And so that's a step beyond hydroenancephaly, which is no cortex. Anencephaly is essentially no brain, or just a tiny bit of brainstem, but much less brain development even than this. So that brings us to this case here, the boy born without a brain. Now I pulled this. Oh no! What's it done?
Oh no!
I tried to save it offline, but this didn't work very well. Let's see. Okay, what I'll do, I'll stop sharing and pull it up on the web. I hate it when it does that. I like to save things offline because links break, but sometimes that doesn't work. Actually, I can also show you what this condition looks like. So some viewers might find this a bit disturbing, so be warned. But I want you to actually understand what we're talking about here. So is that? I just want to make sure I share the right thing. You might get a second of tunnel.
Got to be careful. It's not that other tab, James.
Yeah. So these are some images of children who have this condition. You can see that the cranium is not developed at all. So it's completely different to the children who the brain is still there. It's just not developed inside the skull. Here, there's really minimal cranium development and very little to no brain development. These children very rarely live to be, I think, even 1 year old. Mostly they die within a few weeks of life. So that's what it means to have anencephaly.
Wow.
It's a very severe condition, pretty much always fatal very soon after birth. Now, IP put that word on the slide, and he appears to have just read it from this article here, Boy Without a Brain. But let's see what condition he actually had. There's no brain scan here, so we don't know exactly what it looked like. But now I have to find where it was here. Oh, here we go. Let's see what condition he had. Hydroenancephaly, not anencephaly.
Right.
So this guy had a brain. He had that condition that I just talked about before, where he had no cortex or very minimal cortex, but the subcortical structures were intact. So this is not a boy born without a brain. It's a boy born without a cortex. And really what we have here is just sensationalist headlines, which really nothing new in the world. So the point here is that it seems that IP has been a bit sloppy with reading this article, because it very clearly says he has this condition here, not anencephaly. If I highlight all of those, it's not working
Which just
properly.
agrees with the
there
other
we go.
data from the family reported.
Exactly. It's the same thing there. So these children are heavily disabled, but can, as it says here, he lies on the floor and his back kicks around the floor. As soon as you open the sliding door, he heads right out the door and onto the porch, so he can crawl around and observe stimuli. Yeah. So that's consistent with what we were just talking about before. So this is the condition this article is talking about. It is not talking about the more severe condition where there's essentially no brain at all. And so either, sorry, I might want to end that.
All right.
Actually, I'll just stop there. So see, look, IP specifically says anencephaly right there with respect to this guy, Andrew Vandal. So I assume he just made a mistake with that. But it's very important, because he uses this as a major case here that people are just going to take, who are just going to believe him, that this kid was living for 5 years with literally no brain, and that just isn't a thing.
That's flat out a mistake. Yeah. I mean, these things, I don't know. IP makes like really well produced videos and stuff, and does put a lot of effort into his research, but that is just a mistake and should probably be dealt with. Like, I guess he doesn't want to just have like incorrect information in his videos.
I'm not hearing sound.
I muted it because you get the echo when you talk, I think, when I'm sharing screen audio.
So that's the kid in question, I think.
Still displayed clear signs of life and consciousness. He enjoyed kid shows and could move across the floor in response to things like
doors you can see, if assuming that is a picture of the child, he didn't have the lack of cranial development that children with anencephaly have. So that's clearly not an anencephalic kid or child.
Right.
Enjoyed kid shows and could move across the floor in response to things like doors opening. So he was able to sense through touch and hearing. But if he didn't have a brain, how is this possible on physicalist models? If the brain is necessary for there to be consciousness, how do we explain cases like this, where someone has mostly fluid for a brain, or has no brain at all, and is still a conscious, self-aware mind? Let's
also notice what he said there: conscious, self-aware mind. So he's pushing that to a higher level of consciousness. So it's not established that children with hydroenancephaly are sort of self-aware. I mean, it depends how you define that, of course. Some can pass the mirror test, so maybe you define that. But when you're talking about a higher level that distinguishes humans from other animals, I don't think that those children do experience that. And we wouldn't think that they would, because they lack the cortex. So we have to be very careful here about what notion of consciousness we're talking about, because you can have narrower definitions by which only properly developed humans are conscious, or a broader definition where not just humans and children, but also many types of animals are also conscious. So I think that with that, that little comment there just illustrates that he's not always careful with making that distinction.
More than likely, consciousness exists in other animals who have radically different organized nervous systems. The octopus has been observed to have advanced levels of learning and memorization abilities, even though it lacks a hippocampus, which is said to be essential for our memory systems.
Essential
for human memory, not for octopus memory. I don't know much about the octopus brain, but I'm going to assume he's correct there in saying it doesn't have a hippocampus. That seems reasonable, because that was a mammalian evolutionary development, as I recall. But it doesn't mean that the octopus didn't develop. I mean, the octopus has an eye that is evolutionarily distinct from the mammalian
Yeah.
eye. It evolved separately. So, I mean, I think it's also reasonable to assume that they developed a memory substructure as well. I don't know much about its details, but this is just a very sloppy inference here. Just because they don't have a hippocampus doesn't mean that they can't form memories. In fact, this is exactly what a functionalist like me would say, is that you don't need the precise structural identity. You just need the relevant functions to be performed in a sufficiently similar way. And I think the octopus is actually a great example of that.
Yeah. And I think it's clear, even if the octopus has memory, that its conscious experience and exactly what's going on there is slightly different to ours from
I wouldn't
that
expect it to be
Netflix
exactly the
documentary.
same.
From that Netflix documentary on octopuses.
But
You know,
so
the
I've
guy-
got a couple of
the guy
questions
who
for IP at
becomes a
this
friend.
point.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, I don't think I've seen that one. But so if IP thinks that octopuses are sentient or conscious or whatever word he wants to use, then does he think that they have a soul or immaterial mind or something? So Eric, who we responded to, would affirm that, because he thinks animals have souls, but there's a different type of soul for each type of animal, and for some reason they only like interact with the right type of body for that animal. But I'm not sure what IP would say about that, because it seems that if he's going to say that dualism is needed to explain human consciousness, then and octopuses also have consciousness, then you're going to have octopus souls as well, or immaterial minds or something. So that would be one question I would have for him, as to whether he would affirm that. But another question I would have is that how does he, under his view, where there's some sort of immaterial mind or soul or something going that exists as well, why is it that when you have when children have, say, hydroenancephaly, that we see significant developmental disabilities? I explain that because their brain, which produces thought and consciousness and so forth, is improperly developed. But how does he account for that? Because presumably their soul is not improperly developed, right? Presumably they have the same type of soul. So it seems that he's going to have to say that, well, yeah, but the soul interacts with the body, and so if the body's damaged, then the soul can't sort of manifest itself or something like that. But then that raises the question as to, well, how can you show that the soul is even necessary if it's sort of, because this weakens his claim that there's just a correlation, right? If it's just a correlation, then why is it that when the brain is developmentally impaired, you also get mental activity that's developmentally impaired? That wouldn't follow if it's just a correlation. So this seems to be a causal relationship between a change in the brain and a change in observed mental behavior that's not predicted by his worldview. Now, he can account for it because to say, well, that's just how it works, but it's not necessarily predicted, because according to his worldview, it would seem just as plausible to say, no, actually, even without the brain structure, you can still show the same mental phenomena, which apparently is what he's arguing. But he doesn't seem to see that view contradicts the fact that we do see developmental effects and disabilities in people who lack the relevant, who have these conditions. That's just not predicted by a dualist model. So that would be my question, as to how does his worldview explain that, and why is that expected under his worldview? Because I feel like it's exactly expected under materialism, but it could go either way under dualism. And so it's just ad hoc if you say, well, that's just how it is under dualism.
I'm very sorry to detract James, but V is going to make an instant coffee for me instead of using the thing, because I thought it was made from aluminium and I didn't want Alzheimer's, but it turns out it's not aluminium. So I would like a real coffee.
Ouch.
And I bought squirty cream and everything. So yeah, I've completely ruined the stream now. So anyway, yeah. So memory in humans, has something to do with hippocampi. Is that the plural of hippocampuses?
Well, it is in Greek. I think the hippocampus is a bilateral structure. So I think you just say the hippocampus. That's how I always hear it described.
What about for many hippocampuses? Memory in humans is to do with hippocampi.
It's just always called the hippocampus from what I've heard. I don't know. Someone can correct me on that.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to. I mean, and this is where it's interesting, because you obviously like unavoidably get into philosophy of mind a little bit. Like you were saying, you've got to you're going towards functionalism with that. I guess someone like Graham Oppy is saying he's like a kind of identity theorist. So again, he would be saying, memory in humans, memory in octopuses would be, whatever structure they've got. And again, this doesn't seem to refute naturalism or contradict that. It's like the naturalist has nothing to say on this. It's just kind of rhetorical, because the naturalist seems to have quite a lot to say about this, actually, and a lot that also gives us predictive power and tells us about how octopi experience the world and things like that, which is interesting.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're comparing worldviews, it's always, what does the dualist say about this? And I'll just use the word dualist because again, it's unclear who I'm responding to. Yeah. So what's the dualist saying? Is he saying that octopuses and then dolphins and killer whales and magpies and whatever else all have souls, but different types of souls that for some reason only associate with that type of body? But how does that causal mechanism work? And then what happens with disabled children? And when does the soul come into the body? How does it interact? They don't have answers to any of these questions. And I don't think they can have answers to these questions. So it's just saying that, naturalism has this or that issue, really by itself is irrelevant, or is dramatically insufficient, because you have to say, well, can you explain them? Can you explain the cases of hydroenancephaly according to your view? And if you can't do any better, then it actually seems to not be evidence in favor of either one. In fact, I think it is strongly evidence in favor of naturalism, because this is just what you would expect. The more the brain is damaged or doesn't develop properly, the more cognitive deficits you would expect to see. That doesn't seem to follow at all under a dualist view. And so how does he account for it? It seems that all these things, he just has to introduce an ad hoc postulate. That's just how it works. Souls just work that way, or it just has this thing where it does that. But it don't follow from the basic presumption.
Don't look at the chat, James. Don't look at the chat. We'll continue.
This research,
I guess some of us are at different levels of brain development. Maybe that I'm trying to have a discussion here. There's another discussion.
Hydroencephaly. The limbic systems are definitely working. Oh
dear.
Relationship between the human brain and where consciousness comes from. If we're going to account for all the data, how can we claim the inner workings of a complex brain create consciousness? Complex conscious behavior appears to exist without a normal brain, as observed in multiple areas of inquiry. So to argue we never encounter consciousness apart from a functioning brain is false in light of this data. A wealth of evidence suggests consciousness is not dependent on a normally developed brain, but is only correlated with the brain in certain circumstances, which supports the notion human consciousness could exist and continue on after death. So to dismiss reports of near-death experiences by assuming consciousness requires a brain is nothing more than presupposing physicalism and not following the evidence where it leads. When it comes to published work on near-death experiences, we actually do have several studies that report—
So let's just pause there briefly, because this sort of it's actually less than halfway. So I think I've already made the points that I wanted to make about that. I don't think any of that evidence is evidence against materialism. In fact, I think he's just provided evidence against a dualist worldview, because he can't account for that data without ad hoc postulates, whereas it's exactly what you expect under physicalism. The less brain you have, the less aware and cognitively able you are. And that similar but different substructures can similar but different structures can subserve similar functions of different organisms. Again, what you'd expect under materialism. Not clear that you'd predict that under dualism. So at this point, I'm still firmly, at least from my point of view, in the camp that there's no evidence at all that there can be mental function or experience in the absence of a brain or a functioning brain-body system. And so because of that, I think that it's appropriate to be very skeptical about claims like of near-death experiences or out-of-body experiences where you can have some sort of mental experience in the absence of a brain or separately from a functioning brain. And so that's where he's going now in the second part of the video, where he's turning to the near-death experience specifically.
Yeah. Let's play.
Of near-death experiences, like the AWARE study from 2014, where 101 cardiac arrest patients report experiences from before they were revived. The immediate—
All right, we need to stop there. Oh, sorry, go back to the— I don't like to interrupt so much, but there's another mistake here. In fact, I don't even need to show you anything. You just need to read the slide. What he said is 101 participants in this study. It's quite a good study, actually, but he says 101 participants report experiences of being revived. Now, if you look at what it says here, there were 2,600 patients who experienced cardiac arrest. Unfortunately, most of them died, which is kind of lame. Well, tragic, I guess. Wow. So not very successful in reviving them. But, well, I mean, yeah, it is. They died, right? I mean, under my worldview, they're gone. So that's unfortunate. I just mean you might—
morality. That's...
Well, anyway, so of those who survived, then many were unable to be interviewed because they were too sick, or well, mostly who they were too sick. So 140 were interviewed. And of those who were interviewed, you can see that 85 of them had no perception of any awareness or memories, and only 55 reported any memories at all of their whole experience of cardiac arrest and then resuscitation. Of those who reported memories, 46 of them report memories, but no near-death experience. So if you look in the study, basically that's just memories of like where they were when it happened or something like that, or maybe just afterwards, but no near-death experience. Only 11, sorry, it's not 11, only 9 people in the study report any sort of near-death experience. Not 111, it's 9. Or 55 if you include anyone who reported anything, but it's definitely not 101. So he's just misread this, that they're not all reporting an experience. 55 is the biggest number you can give for that, but it's really only 9 reported NDE. If you want to go back and show what he said again, because he did say that.
Yeah, I'll play the audio then. Oh yes, and she put the whipped cream on.
Where's my servant bringing me whipped cream? I don't see.
don't. I'll get it later. She's
100.
Very into. Well, she's not into like radical feminism, but she's very independent woman.
Cardiac arrest patients report experiences from before they were revived.
I'm doing the washing up later. Let's put it that way.
The immediate objection from physicalists is that these are
yikes again.
Rare study from 2014, where 101 cardiac arrest patients report experiences from before they were revived. The immediate objection from physicalists.
So that's just false.
But also the in-depth interview, so 1 unverified accuracy and 1 verified accuracy of
we'll get to that verified accuracy.
Yeah.
But in this study, this is a good study. It was a well-controlled study that I talk about, but not quite well-controlled enough as it turned out. So I don't have objections to this study. The results are just misreported. So what they actually did was that they put these plaques or pieces of paper or cardboard on top of objects in the theaters where they revived these cardiac patients. In the event that if any of them had an out-of-body experience and they were hovering up at the ceiling, they could see what was written on these pieces of paper and then report them afterwards. This is actually what people are proposing. It's like the 12-digit number case, except this would actually be controlled, so we could verify that happened. Now, none of the patients reported seeing any of those, so that part of it didn't work. And they make excuses as to why that didn't happen. But in terms of the 9 people who did report some sort of NDE, only 2 of them reported some sort of auditory or visual awareness and recall. The others are more emotional or experiential or something. I forget the details. You can look at the paper. But it's these last 2 that we're really interested in, IP is going to be really interested in. And one of them made a claim that whose accuracy couldn't be verified. So there is, of 2,000 patients that they ultimately looked at, including 140 who were interviewed, only 1 of them experienced an auditory visual near-death experience that said anything that could even potentially be verified. And as we'll see, it's not really very impressive, but that's what this study actually shows. Basically, this is a null result. No one saw the plaques that they put up and hoping that people would see, and they only got really 2 detailed auditory visual near-death experiences, and only 1 of them could even potentially be verified. And they claim it was verified, but I think it's a bit of a stretch. So this result, to my reading, is mostly negative. They did not see what they wanted to see.
As far as you're aware, is this the best study of this kind out there? Have there been any kind of like?
This is absolutely the best study. Yes, because this is controlled, and there is a this is done in multiple hospitals in 3 different countries, and it's a prospective study, which means you're not just looking after the fact as to who reports an NDE. You start with the patients, which removes a lot of sampling bias and other potential issues. Right. There is recorded right near the event, so the memory issues are not entirely removed, but substantially reduced. So most of the, not 100%, but most of the issues of that are controlled for. And so this is a quality study. They're planning a follow-up apparently, where they're going to try to do the plaque thing again and put it in more rooms this time or something. But
well, let's make sure they get 12 digits on a machine as well.
Well, I mean, the point is though that this is a negative result essentially. The only thing that you can try to spin as the positive is that 1 verified account, and we'll get to that. But it frustrates me that he's trying to present this as if there's 101 cases of NDEs, whereas really there's 2 or 9, depending on how you count them.
Yeah.
Is that these are unverified reports. We cannot know if the experiences actually happened while the brain was not functioning. However, several near-death experiences actually come with corroborating evidence. That is,
So in the background, he talks about Pam Reynolds
However,
later on, actually.
several near-death experiences actually come
Yeah,
with
we'll get to her.
That is, patients that physically died and were later revived were able to report things that happened while the brain was not functioning and were verified by the resuscitation staff. As one 2002 study put it, recent studies in cardiac arrest survivors have indicated that although the majority of cardiac arrest survivors have no memory recall from the event, nevertheless approximately 10% develop memories that are consistent with typical near-death experiences. These include an ability to see and recall specific detailed descriptions of the resuscitation as verified by the resuscitation staff. Many studies in humans and animals have indicated that brain function ceases during cardiac arrest, thus raising the question of how such lucid, well-structured thought processes with reasoning and memory formation can occur at such a time. A study back from 2001 reported one case where a man whose heart had stopped and he was later revived, but he was able to vividly report events that took place while his brain was not functioning, such as where his dentures were put and by whom. This experience is not an isolated incident.
Oh, did you look
we
into
should
this one?
probably. Yes, I'm just trying to remember the dentures one because I think I found that in a few different sources. Yeah, actually, before we get onto that, I want to finish the aware. I thought he talked about the aware study a little bit more. So there was that one allegedly verified case that he mentioned, and let's cover that first. I thought he mentioned it, but it seems like he doesn't discuss it. So I'll just share this. So again, we've got the paper up here. Always good to check the original sources, which is why I don't like Habermas, because he never cites or hardly ever cites it. So this is the aware paper here. Again, good study, fairly well written paper. Here is the one recollection that they describe it. So there's this box here, verified accuracy, that they say. Okay. So before the cardiac arrest, the guy was answering the nurse, blah, blah, blah. But he can remember an automated voice saying, shock the patient, shock the patient. And with that, he went up into a corner of the room. There was a woman beckoning him or something. He thought he could trust her. He was looking down to see the nurse, another man with a bald head. Couldn't see his face because he had the back of his body. Quite a chunky fella. He had blue scrubs on and a blue hat, but he didn't have any hair. And so the next thing he remembers, he's waking up on the bed, and the nurse says, "You're back with us now." And he was feeling euphoric. And then the patient says, "I know who the man with the blue had." I think that should be hat. Who the man with the blue hat was. Because he saw him the next day, and he came to visit him, and he knew he'd seen him the day before. And so postscript to the medical record confirmed the use of the automated electrofibrillation device. The medical team present during the cardiac arrest and the role of the identified man. So that's the case. So basically, this guy reported hearing the automated voice saying, shock the patient, shock the patient. And he reported seeing this guy with blue scrubs and the blue hat on, the bald guy, I think. So those are the two things that were verified. Now, in discussing this, actually, I've got it mentioned right here. So I'm pretty sure this is talking about the same patient. It was estimated our patient maintained awareness for a number of minutes into CA, which is cardiac arrest. And that is I'm not exactly sure, they seem to just sort of throw that in there, but this point is mentioned by a number of authors when you look up the details of cardiac arrest. So many near-death experiences happen following resuscitation after cardiac arrest. So cardiac arrest is where someone's heart stops beating. When their heart stops beating, they lose blood supply to the brain. The brain requires a large amount of oxygen and a steady supply of it. So if the brain is without oxygen for even 5 to 10 seconds, you're going to lose consciousness. And when that happens, and in this case, it's in a medical environment, so they're going to start to resuscitate you. So that involves chest compressions and breathing into the mouth. And then often, although not always, but in this case, it did involve the use of a defibrillator, which is an attempt to shock the heart into stopping, and then hopefully it will restart again. So that's what was mentioned there. They used an automatic defibrillation device. So the point is that when they start resuscitation, like the first thing that they're doing is compressing the chest in order to stimulate blood flow back into the brain, particularly the brain, because that's some of the most vulnerable tissue. Often they'll also provide an external source of oxygen, although it doesn't mention that here, so I don't know if that was done. But since this was in the hospital, I would assume it was. External
oxygen to the tissue or through?
No. I've just to help you force it in
Oh.
so you get more of it, get more access to oxygen. Because your lungs aren't providing the oxygen. So if you sort of push it in, it's like breathing when you breathe into the person's mouth when you're helping to resuscitate. It's just better than
but
doing
with
that.
oxygen.
You're
Yeah,
pushing it in.
okay.
Yeah. It's a temporary thing to just help sort of tide the patient over until you can get the heart restarted. So I don't know if that was done in this case, but it would be pretty standard. So I would guess that it was. Anyway, the point is that and in fact, I think I may show this at this point. It is known that once you start this process of resuscitation, CPR, that can restore enough blood flow to the brain for some patients to regain consciousness, or at least partial consciousness. So awareness during cardiac arrest is a known phenomenon. So I wanted to just bring up a few papers because for some reason, and he has never mentioned this, but it's kind of important. So let me just pull up the relevant paper here.
Well, there's something to the, one of the proposed natural explanations is the hypoxia one. And there's this recent trend of Wim Hof breathing where people sort of hyperventilate, and that massively increases the levels of CO2 in the blood and causes people to have surprisingly, religious, mystical type experiences, which is strange and can be transforming and so forth for people as well.
Yeah, and so that's definitely going to be the case if people are conscious during. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. This is just a sort of a quick reference to show you that I'm just not making this up. So cardiopulmonary resuscitation-induced consciousness is a phenomenon that is receiving increased attention, blah, blah, blah. It has been hypothesized that owing to a variety of physiologic variables, such as sort of blah, 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 it is possible for patients receiving high-quality CPR to maintain consciousness, or I would add to that to return to consciousness at least partially after that's occurred. So there's a case study that's mentioned here. That's just a brief example of this. There are other papers that discuss this as well. Maybe I'll show one of those. Yeah, here's another one that discusses near-death experiences in cardiac arrest survivors. This is a more skeptical discussion of this. But here, I think it discusses the Pam Reynolds case, which you might get to later.
Did you say before, James, sorry, did you say before the sort of time frames at which oxygen-starved brain tissue is going to get damaged and bad things are going to happen? Did you
So you'll lose consciousness within like 10 seconds. The brain tissue will start to die after, I think it's a couple of minutes, not long at all, assuming you don't get any oxygen there. If you can get some oxygen there, then that can be delayed. Eventually you'll need to restart the heart properly, but it's about providing enough oxygen so that at least the tissue won't die as quickly. But the point is, and it obviously varies from person to person a lot and depends on how well the CPR is being done, but some people can either maintain or regain consciousness. So this is another paper referencing this. It is perfectly possible for patients to regain consciousness during operation. Oh, sorry. That is actually not what I want. That's awareness during anesthesia, which is a different point. We'll get to that as well. Yeah, sorry. This is not the paper I wanted to refer to. Did I show? Oh, no, that's that one. So there are too many papers here. Too many papers here. Yeah, this is a good paper by Vorley. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
You're going to have to zoom in on that one a bit. Yeah.
Where he talks about cardiac arrest and near-death experiences. And he discusses this as well in detail. This is where I learned about the details of a lot of this. He talks about EEGs and why they're not a reliable measure of all brain activity. This is talking about the effect of oxygen starvation on the brain. And here it is. Once cardiac resuscitation was commenced, restoration of a degree of circulation restores some oxygen supplied to the brains. So it circulated enough to sustain life until normal heartbeat and circulation are restored. So that's the point of CPR. And in some of these people, the efficacy of cardiac massage was enough to provide enough blood and oxygen to pumping through the brains to sustain partial or even full consciousness. So yeah, he sort of goes on about that, and does some interesting calculations as a off-the-cuff indication of how often this can happen. But the point is, this is a known phenomenon. People can become aware or partially aware even during or following CPR, following a cardiac arrest. That is, in my opinion, almost certainly what happened to this case that's mentioned in the AWARE study. Because remember, when they're shocking him, that is after they've started CPR. So they're doing chest compressions, probably providing oxygen, although that's not expressly mentioned there. So he's getting some oxygen back to his brain after the after the cardiac arrest. And I think what happened is that he regained partial consciousness, enough to remember hearing the AED saying shock the patient, and enough to recognize this guy with blue scrubs. And that's what happened. So the rest of it obviously would have been hallucinatory or due to the effects of anoxia. I don't know why he thought he experienced himself floating above the room. But the point I'm only trying to explain here, how he was able to see those and hear those particular things. I think it's a pretty clearly a case of awareness following cardiac arrest. And that's a known phenomenon that can be attributed to partial resumption of oxygen flow to the brain, which in some patients can result in resumption of awareness in these conditions. And you don't need to posit that there's some sort of soul that's left the body in order to explain that.
And then is there, in terms of the out-of-body experience stuff, is there some kind of explanation that you would favor for that? So say, like the deoxygenation of the brain might mean that certain areas, maybe in the limbic system, are going to be prioritized in terms of blood flow and work. Is there something going on?
Well, I don't think that's known. What I was referring to there is, so what I was specifically discussing is the verified accuracy of recollections. Those were the two things that could be verified. The guy in the blue hat who was bald, and the automated
you can't
voice saying,
verify
"Shock the
the
patient."
out of body.
Yes. So that is how I account for, and I think is how is best accounted for those particular aspects of it. Other than that, they're not things that we can verify. So how do I account for the fact that he experienced himself? I mean, I don't. That this is where it becomes extremely speculative. And I'm really not too interested in offering a precise theory as to why he experienced that. I think disassociation is a very interesting idea. Disassociation is where, you become disassociated with yourself or your body. And it's associated with out-of-body experiences. It doesn't have to go to that extreme necessarily. But you somehow feel like that you're, that you're outside of yourself in some way. It's quite hard to explain. I don't know if, people in the chat would have experienced some. I've experienced that a little bit, not a full out of body, but dissociation to various extents. So I think that's probably part of what's happening here. The brain is clearly not functioning properly because it doesn't have full oxygen, and it's undergoing distress. And this can lead to, evidently it can lead to out of body experiences. And I think dissociation is playing a part of that. But I certainly don't have a full theory as to how that works. And I don't need to, because the dualist doesn't have one either. They can't explain why the soul leaves the body and then comes back and it sort of hovers in the room. There's no explanation for that. Apparently, that's just how it works. All I'm saying is that what I feel the materialist needs to respond to is this idea that aspects of the experience can be objectively verified, which they could only experience if they were out of their body somewhere. And what I argue is, well, in this case, we can explain it by postulating that they were aware, at least partly, during that part of their cardiac or their resuscitation following the cardiac arrest, and that's a known phenomenon. Why is it that they later report an experience of themselves hovering over the room? I don't know, but I think that's just, no one knows the answer to that question.
Yeah. So just to clarify and repeat back what you just said, then it's that the only way, or one of the only ways, to lend credence to the idea that they were out of their body is if some of the facts that they experienced from that whatever person perspective were verifiable, but we're saying that it's plausible that they would have come to know some of these facts through other means, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the only thing that I see that would debunk, potentially mitigate against a materialist explanation here. If there's something that the patient allegedly could not have known through sort of material or physical means. And someone in the chat asked about why I keep mentioning dualism. I mentioned this before because what we need to be looking at is competing explanations here. What alternative theory is being referred to or offered that allegedly is going to be accepted instead of the naturalistic explanation? And the only one I'm even sort of vaguely aware of is some sort of dualism. And I think this is explicitly what at least Habermas is defending.
Yeah, he said in the first video.
We'll get to. Yeah. I mean, you even saw it was the Oxford, something companion to substance dualism, I think. So it's pretty clear where that's Blackwell companion, and he's appealing to that with reference to the resurrection, which he wants to give as evidence for substantiating the idea that there's more to humans than just the body. So that's why I keep mentioning that, is because I'm trying to compare explanations and see who's offering the better one. I don't even know of an alternative other than some form of substance dualism. And therefore, I'm arguing that substance dualists don't have any explanation for out-of-body experiences. It's merely that they could happen under substance dualists, but it doesn't predict that they would or that they'd look like that. And the best evidence that they have is that certain observations are hard to account for under naturalism. My argument is that, in fact, you can account for them under naturalism. And even if under naturalism I can't give a full account as to how NDEs work, well, I don't think that that's incumbent on me to provide, because the dualists can't provide that either. If there's another view that somehow can account for the details of NDEs, then that would be interesting to look at, but I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, I think he's saying in the chat, well, IP is not a dualist, and I guess this is where, IP is like a triist, right? So he does actually believe in basically dualism, but just all of that stuff is dependent on or emergent out of the mind of God, which is fundamental. So
my criticisms would apply to his position. If you look at the previous videos of his that were done, he makes arguments that are very similar with extra quantum woo thrown in and stuff. Yeah, so I'm happy to use the word dualism to describe him there, even if
metaphysically it's ultimately idealism, because it's
there's some issues there. Yeah.
Right, let's continue on a bit then.
I think we need to unmute.
Right, yeah. Cardiologist Michael Sabon carried out an experiment. That's all we've missed audio-wise.
25 cardiac patients who did not experience an NDE. He asked all subjects to describe the cardiac resuscitation procedure from a third-person perspective, meaning they had to report it as if they were watching from outside their own body. He found that 80% of subjects from the second group made at least one major error. However, the NDE patients made no errors in their reports, which supports the notion that NDE patients may have actually watched their bodies being revived. Dr. Penny Sartori recently replicated similar findings in a 5-year study, where the control group also made errors, but those who had an NDE were able to accurately report what happened. Sabom also reports a case of a woman named Pam Reynolds. Dr. Sabom was able to obtain verification via fax of the medical procedures. Pam had to undergo something called hypothermic cardiac arrest to remove an aneurysm deep within her brain. Her eyes were lubricated and taped shut, and she was put under general anesthesia. Her body temperature had to be cooled 25 degrees within 10 minutes. Her heart was deliberately stopped and her EEG went flat. Her brainstem-evoked responses ceased entirely, and she underwent total brain shutdown. Then the blood was drained from her brain so the aneurysm could be removed. Sabom says, Pam's brain was found dead by all 3 clinical tests. Her electroencephalogram was silent, her brainstem response was absent, and no blood flowed through her brain. However, she reported an out-of-body experience and was able to verify in detail the procedure she underwent, while she was technically clinically dead, which includes details about the shape and nature of the saw, how her head was shaved, and the specifics of how her femoral vessels were too small to bypass, which was verified by the medical report and the staff. Janice Holden and Bruce Grayson combined have documented hundreds of cases of
why don't we pause there, because now he's moving on to something else. So I know you've looked into a bit about the Pam Reynolds case, Nathan, so maybe you can talk to us a bit about that. But before you do, I just wanted to... So IP just mentioned...
There we go.
Yeah, just in a second. But IP just mentioned this comparative study of the... the near-death experiences and the people who didn't have a near-death experience, and seeing the accuracy of how they could recount the cardiac arrest experience. And according to... There's a couple of studies where they say that the near-death experience... the people who had a near-death experience were much more accurate. I could only... I forget which one. I found one of those papers. I couldn't find the other one, because some of these things are just only in books that I can't access. But... the problem with the one that I did find is that they didn't really give any criteria as to how they assessed accuracy. It seemed a bit ad hoc. And also, I'm pretty sure it wasn't blinded, meaning that I'm pretty sure the people assessing it knew which ones were NDE experiences and which weren't. And that kind of casts a bit of doubt on the results. If you know what answer you're looking for and are assessing a narrative interview as to how accurate it is. So there's a methodological issue there. But even setting that aside, what I think accounts for a lot of these particular NDE experiences, where we're talking about cardiac arrest patients who can report particulars of their cardiac arrest and or resuscitation, is what I just mentioned before, is the fact that some people can experience some degree of awareness when they're being resuscitated. So if these people attribute that, or that's bound up with an NDE, then it makes sense that they would have the ability to report some aspects of their procedure, whereas those who didn't experience that don't report an NDE. So what I'm saying here is that the underlying causal variable is, did they gain some degree, and it need only be a very partial degree of awareness during their resuscitation. If so, then I think that can account for the difference in accuracy, even putting aside the methodological issues that I just mentioned. So again, this is not an ad hoc explanation because we already know this phenomena exists. I don't need to postulate anything new. All I'm doing is appealing to this known phenomenon to account for these cases of how they're able to get that degree of accuracy. So I don't think that this is evidence for some sort of new phenomenon. Now,
so
moving on from that, there's the Pam Reynolds case. You want to talk us through that one? This is quite widely discussed.
Yeah, we find with a lot of these cases, and we'll come on to, is it caudically blind people as well, seeing things and stuff like that. There's a few sort of particular cases that are brought up by everyone across the kind of spectrum, and Pam Reynolds is one of them. So there's this really good article, which I will put in the description after, by Keith Augustine, talking about near-death experiences and parapsychology and stuff. And if I just share my screen with you, right, that's up. So this is the case that IP just mentioned before. And as he says here in this paragraph, the case was quickly celebrated because of the lack of synaptic activity within the procedure and Pam's report of an apparently veridical OBE out-of-body experience at some point during the operation. So, and then IP said, you know, the blood had been drained. She talked about the femoral arteries being too small to bypass, or something else. So, two mischaracterizations of this case are particularly noteworthy, as their errors of fact greatly exaggerate the force of this NDE as evidence for survival after death. First, in their write-up of the first prospective study of NDEs, Van Lommel and colleagues write, Sabom mentions a young American woman who had complications during brain surgery for a cerebral aneurysm. The EEG of her cortex and brainstem had become totally flat after the operation, which was eventually successful. This patient proved to have had a very deep NDE, including an out-of-body experience with subsequently verified observations during the period of the flat EEG. Second, in his Immortal Remains, an assessment of the evidence for survival of bodily death, Stephen Broad, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, erroneously describes the case as follows. Sabom reports the case of a woman who, for about an hour, had all the blood drained from her head and her body temperature lowered to 60 degrees. During that time, her heartbeat and breathing stopped, and she had both a flat EEG and absence of auditory evoked potentials from her brainstem. Apparently, during this period, she had detailed veridical near death of OBE. So this blood draining thing would also rule out what I forgot her name. The psychology woman earlier was talking about, where, you know, there's parts of the brain that an EEG doesn't quite reach that could be kind of working during these experiences. But anyone who gives Saboms chapters on the case more than a cursory look will see two glaring errors in the description above. First, it's quite clear that Pam did not have an NDE during any period of flat EEG. Indeed, she was as far as a patient undergoing her operation could possibly be from clinical death when her out-of-body experience began. Second, she had no cerebral activity for no longer than roughly half an hour. Both of these facts are nicely illustrated in figure 1 below. So you can see general anesthesia begins, body draped, OBE begins, which is here, 8:45-ish. And then, so this is where the brainstem flatline is and the warming of the blood begins. So in this little window here. So I suppose, I don't know if she was recalling details during this time frame, then maybe there is something weird going on.
Well, she wasn't, though. What she identified is, well, if you're about to say that, then go ahead.
I'm just,
so the detail that she identifies is the instrument that's being used to cut her head open, basically. And she says that it's like an electric toothbrush or something. But that doesn't happen when your body temperature is real. That happens near the start of the, well, not the very start, but it's earlier on in the surgery where they're cutting you open. And so that clearly that's not a detail that would have been relevant at the time when her body temperature was extremely low.
Yeah, so in terms of the thing IP mentioned about the femoral arteries being small, so 2 operative reports allow us to time this observation. First, in the head surgeon's report, Dr. Spetzler noticed that when he was cutting open Pam's skull, Dr. Murray performed bilateral femoral cut downs for cannulation for cardiac bypass. So at about the same time that Dr. Spetzler was opening Pam's skull, Dr. Murray began accessing Pam's blood vessels so they could be hooked up to the bypass machine, which would cool her blood and ultimately bring her to standstill. Second, Dr. Murray's operative report noted that the right common femoral artery was quite small and thus could not be hooked up to the bypass machine. Consequently, Murray's report continues bilateral groin cannulation would be necessary. This was discussed with neurosurgery as it would affect, what's that, angio? I don't know, never come across that word before. Access postoperatively for arteriography. And although Pam's mother was given a copy of the head surgeon's operative report, which she said Pam did not read, the report did not say anything about any of Pam's arteries being too small. So it seems like those details which are being recalled don't lie inside this red window.
No, that's what I was saying. They're well before that. So she'd have been under anesthesia at that time, but not with all her blood drained out of the brain and the cooled down body temperature. So that article that you've just been reading is about to then explain the phenomenon of anesthesia awareness, which I think is almost certainly what happened to Pam then, which again is a well-known phenomenon. It's quite a scary phenomenon, actually. So you might be angry at us for talking about it, especially if any of you need to have a procedure soon. Did you want to talk more about that one?
I mean, I can just read through what it says on the article if there's anything.
Yeah, there's some good stuff there.
So
general anesthesia. I remember seeing a good little summary of this here. I think it's just the general anesthesia paragraph.
Muscle relaxants to ensure full body paralysis and painkillers. Inadequate sedation alone results in anesthesia awareness. Additionally, if insufficient concentrations of muscle relaxants are administered, a patient will be able to move. And if an inadequate amount of painkillers are administered, a patient will be able to feel pain. During a typical surgical procedure, an anesthesiologist must regularly administer this trio of drugs throughout the operation, but just prior to standstill, anesthetic drugs are no longer administered, as deep hypothermia is sufficient to maintain unconsciousness. The effect of any remaining anesthetics wear off during the warming of blood following standstill. About 1 or 2 in 1,000 patients undergoing general anesthesia report some form of anesthesia awareness. That represents between 20,000 and 40,000 patients a year within the United States alone. A full 48% of these patients report auditory recollections postoperatively, while only 28% report feeling pain during the experience. Moreover, higher incidences of awareness have been reported for cesarean section, cardiac surgery, and surgical treatment for trauma. Such instances must at least give us pause about attributing Pam's intraoperative recollections to some form of out-of-body paranormal perception. Moreover, for decades, sedative anesthetics such as nitrous oxide have been a known trigger of OBEs. Let's just scan through. Yeah, probably. I don't know if there's anything else there worth.
Yeah, so they discussed some objections to that. So some people have said, well, she had earbuds in her ears, which play some ticks, which are used to help monitor brain function. And they say, well, then she couldn't have heard anything because she had those in her ears. But as respondents have pointed out, those things don't block out all external sound. So I don't regard that as a very strong response. There's been a bit of back and forth on this one. I don't think we need to go into all of the weeds here. It's really not that interesting. From my point of view, anesthesia awareness very readily accounts for any observations that she made of the specific details such as those that Nathan mentioned. I just wanted to share a paper illustrating this point. Yeah, here we go. And this is well, I guess it's getting old now, but still relatively more recent study about or review of anesthesia awareness. So as it says here, awareness during general anesthesia occurs when patients recall events or sensations during their surgeries, even though they should have been unconscious. Anesthesiologists are aware of this, but there's not as much discussion about it outside the discipline. I suppose that it's kind of their whole job to keep you under, so maybe they don't like talking about it too much. Recalled memories include noises, conversations, images, mental processes, feelings of pain or paralysis. It can lead to anxiety, flashbacks, post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, here it mentions that the incidence is about 1 to 2 in 1,000. However, later in the article, it makes an interesting point here, where it says that the incidence rate is increased in surgeries where they have a light anesthetic technique, which includes cardiac surgery. So that is obviously, well, as far as I understand, would not have been the case for Pam Reynolds, but it plausibly is the case for a number of the other reports that we have of people experiencing NDEs in cardiac surgeries. So that's another little interesting tidbit there. But even irrespective of that, the fact that we, I don't know why I moved on to that. That's a different point. But yeah, the fact that we know that this phenomena exists already means that, again, this is not an ad hoc postulate. This is a known phenomenon that accounts for how Pam Reynolds and I think some other cases are able to report things when they were supposedly unconscious. Now, again, it doesn't explain why she had an out-of-body experience, but again, that's not what, at least what I'm attempting to account for here. What I'm attempting to do is account for the allegedly objectively verifiable aspects of her reports and how they don't require postulating anything beyond a materialistic explanation. Again, in terms of, well, why did these people experience out-of-body experiences or the other aspects of NDEs, I don't have a particular materialistic explanation for that other than the brain's doing funny stuff when it's not working properly, which is not a very satisfactory explanation, but I don't actually think that we have much better than that at this point. But again, the point I would make is that alternative accounts, such as dualism or whatever else, don't have a better explanation either. All they can really establish is that, well, maybe something like that could happen, but they can't really say why or why it has particular features. So again, this alleged case of, well, this case of, it's a real case, but the alleged evidentiary value of this case, I think, is just grossly exaggerated, because we know we have a mechanism to account for this. And yeah, critically, just to emphasize what Nathan was saying, the experience did not occur during the time when she had a cool body temperature and where an EEG was completely flat. It occurred earlier during the operation when she was being prepared for that procedure.
Yeah. Do you think, here's an interesting question. If how do you think you'd respond if she recalled events that happened during that red section on the diagram? Do you think, I don't know that I would be entirely convinced by that. And maybe this is where, like, I have a bias or something. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily have an explanation either of how it happened, but how do you think that would change the way that you're thinking about that if she recalled some events inside that?
That's a very good question. So if that could be, again, clearly documented, and we could rule out memory biases or other things like that, then that would be a very powerful argument against, I think, a materialistic basis for the mind. Because, yeah. I mean, if, again, it really was at that temperature and it was devoid of blood and everything like that, the EEG is, I think, not as compelling as the fact that it was that low temperature and they drained the blood out. You really can't have a functioning brain under those conditions. Yeah, so she shouldn't be able to experience anything in that window. I would probably assume, well, assume's maybe not the right word. What I would infer is that there was probably some malfunction somewhere and the operation didn't work as intended. So maybe her temperature wasn't that low or something. Or that there was an error with the clock synchronization or something. And that's just because one anomaly like that is not enough to overturn all the evidence against it. Yeah. But it would be a severe anomaly. And if there were more reports of that, then those ad hoc, which I agree that would be an ad hoc explanation, but those ad hoc explanations would become less and less feasible the more of these occurred. So one would be not decisive, but it would certainly be evidential. It wouldn't be enough for me. But if I had a bunch of these from different hospitals at different times, then I would really start to seriously question whether we could account for this under materialism. But I do emphasize that every worldview has anomalies, and so even a single one is not enough to overturn a worldview.
Yeah.
But yes, to answer your question, that would be quite much more strongly evidential if that could be documented.
Are you wanting to talk about this study that you've got up or play more on?
No, that was just getting ready. That's for something later.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Within 10 minutes. Her heart was deliberately stopped and her EEG went flat. her brainstem-evoked responses ceased entirely, and she underwent total brain shutdown. Then the blood was drained from her brain, so the aneurysm could be removed. Saboms says, Pam's brain was found dead by all 3 clinical tests. Her electroencephalogram was silent, her brainstem response was absent, and no blood flowed through her brain. However, she reported an out-of-body experience and was able to verify in detail the procedure she underwent, while she was technically clinically dead.
Yeah, the way the story is being described, it doesn't draw out any of that nuance or the chronology of any of these events. It
It's
just
a common
implies,
theme for these reports. They don't give you this detail.
Which includes details about the shape and nature of the saw, how her head was shaped. By the medical combined have documented hundreds of cases of near-death experiences where the revived patient was able to report events that took place while their brain was not functioning. They report 92% of these cases are accurate, 6 contain minor errors, and only 1% were entirely wrong. In 1993,
So I've not got access to that book. I think that book is very expensive, and I've not been able to find it at any library that I have access to, except for one in the city that I decided I'd done enough research. So I haven't verified those particular claims. But on the basis of others that we looked at, I would say, first of all, I don't know what criteria they use to establish accuracy, and it's almost certainly not blinded. So there's methodological issues there. But also, to the degree that they can be accurate, I would suspect we've got either anesthesia awareness or awareness following CPR, resuscitation after cardiac arrest, both of which are known phenomena. Now, could there be cases in there that wouldn't fit either of those? Well, maybe. But when you just say that there's 100 cases, I'm not going to go through all 100. We've already looked at a bunch in detail, and there's some more that Habermas sites that we can look at. So on the face of it, I don't think this evidence is looking strong.
Well, we've already spent 3 hours talking about this and citing all of the sources directly from papers and things as we go through, right?
We've both spent many hours looking this stuff up and chasing down sources and verifying things. So I don't think we can be accused of not having done our research here.
But the thing is, if you look online for like Habermas videos, for example, talking about this thing, you just get him retelling these stories, like randomly on Capturing Christianity and stuff, and it's like, you know, like these people are meant to be like professionally doing this, or Habermas at least, I can't say, but he's meant to be professionally doing this as an academic, where this is like an active research area, and like, you know, just 2 people looking at it for a week can literally just go and find some of the sources, read it, and be like, you're just completely misrepresenting it. That's really bad. Like,
yes, and why is there no discussion of anesthesia awareness and awareness following resuscitation? Now, sure, maybe there's nuances we could debate about. Can it explain all the cases? You know, I'm happy to have that discussion. The problem is when you don't even mention that these are relevant phenomena. I don't think that's just that's just not reasonable. That's not a fair presentation of the situation.
right.
Case of a near-death experience with verifiable evidence confirmed by witnesses, where the patient felt themselves floating through the floors of the hospital, where they eventually came to see the roof. The patient reported a red object up there, confirmed later by a residential doctor who enlisted the help of a janitor. A young girl named Crystal Merzlock drowned.
Sorry, was that the shoe one? Can you go back to that?
That was a red object. I don't know if it was a shoe.
It just says. Did it say what it was? It is a red shoe. I think they've actually.
Oh yeah, it turned out to be a shoe. Yeah.
I've got a shoe one.
This is a shoe. He had a red shoe and became a believer too. Oh, it rhymes, isn't it?
Yes, I think that's Maria's case. Bear with me a second. There are so many of these.
Don't worry.
It is hard for me to keep track of them all. Okay, so that's not one of Habermas's. I'm getting feedback of myself talking, so if you can do whatever.
Mute it again, hopefully.
Yeah, cheers. I don't know why that just happens sometimes.
I think I think it's when the audio is playing back for some reason, because your audio is coming to me as one of the things that it's relaying, so it plays that back to you as well, and sometimes it's out of sync.
Right. Was it this one that I wanted to look at? Yes. Is this the one with the red? I don't know if it actually mentions that it's red.
I will just be 1 second, James, but I can still hear you, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
Your screen.
Well, I'm going to go through this one. this may be. I mean, how many can there be with a shoe outside of the hospital? So I think that this is the same one, or if not, it'll illustrate the same point. So let's see. So here we've got Maria, who this case was originally reported by a social worker. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Maria had a heart attack. She was rushed to the hospital, placed in the coronary care unit. Later, so once she's already in the hospital, she has a cardiac arrest and then an out-of-body experience. So in that out-of-body experience, she was floating outside the hospital and she saw a single tennis shoe on the ledge of the outside ledge of one of the third floor windows on the building. So she was able to point out the whereabouts of the object, but describe its appearance. And so apparently Clark, I'm not sure who Clark is, someone was able to find the location of the shoe and they saw it and it matched what she said. And then Clark concludes that the only way she could have had a perspective is if she'd been floating outside very close to the shoe. He apparently says that it wouldn't have been possible to see the shoe in any other location. Now I'm thinking that this is actually the one. Well, we'll go through them actually, because that's the Maria case where she spotted a shoe from floating outside. And I think this is actually basically the same one. So I'll go through this one as well. So Catherine Milne, who was a nurse.
That's the one IP's talking about.
Yeah. It's confusing because they're very similar, but I might as well go through them both because they're, again, pretty similar. So this is reported on a telephone interview. Note that 7 years later, so potential memory issues there. But she floated over her body when she was being resuscitated. She pulled herself through several floors of the hospital. She was above the roof and looking around, and then she saw a shoe and something about being sucked up in a blackened hole. I don't know what that's about. And then some skeptical resident apparently went to get the janitor, who went to the roof and found that, this is the red shoe one. Okay.
Found the shoe and became a believer too.
Yeah. I find this amusing because the person sort of makes a statement here. It remains an unanswered question how these isolated shoes arrive at their unlikely purchase for later viewing by astonished NDEs that baffled investigators. So you can forgive me for being a bit muddled because, I mean, what's with all these shoes that are just hanging around here? I don't understand that. But, okay, let me talk about this one first, and then we'll go back to the Maria case. So the Kathy case was interesting because I think if I counted it right, this is a fourth-hand account of finding the shoe at least. So there was the janitor who found the shoe, and the janitor was sent by some resident who was skeptical, and the skeptical resident was told about this by the nurse, and the patient reported it to the nurse. So this is from patient to nurse to resident to the guy who actually found the shoe. And I don't know if anyone else actually saw the shoe. So, I mean, forgive me if I don't regard that as the highest quality evidence when we're relying on sort of fourth-hand reports here. I don't really have that much else to say about this particular one. Obviously, there's not really a way that you could imagine her seeing a red shoe that was like on the roof of the building, unless she happened to have been there before, which seems a bit ad hoc. Although, again, I would say her having thrown the shoe there herself is more likely, in my opinion, than her having actually floated above the roof and having seen it. But honestly, I think that this is most easily accounted for by some combination of memory bias and or misunderstanding, given that we've got a fourth-hand account 7 years later. I don't really find myself needing to say much else about that. Why should I take this seriously? It's such indirect evidence. I don't know if you had anything else to comment about that one.
I guess I always find it interesting when people who are convinced by these sorts of things tend to always talk about how it convinced a skeptic, or how at first they were skeptical, or how they this is just a general thing. It's not in this particular case, but I always find it interesting when it's like I was a skeptic and really rational, and then it happened to me, and then it's like,
I discussed this in my book. It's a known phenomenon. It's called the avowal of prior skepticism. I discuss it in the chapter on the resurrection appearances. It's a very common motif when people are reporting extraordinary events. They say that they were skeptical, but then they looked into it and then they were convinced. And it seems it's a motif that's used to try to emphasize how persuasive it was.
It's even common in these medieval accounts of near-death experiences,
Right.
though. That's the interesting thing. Like even when people are writing about these very different kinds of experience that tend to involve like judgment and purgatory and stuff like that, like themes from medieval Christian theology that don't tend to be as prevalent today. So aren't really present in modern NDEs, even though some people claim to have gone to hell or whatever. It tends to be very different.
Well, most people have positive NDEs. There are some negative, but that's something I want to look into later because it seems inconsistent with Christian theology that all these people are going to heaven. But also, let's jump back to the other shoe one, which is not the red shoe one. I think this is actually a yellow shoe one.
It's when the shoe's on the other foot.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a very similar story, except that it's not on the roof. It's on some sort of balcony or ledge or something. Now, this is very interesting because this, from the 80s, was actually investigated by some people from the Skeptical Inquirer, which is a skeptic magazine. And this is a report from that here, waiting for the other shoe to drop. I think it's a pretty funny name. So I won't go through the whole paper here, but basically these guys actually went to this hospital. I think, again, the report was several years after the event. Oh, no, actually, yeah. So they went there in 92, I think, or 95 or something. And the original event was in 77, I believe. So we've got several years already there. But basically what they did, and you can read this here, I won't go through it all. They put a shoe on the ledge, which as far as they could tell was where it was said to be in the account. And according to the investigators here, they were able to see that shoe pretty easily from I think from the window with inside the hospital and also from the ground outside. Okay. So their hypothesis, again, I can't verify that directly, but I don't have any more reason to think that these guys are wrong than the original claim was wrong, right? So this is an interesting thing where if you're going to say, well, these guys are wrong or they're making it up, well, then why wasn't the original person making it up? So if we're to trust them equally, what I would say is I think it's one can explain this by saying that the person in question saw that shoe possibly beforehand, possibly from inside the window, possibly even afterwards, and then there was a memory issue there. But either way, they saw the shoe using normal means, and then that became incorporated into their memory of the ODE experience. I could just postulate that in general, but I think I've actually got corroboration of this from at least the people who say that they went there and that you could actually do that. So there are people who are critical of these guys, but again, I'm not sure why I should believe these guys less than the person who originally reported the account, because at least these guys aren't reporting anything that seems to contradict known laws of physics. So, like, on that basis, I lean slightly towards them. So again, I mean, I'm being accused of dismissing accounts on the basis of worldview. So you have to dismiss one of these accounts, right? Because they're contradictory. Well, I suppose they're not strictly contradictory, but the other account saying that you can't have seen the shoe. Actually, no, the other account does say that. It says that the shoe was not visible from the window or from outside the hospital, whereas this account is saying actually it was. So which one do you believe? And I'm going to believe the one that's consistent with a whole bunch of other facts about the world that I also believe. But that's entirely reasonable. Why would I postulate this elaborate metaphysics when I don't need to? So I don't think that there's anything at all wrong with that.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the broader question of like, but how should we kind of adapt our worldview based off of the kind of evidence that we're receiving, right? And some of this stuff could potentially count against like a naturalist or materialist kind of understanding of consciousness. But it's true that if you've got all these other facts in that networked kind of web of belief, that they're obviously going to inform how you interpret and come to the data. And then if you've got two testimonies, one person saying you can see the shoe, one person saying that you couldn't, it just makes sense that you're going to go with you could see the shoe and then the story fits together and all these other facts.
And again, even if I didn't have that investigation, which I think is just interesting, I don't take that as definitive. But even if I didn't have that, the evidence is just so weak. It's just someone saying that they saw a shoe and another person saying that you couldn't see the shoe from another place. Like, am I really supposed to accept that, we can have violation of conservation of energy and a whole bunch of other things that would be entailed by the apparent, what this
someone
apparently
saw
does?
A shoe.
Yeah, it's just such weak evidence. And we've already talked about the type of evidence that would be more persuasive, like in the Pam Reynolds case. But this just isn't it. This is unbelievably weak evidence. It's on the level of UFO abductions and Bigfoot sightings and, homeopathy works for me. And Joseph Smith I think Joseph Smith's actually better evidence than that, but, because he had the multiple witnesses. But the point is, do people who regard this evidence as persuasive also believe in all these other things? Because that's the same level of evidence that we're talking about. Basically just people reporting things that can't be verified. And I just think it's way more parsimonious to explain these on naturalistic grounds as, you know, memory distortions and biases, and we've also mentioned some others as well, like anesthesia awareness, which we already know occur. These are known phenomenon. I'm just postulating they apply in this particular case. I don't have to invent a new phenomenon and then also say that it applied in this case. So I just don't see how I'm being dishonest by believing, you know, that we don't actually have a supernatural event here.
What seems really cop-out-y to me is just lucky guess coincidence, but even that seems more likely.
Well, no, that's not a good explanation. Yeah, but I mean, you can ask how often that would happen, right? How many people who have an NDE would get something right by chance? Well, it's probably not zero, right? Yeah, but even then, so even then you could ask, are we warranted in believing that there's more going on here just on the basis of the evidence provided? Because it's okay to have no explanation, to just say, I'm not sure, I don't have enough evidence. So that's perfectly fine on these. I actually think that we can do better than that in most cases. We can offer plausible explanations based on extrapolations of known phenomena. But even if we couldn't, these evidences are just really low quality. They're anecdotal evidence. They don't reach the standards that we would need to establish these phenomena.
Well, this is something that's interesting as well, because I think when you talk to the proponent of these kind of NDE, evidential cases, they'll say this is evidential. Skeptics like to say it's just anecdote, but this is evidential because the shoe is evidential.
Yeah, that's right. But that's entirely anecdotal as well. How do we know that they found that? We don't have any corroboration of that. And how do we know it wasn't visible from her window? Well, some guy said it wasn't. I mean, how do we know he was right? You seriously think about this. Well, I believe that out-of-body experiences are veridical in some sense because someone saw a shoe that they couldn't have seen. That's unbelievably weak evidence. Now, usually the proponent of NDEs will say, yeah, but there's lots of cases like this. Now, the problem is that lots of weak evidence doesn't make strong evidence. Lots of weak evidence is just lots of weak evidence. Yeah. It's not the amount, it's the quality. And I said this at the very start. It's the quality of the evidence that really matters. Quantity does account some as well, but I think quality is way more important. One very strong case would be far more than 1 million weak cases, which to me have almost no value, like these that are just anecdotes. And again, if you accept this standard of evidence, then you should believe everything under the sun that people say, including masses of contradictory claims.
So shall we carry on with IP?
Yeah, let's keep going.
And some of his.
A young girl named Crystal Merzlock drowned in a pool and was later resuscitated. 3 days later, she regained consciousness and was able to report events she observed from a distance and away from her body, including being able to report the type of clothing her family was wearing, the rooms they occupied and at what time, as well as what her mother was cooking.
Is there more?
I didn't write that account. I don't have that book.
Okay.
Similar cases I could cover. But some of the more interesting cases are those of people born blind who have near-death experiences and are able to report vision-type experiences before being revived. One woman, blind from birth, was able to accurately describe physical appearances of deceased relatives and friends. The researchers then compared the cases against various naturalistic explanations and found that the near-death experiences of the blind subjects did not match things like typical dreaming from a blind patient or retrospective reconstruction. Furthermore, there were similarities across the different independent reports of the blind subjects of what happened during their near-death experiences, and they were similar to what cited NDE.
It wasn't visual. It was almost like a tactile thing, except that there was no way I could have touched from up there. But it really wasn't visual because I just don't have vision anymore.
Yeah, these cases, I looked into these. It's near-death out-of-body experiences study. I thought I had that one. Hang on, let me pull that one up. So many papers. Ah, yes, here we go. I did have this one. Okay. So it's very hard to assess these because how can you establish that someone who is blind actually saw something?
Yeah.
I don't know how you can establish that. Blind people can obviously experience the world through many ways. So it's not like they couldn't describe something.
Well, cortically blind people can actually like see some things like facial expressions as well, right? Because that's done by the central nervous system.
Depends on the type of blindness.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know the precise details of that. But so some people, including those who used to be blind but may have lost sight due to some lesion in their eye or in the optical tracts, could still imagine or dream visually because they still have that processing ability. Those who are born blind would not be able to do that. But even those people would still be able to describe things And I
Yeah.
mean, I can't remember where I found the point exactly that made this. Oh, actually, I think it was in that same article that you were looking at before, the Augustine one. I think he discusses
Right.
this, the idea that
Yes.
if you describe something verbally, how can you tell that the person actually perceived that visually, or just perceived that in their own way and made a mental reconstruction, then described it to you?
Yeah.
And this includes, by the way, because blind people can hear what other people say about things and hear reports. So the fact that they have experience which they interpret as vision, I don't know of any way of verifying that they had that experience. That they report having that experience, but how can you tell that it was actually a visual experience?
Yeah. But is there actually strong evidence of veridical paranormal perception in Ring and Cooper's sample of blind NDEs? One reason Fox questions the significance of this study is that those known to acquire sight for the first time or reacquire it after a very long time have difficulty making sense of their visual sensations. He notes the case of a 52-year man who, after receiving corneal grafts, could not visually identify a lathe that he was otherwise well acquainted with by touch, unless he was given the opportunity to touch it. Continually frustrated at his ability to interpret his visual sensations, he eventually took his own life a full 2 years after the operation. By contrast, Ring and Cooper's blind NDEs are said to have virtually immediately gained the ability to perceive accurately just such things as hospitals and streetlights with virtually no difficulty whatsoever. While Ring and Cooper interpret this as evidence of previously unknown sort of synesthetic perception transcending normal human vision, Fox points out, and Fox, he's actually part of like the parapsychology society or whatever in Wales, I can't remember what it was, points out that more mundane sources such as learning from mass media or NDE researchers that OBEs, tunnels and lights are to be expected during near-death crises. Fox adds that Ring and Cooper's two most impressive cases are suspect as evidence for paranormal perception in the blind. In one of these cases, for instance, though an NDE was said to have superior perceptual capabilities like omnidirectional awareness of the environment, her out-of-body perceptions were colorblind. But surely, Fox interjects, we should expect in such a situation to see in color. Indeed, we might reasonably expect to appreciate more, deeper, and greater color in such a condition, not less color or none at all.
Yeah, so I can't remember if IP counts, and there's a couple of cases that are alleged to be more evidential. I'll save those for if and when they're raised. Yeah, they're in that paper there, but I don't want to go through them now because I think they may come up later. Yeah, but the basic point there is that there's a variety of different types of blindness, and it's just very hard to determine. Well, really, as far as I know, there's no way to know whether someone is experiencing visual perceptions unless they're able to identify some visual stimuli that there would be no other way for them to have known. And those are the alleged sort of veridical cases or evidentiary cases, of which I've got a couple there. Again, I don't actually think they stack up, but the reason that we look for objective verification is to be able to distinguish things that people merely experience or report experiencing or remember experiencing from things that actually happen. I mean, that's the whole point of evidence, right? That's why we don't just rely on people's intuitions or feelings or memories of things or subjective reports. So that's why I'm focusing on this side of it as to, well, how can you verify that? Just because people report having visual experiences who otherwise can't experience them doesn't mean that that would only be evidence for some sort of mental activity outside the brain if you could verify that they were actually having visual experiences without the requisite brain activity that materialism would say would produce that. And it's not established that happens. Therefore, it doesn't have that evidentiary value. So yeah, I'll save those evidentiary cases because I think they may come up later.
Okay.
Subjects can report. Thus, the researchers say the blind persons in our study saw what they certainly could not possibly have seen physically. Our findings in this section only establish a putative case that these visions are factually accurate and not just some kind of fabrication, reconstruction, lucky guess, or fantasy. The rumors some of us have been hearing all these years that the blind can actually see during their NDEs appears to be true. Furthermore, the majority of subjects seem to agree these experiences are not like dreams or hallucinations, as they are reported to feel extremely real and vivid. For example, Patients under ketamine tend to recognize the illusionary character of their experience. Penny Sartori noted that while conducting her 5-year study on near-death experiences, that some patients also experienced an hallucination at separate times. They were able to distinguish between the two and recognize the illusionary nature of their hallucination, but noted this didn't correspond to their near-death experience. Plus, the hallucinations were random, bizarre, and just didn't make sense. The NDEs lacked these qualities and seemed to be extremely real, not true.
Right, because ketamine is the only drug that anyone takes that might cause an altered state of consciousness. You know, like it's really common.
I didn't understand this point at all, actually. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Like I think what he's saying is, so NDEs appear real to the person experiencing them, whereas when people take drugs, and ketamine is representative of all drugs, they don't feel real and people know it's hallucinatory. But I mean, maybe that's true with ketamine, but like how common is it that people say they took DMT or psilocybin or LSD and they say, you know, the experience is more real than reality, and then they have real issues with something called derealization, where they're not sort of sure which reality is the real one, or if they have flashbacks or anything like that, they kind of struggle with it. So it might be the case that with some drugs and hallucinations, you know, people are quite clear that this is not a veridical part of perception, but it's not the case that with all drugs, you know, people are like, oh yeah, here's my I'm veridically perceiving my hand, but you know, this geometric entity over here, I'm not veridically perceiving it. It's not always the case. People will say it's more real than the experience they're having now. And that's on drugs with a natural explanation. I don't know, maybe IP would go in for what's happening when people are on those drugs. Is they're really experiencing, you know, ideal consciousness, whatever. Have you found something?
Yeah, again, no, I did have something on that point, but I can't. So I got a copy of that book on Kindle, but because Kindle, I hate the way it works. I can't just scroll through and find highlights. I have to load each page, which is just terrible design. But
the pages,
and it's been clunky. So I can't find the section, but it's amusing because there's this. Sorry, if you can. I'm getting feedback again. It's very distracting.
Yeah, sorry about that. There you go. Should be okay now.
Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, in just after that section where it says that these appeared to be extremely real, not dreamlike or hallucinatory. Oh, wait, it's got a page. Oh, no, but that's probably not the Kindle pages. I'll see if I can maybe find it later, but there's a report immediately after that about someone who experiences something extremely bizarre. And I was just like, well, that's a bit of an odd contrast. You've just said it's extremely real, but then you give a case of, actually, I think I know where that was, if I recall correctly, because... No, it doesn't matter. I'll look for it later. But yeah, so the mere point that I just don't understand what this point is supposed to establish here. So unless we're willing to say that because something felt real, that therefore we should assume that it's real, is that the inference we're supposed to make? Because I'm certainly not ready to make that inference. I don't see the justification for that, for these sorts of experiences. Then, well, yeah, I mean, these can feel different to other types of hallucinations or to dreams because they're a different phenomenon. I don't know what else needs to be said more than that. Otherwise, I could just say that, well, you know, it feels to me like I have an immaterial soul, therefore I have one, because that perception is veridical. Or it feels to me like God is talking to me, which of course, you know, theists do make those sorts of claims anyway. So if you're willing to make that sort of claim, then why are we even talking about near-death experiences? I don't know. I just don't understand the reasoning.
Absent of defeaters, maybe we should, right? But it seems like there are defeaters for saying that these things are veridical, that these sensations are veridical. And those defeaters, namely, seem to be the sort of atypical circumstances under which the brain is operating. So.
Looks like pretty much everyone is disagreeing with the point that I'm making here. Well, at least those commenting on chat. The fact that you can distinguish two types of experiences doesn't mean that one of them is veridical. It just means it's a different type of experience. I don't understand how one makes an inference that that somehow you're what are they actually talking about here? Yeah, that they're distinct from hallucinations. That is just an assumption as far as I can tell here.
Okay, shall we just
let's
carry
move
on at this point? Yeah.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, right. Yeah. That was so that would have been weird. You just awkwardly had that visual of that woman.
Instead,
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
experience, we tend to look back on them knowing they were just illusions. For people who have a near-death experience, the effects tend to be different. Instead, when researchers have surveyed the literature, it was found 81% of subjects believe they did separate from the body, and 82% were convinced life continues on after death. Another study reported a significant decrease in fear of death that occurred among these patients. Dreams simply don't create these effects. As the AWARE study put it, as hallucinations refer to experiences that do not correspond with objective reality, our findings do not suggest that veridical awareness, near-death experience, and cardiac arrest is likely to be hallucinatory or illusory, since the recollections correspond with actual, verified events.
That one's from the AWARE study. So there was
Yeah.
that's one. There was one single case which they argued was
That's
corroborated events, and that was the which one was that? He saw the that one was seemed to be associated with the cardiac awareness. I think he heard the sounds of the shock and
the blue
saw the guy with the blue. Yeah, that was that one.
Bald.
Yeah. So again, what they're arguing is that they're not illusory because they correspond to actual verified events. So they're agreeing with the argument that I make by making the statement is that we can tell that they're not illusory because they can be externally verified. But there was only one case that they argued that for, and I think that it can be explained in another way. Therefore, at least with that study, the AWARE study, I believe there are no cases that could be objectively verified, and therefore I don't think there's any reason to infer that their experiences corresponded with objective reality. At least from that study.
Yeah, I guess you can verify the details so you can rule out that it's completely hallucinatory, but you can't rule out that it isn't some sort of illusion with some facts in it, from sensory perception. Or
That's
whatever.
also the case. Just because there are some accuracies doesn't mean that the whole thing is veridical.
Yeah.
When people are reporting things that we have very strong reasons to think cannot occur.
And this is
like
where I
consciousness
guess
outside of a brain.
But this is where those details, like digits on top of the lighting fixture or whatever, would be pretty weird if someone found out. And I guess maybe one of the only cases we have of that is the 12 digits that we mentioned at the start, and that's bad for other reasons.
Yeah, that story I just think is a memory bias one.
Are caused by a dying or reviving brain. That as the brain is experiencing death, it generates these vivid and powerful experiences to help cope with the fear of dying. But there is no empirical evidence the brain does this. David Nichols notes the pineal gland would need to rapidly produce 25 milligrams of DMT to create a psychedelic experience. And there is no evidence.
Well, because DMT is the only other candidate explanation for what's going on here.
Where does DMT come from? He even notes in this little footnote here that Nichols still personally believes NDEs are caused by the brain, which of course they are. Because, I mean, this is the basis of, all of medical science. Imagine if we just treated other conditions like this as if they're not caused by the brain. I mean, what possible progress could we make in doing anything? Of course that's what we, that's the operating principle that we use. That's all the evidence we have supports that. Except for some unverifiable personal anecdotes about experiencing differently. And even then, it's not clear what those are supposed to support because there's no clear alternate explanation or worldview that accounts for that anyway. But I don't know where DMT comes from here.
Because we've not been talking about DMT.
Well, the study here, which I didn't look up, no reason to believe the pineal gland alters consciousness by secreting DMT. Okay, I'm quite happy to believe that. What does that have to do with anything?
And I'm sure it isn't the death. I thought the death explanation was something like that the lungs secreted DMT or something. I'm sure.
No, I never heard that.
Yeah, I thought maybe I've just like read something weird somewhere.
No, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the role of DMT, but I don't know why that we have to postulate that as an explanation. Yeah,
maybe I might have just pulled that out my arse. So don't like. But yeah, we've not even mentioned DMT. Neither of us have. We've said, maybe when people are under the influence of anesthetics, which have been put into the body by anestheticians, then they might be playing a role. There's some people say NDs might be the result of opioids that are naturally released somehow. But that again isn't. That's different.
There
to
are
DMT.
there are lots of hypotheses. I don't really feel the point in defending any of them because A, I'm not an expert, and B, I just think the answer is we don't know. The question is there reason to think that they are not caused by the brain? That's what I've been focusing on, and I'm arguing that we don't have sufficient evidence to believe that, not even close.
Evidence the brain does this as it is dying. Brain activity is rapidly decreasing, not increasing when approaching death. Oddly enough, several researchers report that just after a loss of brain function and just before revival, memory is absent or confused in NDE patients. If the dying or reviving brain is creating these experiences, these times should be the most vivid, not the least. Some argue these experiences cannot be trusted because they're often shaped by culture.
Sorry, just talk about. He's moving on to another point now. He moves from point to point so fast it's hard to keep up. I don't understand that point. So he says that memory is impaired during cardiac arrest and resuscitation, which is true. That there's a lot of evidence that that's not in every case, but there's often memory impairments. And with surgery, generally anesthesia often leads to memory impairments as well. I don't actually see how that's an argument for him. It seems to be an argument in favor of what I've been arguing, that memory distortions can account for a lot of this, although it doesn't have to be a memory distortion at the time, but that could add to it.
I think what he's getting at, and I might be wrong, but is something like, well, because now we've proven that these people have clear and full NDE experiences, the reason that we only have this, these little accounts that we do is because they've forgotten all of the brilliant things that they experienced in their NDEs. So,
I don't know if he's arguing that. It may be, but other people definitely do. I've seen that in other papers. That's why not everyone reports them. I mean, that could be the case, but the issue is people's brains are not functioning properly. So I would expect their memories to be often confused and distorted and muddled up with imagination and all sorts of other things. Also, remember, we sort of alluded to this, but people don't report near-death experiences while they are being resuscitated or while they're under anesthesia. They report them afterwards. So you don't know what has been occurring and when those experiences happen exactly, and how the memory was shaped and constructively recorded and so on. All stuff that I discuss in this book, not specifically with respect to NDEs, but similar sorts of reconstructive recall and other phenomena there. So that is what produces an NDE. And again, one of the papers that I referred to, I forget which one, talked about this, that an NDE is a composite phenomena that begins really at the point of the cardiac arrest or the anesthesia or whatever else, but then ends with the story being told. And the idea is that the brain produces that as a product of all the not all, but as a result of the activity that occurs during that interval. It doesn't necessarily all happen, and I think probably doesn't all happen just at the moment of the cardiac arrest or whatever else is happening.
Yeah,
it's a progress, and it's constructively produced.
Some reports do conform to the cultural expectations, but many do not. Many experiences can differ from the person's prior religious beliefs. Some people who had no prior knowledge of other near-death experiences can report similar incidents. Blind NDE subjects report similar features independently. To quote from Irreducible Mind, if NDEs are significantly shaped by cultural expectations, we might expect that experiences occurring after 1975, when Moody's first book made NDEs such a well-known phenomenon, would conform more closely to Moody's model than those that occurred before that date. This does not appear to be the case. Similarly, a study of 24 experiences in our collection that not only occurred, but were reported before 1975, found no significant differences in the features reported when compared to a matched sample of cases occurring after 1984. Other reports come with experiences of people they did not recognize, and only after research were they able to find family connections through old photographs. So given this data, it's false to conclude these are all...
Again, it's interesting what IP is saying there, because that might be the case of this particular study, but Carol Zaleski, again, doing this historical study, says, in broad terms, the similarities we found were as follows. Both medieval and modern narratives depict the death and revival of individuals whose experience is held up as an example of what we can expect in our own final moments. The manner of death, after leaving the body, the visionary finds himself in a liminal condition, hovering overhead, but then she goes to talk about several of the differences historically. So, for example, the idea of purgatory and judgment from the medieval depiction of hell, which seems to be kind of absent from a lot of the modern NDEs, and similarly in what the Egyptian coffin texts as well, and that NDE is described in there, which is doesn't seem to be present in the modern description. So they do seem to vary over time with culture, which is, I don't know. I guess maybe here they weren't taking into account like ancient texts and things, and they're just talking about.
Oh, no, this particular study is doing a statistical analysis of reports before and after 1975, and that's a date that they picked on the basis of the first study. The first publication of that. Yeah. Which to me seems pretty arbitrary, because I don't think it became public. I don't think it became widespread. Publicly accessible knowledge about the nature of NDEs immediately on publication. I think that happened over time. So I think that it's pretty arbitrary to use that date as a cutoff, because what they're doing is a statistical test looking before and afterwards and seeing if there's a difference. And I wouldn't necessarily expect to see one, because people didn't suddenly become aware of NDEs in 1975. Also, again, my issue with these is that how do you decide what's a similarity and what's a difference? Like, what criteria are being used? You have to encode that and have a mechanism for testing it, and that's probably not blinded. So I'm just pretty skeptical about that sort of approach to these sorts of things. I've mentioned that before with comparing the accuracy of NDE experiences and non-NDE experiences. There's methodological problems with doing that rigorously. And again, I'm going to push this. I know some people don't like it because they're apparently fine with uncontrolled evidence, but the reason that we want to maintain high standards here is to avoid sources of error and bias and other variables that could skew the results or produce effects that are spurious. So the more sources of that there are, the more skeptical I am about the results. And when there's issues like here where you've picked a particular year and somehow constructed a way of comparing the nature of experiences, I doubt that it's been blinded, although I don't know specifically, then I don't really regard this as very persuasive one way or the other.
Right.
Other reports come with
also,
experience.
one final point. If NDEs are a substantively biological experience, then you would expect a lot of commonality across cultures. To the extent that they're sociologically informed, which almost certainly is to some extent, then you will expect to see culturally specific content being incorporated into them. So I would expect both commonalities and differences between NDEs across different cultures, because there's a biological and a sociological component to that. So it's not clear that I have a strong prediction as to how much is going to be similar and how much is going to be different. It's also not clear that any other worldview has a particularly different prediction. So the point is, how can we distinguish between the views if neither makes a clear prediction about how much should be common across cultures and how much should be different?
Yeah.
So I just don't see how this evidence is relevant to the question as to whether these NDEs point to, mind independent from brain. Neither view seems to make any particular prediction about that.
Well, let's push on through IP, because we've still got Habermas and his claims to get to after.
Yeah, it's fine. Habermas is
Did not recognize
light compared to IP.
Were they able to find family connections through old photographs? So given this data, it's false to conclude these are always shaped by culture or expectations. Some argue these experiences are drug-induced or the result of a rush of endorphins in the brain. Penny Sartori notes there are many instances where a cardiac arrest patient is administered drugs but doesn't experience anything. However, drugs do correlate when a patient experiences an hallucination. She also says, out of the 15 patients who reported an NDE, 20% did not have any pain killing or sedative drugs administered. Patient 10, who reported the NDE with an accurate out-of-body experience, had not been given any drugs. Interestingly, when drug administration is considered in the hallucination group, out of the 12 patients who reported bizarre hallucinations, 11 of them received both pain killing and sedative drugs. This appears to suggest that drugs greatly contribute to the confusional, bizarre hallucinations, which are in stark contrast to the clear, lucid, well-structured NDEs that were reported. She also
clear, lucid, well-structured. I mean, there are plenty of NDEs that make no sense at all. Like one of them we read, like they were floating up in the ceiling, and then there was someone who called to them, and then there was some sort of black hole thing when they were being sucked in, and then they were back in their body. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. It's completely bizarre. I'm not saying all NDEs are like that, but I feel like that language is just is being a bit misleading there.
Well, one operation that I had, when I came back around afterwards, there was a nurse who was there, and I said boobies, and then I was awake, and then she was laughing at me. So there's an NDE story for you for just one boobies. That's it. And I was like, did I just say that? Okay, is there anything else? I don't know if there's anything else in this video worth addressing. He talks about the DMT, the spirit molecule.
We can skip that, but I do
microtubules.
want to see the end of the. I do want to see the very end of the video because that's when it gets particularly weird.
From here, the quantum biology.
I don't know exactly when it is, but yeah, roughly here.
We argued from recent data, the brain is a quantum information processor, and therefore, that would imply the information inside the brain would be held together through quantum entanglement. But when there is a disruption to the normal workings of the brain, and it ceases to function, the brain's computation would stop. But physics suggests information is never lost or destroyed, it is only transformed. The quantum information in our brain, our soul, would simply disconnect from the brain, but still be held together by entanglement, and simply carry on without the body. This would explain how it is possible a mind and their soul can continue on after the body is pronounced dead. But if the body is revived and the brain begins to function again, the information would re-entangle with the brain from whence it came and return to life, so to speak. Thus, the quantum soul that gives us our identity and is built up throughout the...
I regret suggesting we go through this. I forgot how silly it is. So he's trying to give an explanation as to how do we form memories? How do people who are having an out-of-body experience form a memory and then come back to life?
And he's like saying things about information is never created or destroyed, energy is never created or destroyed, and then he's like suggesting that this explanation, which seems to violate energy being created and destroyed, or that there'd be information about the situation, information about
He has said in his previous videos that I forget if he calls it the soul or the mind, because he sort of flips between those, but some immaterial substance collapses the wave function, and that's how free will is preserved, and then that affects the microtubules, and then that affects the brain. That is an interactionist form of dualism. Well, I guess, I'm just going to call it dualism for the purpose of having an easy word for it, which violates conservation of energy, as we discussed in that video, because that's the only way that you can change the probabilities of the collapse. The distribution can only change let me rephrase that. If you change the distribution, then you're going to change the conservation of things like momentum and energy. That's the only way you can do that. And that's why this claim violates conservation of energy, which is why it would be testable, and why I think it's one of the reasons I think it's extremely implausible. But in addition to all of that, he's talking here about information being conserved. Well, that's only going to be true if you're a physicalist. If you believe in some sort of immaterial substance that can collapse a wave function either way, then I don't see how that's information preserving. Information is only preserved because of the operation of quantum mechanics, and because the Schrodinger equation which describes these processes is deterministic. If you have so the collapse of the wave function is probabilistic, so you can't predict whether it's going to be a 1 or a 0 in a given case, but over a large number of cases, you can say exactly how the distribution will be. So the only way to move away from that would be to have some sort of violation of conservation laws, which would also mean that that information is not necessarily preserved either. So I don't see how he can argue that information is conserved and somehow that there's some sort of external soul or mind or whatever that's, sort of pushing the collapse towards one way or the other and therefore affecting the brain. But even putting all of that aside, the way he described entanglement just makes no sense at all. You can't disentangle and then entangle again. That's not how it works. Once
like a knot.
It's like string.
It's like
then it's been lost. You can't. Just nothing. I just can't even look.
Have you ever had a pair of iPod earphones, James? Have you ever had a pair of iPod earphones?
I don't actually like iPods, but yeah, maybe it is like that. This explanation makes no sense at all. I guess we can just move on. I can't even.
This life could possibly continue on as this theory predicts. It would account for how near-death experiences are possible. This would also explain another phenomenon. In rare cases, someone suffering from dementia or other brain-related issues will experience something called terminal lucidity, where just before death, a patient will regain their mental clarity and memory and seem to lose all signs of their disease. If the soul is becoming disconnected from the brain, which was used to build the soul up over time and is now decayed or became damaged, then the agent might be able to experience its soul in a more full realization after disconnection. As the body is dying, and once the soul has become fully disconnected, the mind might have more access to deep information of the soul that could have been lost due to the brain's pathways being damaged. Remember, the brain localizes consciousness in order to begin building the soul, but once the brain decays and ceases to work, the mind may gain a deeper grasp on its own soul after death. Thus, the evidence indicates this life would just be the start, and death would be far from the end. Our time in this age would be important for allowing us to have experiences, make choices, and build an identity. But if this theory holds true, and the evidence in near-death experiences and quantum mind theory indicate it is likely, our journey would be far from over upon death. Perhaps our identity and consciousness will leave this place and go on to entangle.
Right. Yeah.
Wait, you got to let him finish. Let him say the last word there. Play back. You paused it just a few seconds too early.
Okay.
The last sentence really, it's something.
And the evidence in near-death experiences and quantum mind theory indicate it is likely, our journey would be far from over upon death. Perhaps our identity and consciousness will leave this place and go on to entangle with something or someone far greater than we could ever imagine.
Go on to entangle. Like what? This is like worship of the quantum.
I'm not even going to try to respond to that. I can't.
Here's
so
where
much
you find hope, James. You will entangle with something else. You quantumly entangle with what? With an angel?
With God, I guess.
With God. Quantum
entangle.
That's
what he was talking about. Quantum.
Broken me.
Yeah, that's why I said you got to watch the last few minutes, because it's just something else. That's I nearly had a near-death experience when watching, because it's just so much.
Why is it phrased that way? Perhaps you will entangle with something else. What you don't entangle? What? Yeah. Okay. That didn't happen.
Yeah. So I mean, at least he's trying to give a theory as to how near-death experiences might work, absent a physicalist or beyond a physicalist worldview. I think it makes no sense at all. But yeah, at least he's trying. Habermas doesn't even try to do that. Yeah. He just talks as if he's got a theory that is superior to naturalism when he has nothing. Again, let's suppose there's something that's an immaterial mind or a soul. How does it see without the body? Eric said that the soul sees through the body, or by means of, say, the eyes in this case, and parts of the brain that would process those symbols. That's actually classical dualism. It's an interaction between the two. If you just have your soul or mind hovering somehow, whatever that means, how can it be in a location? Put that to the side. How does it see? That means that photons, think about what this means. Photons are interacting with a non-physical thing that's somehow processing that information. But then when it goes back into your body, it then changes the connection of the neurons so that you remember having seen that thing that interacted with a non-physical substance. That means that there's a violation of conservation of energy there, because these photons were absorbed by a non-physical thing. This should be detectable. And in fact, it should allow these non-physical minds to give us messages. Imagine that they absorbed all of the photons in a particular pattern, so that, when you were walking past a wall, it said, Beelzebub is here or something like that. This theory predicts that we should see such things, because apparently these souls or minds have the ability to interact with light and also sound in that way, because they can see and hear things without the brain. And somehow they can move neurons and synaptic connections when they move back into the mind, so that information is stored in the brain. Because, of course, we know that if you disrupt the brain in various ways, you lose those memories. You see how ridiculous this is? None of it makes any sense. And this is why I just can't take these results seriously, because when you actually try to explain them under a different theory, they make no sense at all.
I don't understand as well, why would there even be blind people if they're able to see with their soul, and they don't need their eyes for that?
The body must prevent them from seeing with their soul, but when the soul leaves the body, that inhibition is removed. But they can retain the memory of having seen without their body when the soul moves back into the body.
So why would we have developed eyes in the first place if the soul without eyes can see? Like, why would we?
Because God likes that, I guess. You see, the whole thing just makes no sense at all.
But so eyes serve the purpose of potentially impinging on us perfect sight, which our souls already have. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so again, classically, you would say that you would need both to be interacting to give rise to consciousness, at least higher order consciousness. But if you're going to say, that's why I said, I don't actually think that out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences make sense, at least the out-of-body ones, make sense under dualism, because it doesn't seem you should be able to see and hear and remember things completely outside of the body, because there's supposed to be an interaction going on. Otherwise, what's the body doing in the first place? There seems to be an overdetermination problem. Sight is caused by the eyes and the optic tract and the processes in our visual cortex, and it's also simultaneously completely caused by the immaterial soul. They're both sufficient for it, apparently, or at least the soul is sufficient for it, but then the body also, that's an overdetermination issue when you have a sufficient cause and then another cause on top of that. That's a problem for the theory.
I wonder if they'd be committed to saying, you know, there's ever a time where I, with my interaction soul going on, where I like see with my soul and my eyes, like, does that ever happen? Or like, is there any way of telling?
Some of these accounts report that they can see beyond the normal types of vision, like new colors, or it's clear or something like that, which would be consistent with what you were saying, somehow that our actual biological vision is like holding us back somehow, and then we can get the truer vision. I don't think I've read any accounts of like a dual perception. That might be interesting, but then it would raise the question as to how we would store that biologically, and then report it, because this has to be reported afterwards, so it's got to be processed.
Well, maybe
physically.
it just quantum entangles with your neurons.
Yeah, well, but you see, quantum entanglement doesn't. No, I'm not even gonna. No, you're not gonna trick me into trying to explain that. No. Maybe in our discussion with, I can ask him what that means. It's too big brain for me.
Okay.
All right,
so,
Habermas.
Back to
we'll get
Habermas.
through these ones more quickly because, well, he's more fun, but also less interesting, I think, in a sense. We could do these probably on 1.5, I think.
Yeah.
This video is a bit weird.
Other than resurrection, near-death experiences, or NDEs. Start off, tell us what an NDE is.
Well, you know, some people think they're responding to you. They're going, yeah, but that guy's not dead. I'm going, hey, did you hear the name? Near-death experience. A near-death experience, it can be in other situations, but most of the time, the person is close enough or just prior to entering a situation. Oftentimes, the definition is a situation from which they could easily die without better care than they're getting right at this moment.
Okay. All right. So sometimes after.
This is so bizarre to me. What's going like? It's like Mike keeps like looking. This is just completely irrelevant. And I know the sound's low. That's the quality there, and I can't do anything about that. But like Mike's like looking around, like all distracted, and it looks like Gary's like lost, but just.
Maybe they're having an out-of-body experience. I don't know.
It's so random.
Heard you say about a flat line on an EKG, flat line on an EEG. What's the difference?
Well, they're sort of theoretical because almost never does somebody have, many times don't have either one hooked up, but rarely do people have both hooked up. But an EEG is brain waves. An EKG measures heart. Okay. So if a person's in a lot of trouble, and one or both, you can see it on these machines. And we have this word flat line, which is not always to be taken literally. But when a person has cardiac arrest, they could be having data on the machine with their heart not working.
Okay, so now a near-death experience, they have some sort of an out-of-body experience when they're near death or have already died?
Often a near-death experience is accompanied by an out-of-body experience, which means it's like, hey, I wasn't monkeying with the occult or something. I was just up above the table, and I looked down on myself, and I saw myself, and I was XYZ, and I didn't look very good. In fact, at first I didn't know it was me. Then I thought, boy, that dude's dying. Then I realized, wow, it might be me. And the reason I think they don't recognize it, how do you not recognize your face? Because if you think about it, we are where our consciousness is. So if I'm up on a ladder looking down at somebody in a bed, I'm where my brain is. I'm where more specifically, where my mind is. And if that happens to be me, whoa, why am I up here? And that starts your questions.
All right. So there have been cases, reports where people come back from being dead. They have a near-death experience. They report being in heaven or hell, right?
Well, yeah, not how far they go, but there's millions of overall reports.
Okay. So, I mean, tell us a couple.
Well, I think you mean evidential ones. Yeah. Because a lot of people go, well, hey, yeah, ha, 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 I've hallucinated too. Or, yeah, that's when I was on this drug. Or, that's back when I was a teenager, you know, and people make jokes. But what you're looking for is evidence in a state where you're not conscious, or better yet, if you're under a general anesthetic, not filling a cavity, but if you're under a general anesthetic, or you have had a cardiac arrest, and your brain, in a cardiac arrest, your brain is not functioning according to the machines in seconds later. But let's say you notice something, you will care less about what the machine says. You are looking out and you say this or that, and you report it. Let's say there's a police report. Let's say you overhear a conversation. Let's say someone says something really crazy about you, and you can report later what they said, but you were out. And they'd say, no, I never have said that out loud. He couldn't have heard me say that, because I never would have said that about anybody. It was really mean. But the person reports it later. I mean, there's indeed jokes. There's indeed...
I know, but give us an example.
Well, okay, here's an evidential one. One lady said she was one of these out-of-body cases. She's up above the bed looking down. And she said, as she said later, she said, I'm obsessive. I'm OCD. I'm obsessive compulsive. And I looked down and there's this machine up.
Let's just remember, though, for those of you who've been with us the whole way, what what the actual primary source is that we've read and what it contained, and how Gary's retelling of it sort of corresponds to what was in that primary source.
Everybody's head, 6 to 8 feet high in the room, medical machine. And there was a number on top, kind of a riveted number, and there were 12 letters on it, or numbers. As you saw, I memorized it. And as soon as she comes to, she tells the nurse who's there, hey, the number is 16789, whatever the number was. She gives 12 numbers and letters. And the nurse thought, it's pretty strange. She copies the number down. There's another nurse there, another witness. And a few days later, they're moving that machine out of the room, and the nurse goes, whoa, get a guy up there on a ladder. And the guy looks, compares the number that she got a couple days ago. Number's exactly the same. And the woman said, I was looking down on top of the machine from above, and it was specifically 12 digits, either numbers or letters.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty cool. It's like there's no way she could have known those numbers ahead of time.
Well, you have to talk to a mathematician, get the odds. What's the number, especially if there's numbers and letters? What are the odds that you would hit all of them in the right sequence? You go, well, you're saying that later. No, because she told the nurse copied it down. They moved the machine days later.
Well, maybe she snuck into the.
Is it 1 over 10 to the 12? Is that right?
Yeah, if it's just digits, which is what it actually says here. So if you can show my screen again, I'll bring up the original case. So we've already discussed. I think this is just an issue of memory biases and distortions is the most likely explanation. But what I'm interested here is comparing Habermas's account of the story. So
yeah.
First of all, he described it as if we had first-person recollection from the patient, which we don't. We have a report from the nurse in question, which comes from a documentary. So that was him just livening up the story a bit. But also, the end part's the most important thing. He said that a couple of days later, they moved the machine, and the nurse compared the number on the machine to what she had written down. It does not say that here. It says one day, we have no idea how long afterwards, they needed to move the machine. It says the custodial staff dusted it off and reported that the number was the same. It doesn't say anything about the nurse specifically comparing it to the paper that she had. That is Habermas embellishing the story, or maybe he just remembers that was in the story. In fact,
I'm not sure if you're sharing the right thing there, James. Was that
did that not work? Oh, sorry. That was because this is a my apologies. I'll have to reshare. Sorry, I was showing that when I explained it, but it's in a different thing. Oh, bugger. Too many things. It's because these I could only get these in what's it called, the why is it not showing up? It's being a pain. It's because I could only get these in the Kindle.
PDF? Okay, right. Yeah.
Because PDF I can share in that, but these I took a screenshot. It's not letting me. How do I?
Can you not share again?
It's not letting me share this window. I'll just share the entire screen. Who cares? You can see what I've got. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, it's coming up. There we go.
Yeah, sorry. What I was saying is that Habermas is saying that it was a few days later that they moved the machine. It doesn't say that here. It says one day. Also, Habermas claimed that the janitor who moved or who was dusting and then reading off the number on the top of the machine said that to the nurse, who compared it to the number that they'd written down. But this doesn't say that anywhere here. It just says it proceeded to read out exactly the same number as the one the patient had observed above. It doesn't say how they knew it was the same number. It doesn't say that the nurse compared it to the note that she had. So that is Habermas either embellishing or misremembering what the story actually said.
I don't know. Maybe it happens in that video that you can. He's got the password to the password protected video.
Well, maybe, but what we saw in that parentheses that it's unclear how they knew. So whatever it said in the video, it doesn't seem that was claimed explicitly. I mean, even if it was, I still wouldn't think that it was veridical. But the point here I'm interested in is that Habermas is illustrating the exact phenomenon that I am arguing is responsible for this, namely memory distortions and repeated recollection, which makes the account more impressive. You see, it could easily have changed from there was a number on here, and they'd mentioned something about a number, to, it was actually the same number that they had actually reported on the top of the machine, as opposed to just maybe they mentioned a number. Because if this person was OCD, they may well have mentioned numbers when they were, and somehow associated that with the machine. Maybe they saw a number on the machine, and then that was confused with, it's on the top of the machine as opposed to on the screen of it. And then that the nurse falsely recalled that it was the same number as that she had said. That's a fairly modest distortion, which is really on the same level as Habermas mistakenly saying that she compared the papers, which is not stated in the account. So I think Habermas is providing nice evidence in favor of my explanation for that story there, which I think is just pretty neat.
Hospital days before and then planned her own death.
Right. Here's the only, well, right. She wasn't dead. So, but here's the problem. There's hundreds of these tales, and there's dozens of them are highly evidential. I mean, one story is this doctor said, well, we're going to have all the information because that machine was running. And the lady said, the machine wasn't running. The machine was running. It was in the room. And she goes, I was looking down on it. The machine was there, if that's the one you're talking about, but it wasn't plugged in. And the doctor goes down and checks and goes,
do you know this one?
I tried to find this. I wasn't able to find the account. It's pretty hard when I don't have anything other than the machine wasn't plugged in. I searched for the key terms, but I couldn't find those. So I suspect it may be in that same book. But that's what I was looking for. That's all I had to go on, right? Am I seriously supposed to update on that evidence? Like seriously? Like if I can't find what it is, even the anecdote, it's and I'm the hyper-skeptical one apparently.
The machine wasn't plugged in. One guy went through a wall because there's surgical wards. He watches a guy in the next surgical ward having his leg amputated, and he gives a description.
We talked about this one, yellow bag, I'm guessing.
Yep, that's the one.
Happens when you cut somebody's leg off, what you do? So some weird ones and some highly evidential ones.
But his testimony of that, I hear it didn't hold up because he wouldn't have a leg to stand on.
He didn't have a leg to stand on? Is that right? You think about that all night?
Yeah. So you'd mentioned to me once about something like a person being dead for a while, or they met someone who had been dead for a while.
Yeah, because often when people have these near-death experiences, oftentimes the longer you go up and away to quote-unquote another world. You know, I say teasingly in lectures, you visit Narnia, and you're near death, but maybe you meet with your grandmother or you meet with your father. There's one article that has 27 of these cases, and let's just say I'm just making a type of scenario up. There's a number of them like this, and the father says, "Son, hate to tell you this, man, but your favorite cousin Bob, he just got killed, or he's going to be killed in 2 days. You're going to get a telegram. Bob died in Afghanistan." And you come back and they're taking care of you in the hospital. Nothing's happened as far as anybody knows. 2 days later, you get a telegram. Bob died in Afghanistan.
Wow. That's not cool.
Yeah. So we've not really talked about this kind of NDE phenomena where people have like conversations as well with family members or talk about, what they were eating at home. Allegedly the idea, I suppose, is that they receive some kind of information that they had no way of finding out about other than through these supernatural means. So this counts as evidence in favor of actual supernatural transmission.
Yeah, I've got one that's probably like that. I don't know if it was actually, Habermas said he just made that up. So he's sort of combining a number of different ones, which incidentally is also a very common phenomenon. People combine different things into one story. Look at my book, I talk about this. But anyway, so I'll share one just there. But just a general comment on this. Again, these stories are very hard to objectively verify because what you have to establish is that they knew the thing that they were not supposed to be able to know prior to the time when they would have been able to find it out. And the time that they would have been able to find it out is almost certainly maybe a few days, maybe even hours after they supposedly had the experience, which in turn is months to years before when you're hearing about it. So what they have to do is correctly remember the order of events when they found out about something. The concern is, how do you know when they found out about the phenomenon? Like the person died, for example, or what they were having for dinner. They could easily have found that out later, and now they're telling you, well, actually, at the time, I didn't know that. Well, how can you tell, how can you verify that they didn't know that at the time? Because they know it now, and they've known it presumably for a long time. So there's an issue of establishing the time there. And really the only way to control that is to have written records or some other hard evidence, I should say objective evidence, that they made the claim at the time before they could have known it. All we have are retrospective reports, which is extremely easy to get confused in terms of the order of things. You remember, oh, wait, no, I didn't know that at the time. It's so easy to get confused. And as soon as you think that, you repeat the story, it's consolidated there, and you're going to continue to think that you didn't know it at the time, whereas in fact it was
especially
a post hoc thing.
This is something. So I recently watched. There's a Netflix series called Life After Death or something like that, where it's like 6 episodes on these types of NDEs and what's the other thing, reincarnation and parapsychology and stuff like that. And often in these stories, it seems that these people have some kind of weird thing happen, but then they find themselves afterwards, for whatever reason, in a community of people who believe all these things. And I think that has got to play a massive role in how they then reshape those experiences after the fact. Because you see, they have these like sit around in the circles and share each other's experiences. And well, yeah, but yeah, like
so I talk about that as well. That's the socialization component that I discussed.
They said this, so my story's got to conform to like this. Not like the hero myth, but like there's going to be like an archetypical like NDE experience that is everyone's kind of sharing, and then you just see it happening over time. Like there was this there was even this one where like these people had their kid die, and they were apparently, the dad had convinced himself he was seeing like apparitions or something, so they went to like this group where people are then telling these stories, and you see that this woman's like pressured into like accepting the story and starting to believe she's like seeing things, and then there's all this other weird stuff that this doesn't directly apply to what Gary's saying here, but there's all this other weird stuff that people do, you know, where they like record a tap running, and then like, you know, like listening to the staticky noise on a crappy voice recorder, and then they're like, oh, you heard the word, and it's like clearly just like tripping out your brain and malfunctioning it with like static noises, where you can like try and find a pattern, join up the dots in the constellations. But
and that's a good illustration. There are so many other aspects of parapsychology, speaking broadly, that NDEs is just one little of them, one little part of that. And many of these, I don't think Christians are going to be willing to countenance. One particular, reincarnation and past life stories. I was just reading a little bit about this before the stream, that it's fairly common for, I mean, you know, it's rare, but in the scheme of things, relatively common for children to report stories, alleged stories of past lives. There's a lot of documentation for this. But I mean, probably we're just supposed to not countenance those, or maybe we're just going to use our presuppositions to, you know, I don't actually mind people doing that, but the point is that it's important to be consistent about the way that we treat evidence. And that's the big outstanding question I have for people who think that these NDEs are evidence of life after death or something like that. Do they countenance similarly evidenced claims of other parapsychology and supernatural and other sorts of phenomena, like, you know, UFO abductions and Bigfoot sightings and homeopathy working and other religious miracles and all these other things, because they're similarly well evidenced. And I think that really there's only one consistent, but there are only two consistent positions there. Either believe all of them, which I think gets you to a whole host of ridiculous and contradictory beliefs, or you don't believe any of them because none of them are sufficiently well evidenced. And that's my position. You should only believe things that you have of these sorts of things that you have sufficient evidence to warrant belief in, and the quality of the evidence is just not sufficient.
Right. Anything else you want to say?
Sorry, I wanted to show an example of what Habermas might have been talking about. There's no way I can find a specific story because that was too vague, but this one is along the same lines.
There's a couple of examples I think given in the Keith Augustine thingy as well.
That's a very good piece, but I'll just show this one because I did come across it in this same source. The self does not die. You see that?
Yep. Oh, Kubler-Ross. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is in young children. So one example is a little boy who had been in a coma following a car accident, which also involved his mother and brother. So the boy came out of the coma briefly and told the doctor that everything's all right. Mummy and Peter are waiting for me. He then smiled and fell back into a coma, and he never recovered, so he also died. So Kubler-Ross knew that the boy's mother had died, but as far as she knew, the brother had survived. That's Peter's the brother. So Peter had been brought to a different hospital, not sure why, with serious burns because the car had caught fire. Kubler-Ross decided she'd contact the hospital to check on Peter's condition. However, she received a call from the other hospital to notify that Peter had died a few minutes before. So Kubler-Ross claims to have witnessed this similar pattern, many times before, in which a child did not know of the death of a loved one, but perceived that person during the child's process of dying. She didn't think that could be attributed to chance alone. So, I mean, to me, this is extremely underwhelming. We have this vague statement from a child that they're already waiting for me. I mean, what does that mean? That could mean anything. And the fact that the kid knew that they'd been in a horrific car accident, so it's not
he's the prophet
to think that they may have died, if indeed that's what he was saying. So again, I'm not claiming that's the best one. That's just one that I came across. Maybe Habermas was referring to a different one. But again, that's just such weak evidence that there's an easy way the boy could have known that could have reasonably believed that his family had died because he knew that they'd been in a car accident. And furthermore, it's not even clear that that's what even he was talking about.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's like that scene in the scene in Monty Python's Life of Brian where I forget exactly what it is. Like he leaves his sandal or says something about his sandal because he's got like a stone in his shoe.
yeah, he leaves a sandal behind.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, he's left this as a sign. He wants it. It's like,
Yeah, and then the
just
other people have the
random
gourd, and then they think that you should worship the gourd, and then there's the sandal people, and they argue with each other. And then they say opposite things. He's left it as a sign that we should do this. No, it's a sign that we should do the other thing.
Yeah.
Like everyone's just, yeah, I love that scene.
But whatever that like tendency is in people when they've got a bee in their bonnet about a particular like theological interpretation or NDE thing or whatever, like that seems to be what's happening when like a kid just vaguely says they're waiting for me, and then it's like, like, well, clearly, clearly what he means by this is that their souls, he's a Cartesian, he's a
and this is why I'm unimpressed by the numbers of cases, because having lots of cases like that doesn't add anything.
Right, let's continue with
let's finish this
Habermas.
But he's dead. He's been dead maybe for 1, 2, 3, 10 years.
This sequence is just what?
And then it just comes back to him like
that wasn't even the same day. They were wearing different clothes. Why did they put that in there?
It's just a comment. Sometimes Christians throw verses out. It's point on a man wants to die after his judgment. Well, according to Christians, judgment hasn't even happened yet. I mean, that could have been 50 years ago. That could have been 500. That could have been John Calvin in the story that we have these kind of stories in old books. There's one in Plato. So that's not even happened.
A near-death
yet.
experience?
Yeah. Well, a story like, okay. And the guy supposedly visited hell and heaven. At least a bad place and a good place. So, yeah, what I mean is on Christian definitions, that's not the judgment they're talking about. So what happens during those years and the inevitable responses? I don't know. Well, then don't tell me what could happen and not happen. You don't know.
So, I mean, this stuff is definitely interesting, but what got you interested in NDEs? What value do you think they offer us?
They're highly valuable to me.
This is sad and interesting because I think in almost all of these cases, there's like motivated reasoning occurring generally because of tragedy. And I think that this might be the case for Gary as well.
Well, first of all, from an atheist viewpoint, when you read Bertrand Russell and many atheists, the 1-2 punch is God and afterlife, God and immortality. If you have these things, you're on your way to talking about meaningful religion. And so I like the afterlife part for this reason. I've specialized all my life in resurrection. I mean, I interest in other topics, but I really never move very far from resurrection. And if there purports to be a realm of which the resurrection is a part, i.e. the afterlife, and an atheist says, yeah, but you've got a little problem here. You want me to believe in the resurrection evidence and another world that we call Oz or Narnia. I'll go, well, what if, according to a recent book by medical doctors published by State University Press, up to 30 million people in Europe and North America alone have claimed to have had near-death experiences or near-death phenomena? All right, so a lot of those are storytelling. Right, so now we're down to just 10 million. Could 10 million people have looked over the other side? Could anybody have looked over? Could they have seen the Narnia? If there's another world and it involves an afterlife, I want to know about it because that's the realm that supposedly Jesus visited. And I will say this, when people have near-death experiences, even I've talked to many, even the non-evidential ones, met a guy the other day. He said, my wife delivered a child. She was up and she saw it and she came back. And he goes, I'm going to ask her what she thinks now. He emailed me the next day. He's a PhD, a candidate in another school. And he said, you know what my wife said to me? I said, what? He goes, my wife said, I will never fear death again because I've seen what's beyond. You go, well, you weren't dead. Yeah, I know, but I looked over. You'll know. If you look, you'll look over. Well, I'm interested in a world where you look over because that's a world where Jesus was supposed to visit it. So I want to complete my picture of resurrection.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a pastor named Don.
I'm sure. I thought he talked about it in this video. Did I put it in? Oh no, this is Mike Licona. Maybe he's going to say.
John Piper, the other pastor. Don Piper. Mm-hmm. He was a Southern Baptist pastor, and he had a near-death experience. I mean, he was dead for 90 minutes, and he wrote a book, 90 Minutes in Heaven. There's a movie out on it, but I read that book to my mom when she was dying back in 2013, and it brought such comfort to her when he talked about his experience in heaven. Well, through my friend Gary Hamrick, same initials as yours, Gary Hamrick, he connected me with Don Piper because Don was his friend. He'd known him and worked for him before, and so we arranged, and Don called my mom just a couple of days. I mean, I think he talked to her on a Wednesday or a Thursday, and my mom died Saturday morning. And it was, I think it was a Wednesday at 6:00 in the evening, and he called, and a bunch of us were there in the hospital, inpatient hospice room, and he talked to her for 11 minutes. And he said, and my mom's name was Joy, and he said, Joy, I know that you're probably thinking right now, I'm going to miss my family. Let me tell you, you're not going to miss your family because it's like, there's not going to be any time, it's like you would go to heaven and you'll turn around and there your family is right there. And he says, I can tell you that the joy, the colors and the sounds, the music that you hear is amazing.
You hear this from everybody.
And he said, I'll never forget this. He said, so look.
So this is there's a lot of stuff happening. Firstly, that's not necessarily Christian theology that you die and your family's going to be there right away, because maybe half of them are going to hell to burn forever. So there's
And aren't the righteous supposed to be resurrected? We've discussed this before, but how does that fit
Right.
with going to heaven as just an disembodied? I don't know how that
so there's
works.
not really a coherent alternative.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This
It's not clear that this is in any way predicted under Christian theology. Especially that, I mean, do you go straight there, or is there a period where everyone's resurrected and go there at the same time? I don't know how it's supposed to work, but
then he's saying everyone says this. Everyone says that, the colors, the sounds, it's amazing because they're seeing Christian heaven. Well, what about the woman who got absorbed into a black hole, and the guy the woman who saw a red shoe, and like the people who have these hell experiences? And
yeah, well, it's interesting because most people, I think about 80 to 90% of NDEs are positive, and then there's like 10, 20 that are negative, percent that are negative. But a lot of people do report this, and IP mentioned this in some of his citations as well, that a lot of people who experience NDEs say that they have a lower fear of death now as a result of it, because it was positive and they went to a good place, or it was comforting, or whatever. I don't see how that's consistent with Christian theology. Isn't at least the mainstream interpretation that you should fear death, because a lot of people are going to be punished by God. Yeah. So like you should be worried about that.
The road is
all
narrow.
Going to be fine.
Yeah,
exactly. Like I don't see how this fits with Christian theology at all. Shouldn't almost everyone be seeing fire and brimstone, and only the few? In fact, that would be a test of Christianity if it's only the evangelical Christians who report that it's good, and everyone else is like, oh, it's horrible. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's true. But there is a point here ethically where it's like people find such comfort in these things. I'm like, do I want to take that away from people by thinking about it?
I don't have any such qualms. I don't believe in. Well, I mean, people can choose whether they watch this sort of stream, right? I'm not saying we should force it on people, but if people are interested in learning, then I'm not going to sort of hide what I believe and what I've, things that I found out about these things, because it might cause them discomfort. I don't really believe in that. For an example of that, actually, to make it a bit personal, one of my grandmothers died, well, it was last year now, but less than a year ago. And we discussed this briefly about, I asked her, what do you think happens after you die? And she said she doesn't know. And
is she family Mormon still?
She had been, unclear what she believed. So she was,
right.
I mean, not orthodox, I guess. So it's she didn't know, basically. Sure. But I mean, when I said to her, well, as I think she would have known this, but I said, well, I don't believe that there's any life after death. I think that that's the end. I didn't make a big point about it, but the point is, I'm not the sort of person. I don't have the view that we should, put on a pretense.
Yeah.
No, and I don't think that she would have really liked that anyway. But and anyway, the point is that isn't. I mean, that's for everyone to decide on themselves. But my personal view is that I don't really believe in like false comforting tales and this sort of thing. So just because something gives someone comfort, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing to believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's weird edge cases either way. Like I can definitely I can be like, forming false beliefs clearly like you're like damaging your ability to form true beliefs, which leads to greater harm in the long run as well. Like the more and more false beliefs that you adopt and sort of permit to get passed and stuff. But there are some really difficult cases where people are dealing with grief, especially, like where it seems like they might kill themselves or something. And then but because they've got into like weird parapsychology, they're, like now they've not killed themselves, where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to deal with that right now. Like you have your sort of strange, celestial sphere group meetings or whatever, if that's what you need to get by.
It's certainly not always helpful to challenge beliefs at particular times. I've been in that situation as well in other contexts. Anyway, let's finish out this video.
Yeah.
I love my family, but I would trade places with you in a flash without thinking about it if God would let me. So he said, you have nothing to worry about. You have everything to look forward to. He said, enjoy. I will see you at the gates. One more thing. She had been asleep because of medications, because of nausea and pain since the previous day. Right. And she woke up for this. Her eyes had been so big during these 11 minutes. And when he said that, she mustered up all the energy she could have. And she said, thank you. And those were the last words she ever said.
Really?
And so that was just so cool.
Mike, you know my story because you were at the funeral, but in 1995, I'm remarried now, but in 1995, the wife of my 4 children, mother of my 4 children, died. And she had an experience before she died, but that's not what I bring up. It's what I told my children. From reading these kind of stories like your mom's, I told my kids, weep for yourselves, but don't weep for mom. You don't have that burden because mom wouldn't come back even if she had a chance. Now, I believe that's from NDEs alone, but Paul says twice, 2 Corinthians 5, Philippians 1.
I don't know if I think that this is why he's so into NDEs personally. Like, I know that if I was in his position that I'd be the same. But I don't see him as being particularly objective and, you know, on this issue as a result of finding out this piece of information.
Why do Christians seek medical care and oppose, you know, turning off life support machines and all this other stuff that typically is associated with them if they actually believe this stuff? It's never really made sense to me. Like, heaven is so great and I'm sure I'm going there, so let nature take its course. Well, why intervene? I don't actually get it. I mean, I'm sure that some story can be given, but it just seems a straightforward understanding of what Habermas literally just said would be, well, why would you want to prevent people from going to heaven? Like, you're doing them a disservice, right?
No, I agree. Like, I'm trying to think of like the ad hoc stories that would come up. So it'd be like, well, we're not told, so actively harming people to get them to heaven faster, that would be off the table because that would be to disobey God's commands. Yeah,
that's right. But I'm not suggesting that.
Maybe loving your neighbor involves helping them by providing medical care or something. But it seems one interpretation.
By preventing them from going back to God. How is that helping them?
Yeah. Well, God,
again, I'm not saying that Christians have to believe this. I'm just responding to the way Habermas phrased this. It seems a straightforward reasoning of extrapolation of what he said would be, well, why would you want to prevent people from achieving that? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. It's strange.
Paul says, I prefer to die and be with Christ. And a lot of the old commentaries, way before NDE studies, think that when he was stoned at Lystra, that corresponds to that 12-year sequence in 2 Corinthians 12, where he has what appears to be a near-death experience. He says, I want to go back, I want to be there. So I think it's a totally biblical response. I think it's fantastic.
That's awesome.
You interview people, you'll believe too. You have to, and then here's what they'll say to you, Mike. I have nothing to prove to you. I don't care if you believe me or not. I'm secure. I'll never fear dying again. I've been there. And you go, wow. And you hear enough of those, it's like, so cool. And then when you get the evidence, it's like, well, that's what I do for a living. That's apologetics. So it's the realm of resurrection. That's it for me.
That's what I do for a living.
All of these people who are not feeling death are Christians, apparently? Because if he believes that these are veridical and they're all going to a good place, even I'm sure they're not all like evangelical Christians or whatever he thinks that they have to be to go to heaven, then doesn't that just provide evidence against what he believes, that a lot of these people should be going to a not so nice place? I don't know. Unless he only seeks out the evidence from those who are evangelical Christians. I don't know.
Right. So this next video is Mike on Cross-Examined, which is a bizarre apologetics phenomena. Like, I don't even. I think we've got to play the intro.
Don't spoil the little bits of it.
Just because, as well, just the intro to Cross-Examined podcast in general.
Oh, it's amazing. I've never heard this before.
Right.
Have a listen.
All right, let's do it.
Does truth exist?
Because you have faith, does that make the book true?
Does God exist?
Because you have faith, does that make this book true? Like, just imagine like talking to people like this. It's so.
When someone says there is no truth, if you apply the claim to itself, what should you say? Is that true?
Is that true?
I don't think Christianity's true. They're talked out of it. You know why
they're talked out? And like, it's just shouting. It's not as good as. Have you ever heard Jeff Durbin's podcast?
No.
Oh, it's even better. There's a clip of him. He's shouting at a police officer, but like these same sorts of quotes about like. Oh no, he says. There's like a quote in the Bible about like you're enforcing lawlessness or something, and he's like shouting at a police officer like you're being lawless, officer. You're upholding the lawlessness of the law or something, and like there's all this dubstep in the background. Yeah.
Talked out of it because they've never been talked into it.
Cross-examining skeptical and atheistic views. Welcome to Cross-Examined with Dr. Frank Turek.
near-death experience. Real. They
Oh,
go to these
I'm
experts,
pumped.
They come back and tell us about it. How do we know they're not making it up? Is there any way of figuring that out? So we're bringing in the expert, Dr. Gary Habermas. Gary, how are you?
Doing well, Frank. That was an unbelievable introduction. I mean,
Muted myself. Fair enough. He just introduced him and everything, but he did ask a question: how can we verify that these things are happening? And it just sort of never gets answered, and then we end up talking about the Shroud of Turin and stuff.
not
For,
saying,
so,
oh, wow, rubbing my chest or something, not that. Just to be associated with an event like the resurrection, when you think about it, is there's nothing like it. To be
book that is sold the most in your hit book about the Shroud of Turin?
Like,
oh, yeah, easily.
This randomly happens.
Yeah, they just go on about this. Are you going to make me do Shroud of Turin at some point, Nathan? Because I don't know.
We're going to have to. So I'll skip forward to here because
yeah, they just go on about that.
And we'll have to read Gary's book, 5,000 pages.
Yeah, that's going to be fun, isn't it?
What is it?
Yeah, they come in different forms. And by the way, Frank, in the latest medical book on the subject, almost all medical writers from a state university press. So that should tell you something here. We're not talking about, I'm not putting down Sunday school, but it's not Sunday school 101. It has made its way into the mainline science. And Frank, that book starts out with a comment. I think it's on the cover or something, but it says,
like, he just starts sentences and doesn't finish them. So almost all medical writers, and then it seems like he's about to say agree with NDEs, but he just never does. And then he starts talking about the book and yeah.
Notice that also he mentioned the university press or something, exactly the same phrase he used in the previous interview.
That book starts out with a comment. I think it's on the cover or something, but it says, it might be, I think it's written in the forward, and it says, recent surveys show that between 9 and 20 million Americans claim to have experienced near-death or near-death phenomena. It could be 20 million. This is very, very common. Now, of course, the skeptics are going to sit there and go,
was that something you wanted to say on the 20 million about Bigfoot?
It's just an example of what I've been saying the whole time. So I don't know what percentage of Americans have claimed to have seen Bigfoot or a similar creature, but I did find a survey that, according to this one, 29% of Americans think Bigfoot is definitely or probably real. And you can multiply that with numbers who, weird artwork there. It looks more like Chewbacca or evil Chewbacca. So it's just it's quoted in that study there. But I mean, again, are we really going to believe things on the basis that lots of people report experiencing them or report believing them? Because it just seems that literally opens the floodgates to all sorts of nonsense.
3 in 10. Wow. 29% of Americans and 21% of Canadians think Bigfoot is definitely or probably real. What? Really?
According to this survey, I mean, I haven't vetted that survey, so I don't know what but I mean, I think it's not small. We know that a lot of people believe in Bigfoot, so
that's such a sizable amount. I expect, maybe Americans, but Canadians, I expected better. They've got education in Canada. Yeah. Wow. 21%. So that's crazy.
I mean, you asked how many people think that 9/11 was an inside job, the moon landings were faked, that this fluoride in the water is tainting our precious bodily fluids, that chemtrails are real. All of these sorts of beliefs are held by significant minorities of people. It's pretty crazy. So again, think about how credulous so many people are about these sorts of things. Do I trust? I don't know what I'm looking at here. Sea cucumbers. This is very distracting. Do I trust the sort of reports given by just sort of random members of the public that can't be verified? Well, no, I don't, because so many of these people are extremely credulous. I don't understand why giving statistics about the percentage of people is supposed to be persuasive of anything.
Yeah. I suppose it's that to steel man. So people are meant to be sort of the best authority about reporting, their own experiences. Like we've got special epistemic access when it comes to self-knowledge. And so if high numbers of people are reporting that they had a near-death experience, then but then it's like, well, high numbers of people are reporting that they did see Bigfoot. It's like, well, okay, so you're not saying they didn't really see Bigfoot when they thought they did. It's just
these people who believe in Bigfoot, not necessarily
well
saw
believe
Bigfoot.
in, yes, so yeah.
But I don't know how many would report having seen Bigfoot. I couldn't find that data.
Yeah. But yeah, it's still 20. That seems quite high. 20% saying they had. No, 20 million. What's the population of America? Like 300 million? So 20 over...
Yeah, 320 or 330 or something. This is based on an extrapolation, obviously, of... I don't know the exact study that he's reporting there. The 20 million, I think, was a high figure. But, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of people have NDEs. I don't really dispute that particularly. It's just I don't really think it tells us much of anything about their veridicality.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I'm just thinking that does seem quite high, like 2 out of 30 or whatever, 1 out of 15. But yeah, I don't.
Yeah, someone mentioned it in the chat. Yeah, so the definition of near-death experience for that figure would be a fairly inclusive result. Remember, we're not all talking about out-of-body experiences. Remember that study, the prospective one, where there were a bunch, I think it was 11 people had a near-death experience. Oh, no, it was 9 people had a near-death experience. 7 of those had some sort of memories or experiences, but only 2 of those 9 were some auditory visual experience. So it's a minority of those people who have the sort of experience that we've mostly been talking about, where they see and hear things that happen in the world. So yeah, you do have to be careful about the extent, how broadly you're defining the phenomenon.
Also, someone says Bigfoot is just Cain who's walking the earth forever.
Oh man, don't quote mine, Brigham Young. He believed all sorts of weird things.
Prove it. And that's exactly the way we go after it. If 20 million have it, how many are you going to cross out? How many are you going to say, ma'am, I'm really sorry. You had this experience while you're delivering your child, which is very common. Mm-hmm. And they'll say, well, it's totally changed my life. And I'll say, well, any evidence? No, I don't care. I don't care at all about evidence. I just tell you something. I was out of my body. I don't care what you think about it. I'm as sure I was out of my body as I was that I bought a loaf of bread in the food store last night. I mean, you go, well, how do you know? And you go, duh, I was there.
Right.
And that's impressive. But I think the most...
20 million Americans have not have out-of-body near-death experiences. That's he's falsely equivocating there. I don't know what the number is, but it's definitely going to be a lot less than that.
But also the way that he's just like, we should just accept people's self-testimony without any skepticism whatsoever. Like, what are you going to say? You're going to say, it's like, no, obviously me and James both believe that they had these experiences. It's just like, I'm trying to think of a ridiculous counterexample to make Gary's reasoning here seem silly, like of something.
Well, what about Mormons?
Right.
Who report having experienced that God has revealed the truth of the Book of Mormon to them. Well, how do they know? Well, because they were there, they experienced it. It was as real to them as anything else, right?
Yeah.
How many millions are you going to throw out, Gary? Well, these people who experienced it. Oh, any other religion you could put this claim in for, like Muslims and Hindus and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
he hasn't even thought of the implications of making this argument.
Yeah.
Impressive ones are the ones that come in about 5 categories of evidence. You've got people who give evidence or reports having seen what went on in the room, i.e. an operating room. Secondly, what went on while they were in the operating room, maybe, but at a distance, maybe even miles away.
Well, hold the thought, Gary, because we're coming up on a break.
I love
it. It's so funny. Let's replay that at normal speed just to get the... It's so good. He's just getting into like the thought.
But at a distance.
So it's like...
Secondly, what went on while they were in the operating room, maybe, but at a distance, maybe even miles away.
Well, hold the thought, Gary, because we're coming up on a break. You're talking about out-of-body experience.
This happened.
This is cheesy music just starts up.
This happened. This happens 4 times in the episode. Every single time he's just starting to get into the flow of explaining like his thoughts, and then he just like starts playing this music. And the break, right? So look, we're at 9:38 here in the timestamp, right? And the break takes us up to what, like 11 minutes, 8 seconds. So it goes from here to here, and he's like he's still talking about like.
If you're low on the FM dial looking for national public radio, go no talking about ways that we can verify what
could also be the most evidential. One would be things people notice in the operating room.
Sorry, I just like imagine Paul is preaching in one of the synagogues in Greece or something like that, and he's just getting into for Christ died for us. Oh, sorry, Paul, we're just coming up on a break.
Hold that thought. There's no even like it's not even. It's not even. Would you mind just pausing for a second? We've got a break coming up. Well, hold that.
Yeah. It's just so ridiculous. Oh dear.
Right. We say very commonly above their body and look it down. And I give examples of these. Second one, let's take the same scenario, although it's far from the only one. They're in the room being operated on, and their consciousness, they say, as is often described, it goes to where their family is. So if the family's 10 floors away in a hospital, in a waiting room, they go there. Or the family member they're interested in lives 2 miles away and couldn't make it to the hospital during the surgery. They report things that they see where their family is. So at a distance, in the room, at a distance. A third kind, these are rarer, and the evidence, frankly, isn't as good as some of the other categories, but there's enough things here to throw into the conversation. Near-death experience is claimed by persons who are blind, and especially blind congenitally, like from birth. Some cases, they're blind from just minutes after birth because in the old days, I'm just guessing here. But
I guess we've kind of already touched on some of these points, but do we want to say anything?
Yeah, I don't have much else to say. He's just, it's very hard to assess any of this when he just mentions generalities like that. You can't investigate that. That's why IP's video is really good, because he gave a lot more specifics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't have much to add that we haven't already mentioned here, other than just to summarize that the critical thing is establishing that is establishing the objective reality of the experience, and for that you need to rely on some sort of verification of something external, and there you have to rule out other competing explanations such as memory distortions and biases, people being dishonest, which is a possible explanation, although I think a less likely one, anesthesia awareness, and awareness following following resuscitation after cardiac arrest. Those are some of the main types of explanations that we discussed, and only really under controlled conditions can you rule all of those out, or if you keep very good records, I guess, but that's sort of akin to that. And Habermas just seems completely uninterested in addressing any of those potential confounders or establishing the strength of the evidence on those bases.
I think prior to 1950, it was pretty common to put premature babies in incubators, and what the air, something about the oxygen they were using in the incubators made these little babies go blind.
Oh.
And so they were blind from the time they were put in the incubators, which is, basically the same as being blind from birth.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in a fourth case, very intriguing, is just a very few cases where healthy people observe the NDE of the dying person. So a healthy person or person say they're present, and they can corroborate data because the one additional or more additional people say they were there with them. And one case is the nurse, one case is 5 family members, believe it or not, and they watch. The last one is kind of the twilight zone near-death case, and that's the case where I'll just make up a scenario. Somebody is close to death, and they lose him, quote unquote, and no heartbeat, no brain waves, and they claim to see a family member. Let's make it dad or mom, and they see a family member who's plainly dead because they were buried, and you can go visit their tombstone today if you want, and they died 22 years ago or 11 years ago or whatever, and the person appears and they know what a heartbeat is dad, they know what a heartbeat is mom, but the person who looks like the identical twin of their parent is lively and vivacious. But the most interesting thing is not, oh, wow, they look alike. That's kind of a dog kind of comment. But the person who died goes on to explain something that they did not know. and it might be a prophecy. Oftentimes, I say prophecy, not like biblical prophecy, but it might be a comment like, hey, you guys don't know this yet, but your Uncle John, who's over in Iraq, you're going to be getting a telegram tomorrow telling you that he passed away. I'm really sorry to be the one to tell you that, but he just passed away in war. And next day they get a telegram. But in the meantime, they've gone home and told people.
I looked up for Iraq. I think actually it says Afghanistan, another example, but I couldn't find anything. So it's honestly hard to tell if he's actually recounting real cases or just making up cases that are analogous, because he seems to, I mean, he admits to doing that. So
I have no problem doing either. Yeah.
This is what I mean, that it's just, how do we know that these same processes haven't occurred closer to the source? And I suspect that they did. It's just, it's a journalist's nightmare. Like, how can you verify anything when he's just making things up?
But this is, and it's like it gets worse as it goes out as well. But the weird thing is like the lack of criticality in anyone in these circles. Like, because I consistently find, like, I go into like Discord servers and things when I'm bored at work, if anyone from work watches, in the week, and talk to these sorts of people, and they'll be like, you know, why are you just opposing all this stuff? It's like, because why is no one just like opposing any of the things that are said when they're just like randomly asserted? To give a different example, someone was talking about like archetypes and saying that the snake in all cultures is a symbol that represents change. And then this woman was like, I mean, I'm pretty into symbology and I've never come across that before, but I guess you must be right. And it's like, no, if you're into symbology and you've never heard of that before, maybe this person has just made up some random shit and you've never, like, no one actually uses it, and you should like push back on that. And it's a similar thing in these circles where it's like, is it like a halo effect or something, where because he's the big apologist who knows about these sorts of things and resurrections and stuff, or I don't know, but I think it just shows the epistemological flaws in like what's going on in apologetics, because it's not this like earnest pursuit of truth and let's just look at the facts, try and interpret them, talk about what we might have warrant to say, what we don't have warrant to say. It's just this project of like creating like celebrity gatekeepers to knowledge, like Gary, who just, you know, like he knows the resurrection, and so everything he's got to say is like gospel authority on it, when actually he's like, when it comes to NDEs and stuff, especially here, he's just making stuff up a lot of the time. Like he's literally he's remembered some facts, and then he's just got creative license to go off and make stories about them, which we saw in the case of the person with the leg in the bag story and the 12-digit story, where he's not at all, I mean, he's not even provided maybe he has some better primary sources, and that's where these stories are. But from what James seems to have found as the primary source for this, he's just got free interpretive license, and he's not even consistent among his tellings of the story. Like, there's different details coming out in each one. So it's a real problem here.
Another example of this is IP. If you look at the comments on his video, such as the one that we just reviewed, it's just this. Almost all of them is just this gushing about how amazing he is and the work he's doing and how people have enjoyed his videos and all this other stuff. It's just like, I don't know, it just feels a bit much. I know you can enjoy some of his content, but it's like some of the stuff that he says is just so ridiculous and fringe or bizarre, and like no one is critical about it, it seems, in these comment sections. It's just really strange to me.
Yeah, and it's not like I don't know, like it's not like you have to be in a community where like everyone just arbitrarily, like for the sake of argument or whatever, starts sniping at whatever anyone says. But it's like there are community like values, and it seems like in these apologetic groups, one of the values is like a lack of criticality. It's like accepting things the in-group says uncritically, but being critical of everything the out-group says. And this is just a great way to form false beliefs. Like if you want to just random, but this is a common ape thing, I think. Like it's what you see with the NDE people when they tend not to be Christian in general. Obviously, we're addressing like Habermas and the Christian kind of claims around it here. But I found they tend to be people who go to these like groups, and then there's just tons of people whose like mum just died, their kid died, whatever. And then they all start telling each other these stories. And it's this effect that James was talking about and documents in his book, where the social pressure kind of informs the narrative that people form retrospectively about the events and experiences that they've actually had. And that's going on in these apologetic communities as well. Not to the extent of like necessarily first personal testimony, but to the extent of like, oh, well, Gary Habermas says is a story, and then everyone's just going to be like, oh yeah, that's great. And now we combine this with the resurrection, and we've proved Christianity beyond all doubt, and anyone who rejects it's an idiot. And I'm ranting at this point, but we're 4 hours in, it gets frustrating. We're almost 5 hours in, and it just gets frustrating. Like that, there's not been one thing said by a Christian so far that's like, maybe there's actually a good naturalist point against this. Like it's just all been, it's all been, oh, the evidence is so overwhelming. Like it's so clearly biased in one direction. So he probably did more hours research than we've done, but the point is that we've actually, like, especially like James has cited his primary sources here. Like Gary just hasn't quoted them at all.
Yeah, again, it's not the number of hours that count, it's what you can show for it. And the issue is Habermas doesn't cite his sources, and he's not careful about describing them. He doesn't consider alternative explanations, like some of those that I've mentioned. So I don't consider that to be good scholarship or good analysis, regardless of how many hours he spent reading accounts. You can spend hundreds of hours reading anecdotes, but that's not quality research.
The telegram. So the person who is definitely dead, but someone says, yeah, but you were dead when you had it. That's why it's called near-death experience. Right. You're right. But what about the person who's been gone for a long time and gives them some of the evidence?
Well, I have heard of those categories that you mentioned. In fact, I just taught through a miracles course or a miracle series we did for TV, and we just covered near-death experiences. And I didn't have as many categories. I put them in basically three. You mentioned one is the out-of-body experience, then also blind people seeing, and then, as you just mentioned, people seeing dead people who they didn't know had died. Like just somebody maybe they lost touch with, or it happened very recently and they didn't know about it. Why don't we start with the out-of-body experiences, Gary? What is a good example of this that has been verified? An out-of-body experience where they're observing something that can be verified, that we can say, hey, this person really had remote viewing. They were outside of their body and saw this, and that's the only way to explain it.
Well, Frank, seriously, I will be glad to jump in there and do that. The issue is, there are so many different kinds. I could tell you one, and someone could say, yeah, it's not bad. I really wish he told me one of these. Oh, well, I wish he told me. I would have told you one of those. There's so many of them that it's going to catch everybody, the type of evidence. Now, let's take one right near the person. There's a case, an evidence case, where a person is in surgery in a surgical ward. And the cases, I will preface my comment by saying this. The cases are especially evidential when one of two things is going on with the person who has the NDE. The first one is, if that person is under general anesthesia. Mm-hmm. Now, it's some people hear things in anesthesia, but general anesthesia, when you shut down the entire body, that's a lot more serious category than, feeling a tooth and you wake up with a tooth been pulled and you didn't feel anything. I mean, yeah, you were out of it, but not like if they were going to take your gallbladder out.
Right.
So one case is general anesthesia, and the other case, to me more evidential, is a few years ago it was discovered that a person who has a cardiac arrest. Now, cardiac arrest comes in different species, but the species I'm interested in is the cardiac arrest involving fibrillation, heart fibrillation, showing that the heart is actually is dead. And so the person, for a few moments, let's say 2 minutes, the person would have a flat brain reading. You could tell because of the type of heart attack they're having, or it might show up on the machine. So the flat heart, Frank, it's 14.4 seconds on average in one experiment. The person who is flat brain waves, measurably flat, you could say, oh, maybe they got something going on there, but measurably flat on the machine because the cardiac arrest was caused by ventricular fibrillation.
Did you catch what he said about 14.4 seconds there? I didn't link it to any...
Well, I assume he's talking about the time between loss of blood flow to the brain and loss of consciousness. That's the only fit that I can give to that sort of number. It seems oddly precise as well, but I mean, whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so the heart stops. Less than 15 seconds later, your brain stops working. Mm-hmm. So if this guy...
Yeah, there we go. Brain stops working.
Let's say 3 minutes later, demonstrably, because we know the time. We know when the heart attack happens on the machine, it's on the EKG. And we know when the event they reported, I'll just make some crazy thing up, an accident out in the parking lot that the police even come and check out. We know the times. And if you're out for more than 2 minutes, it's a quote-unquote...
Again, it's this problem where, is he speaking about an actual case, or is he just giving examples that fit the kind of features that he's saying?
Well, he said, I'll make this crazy thing up, which is a bit odd. Why would you make it up? See, people are going to watch this and not pick up those little inserts there and just assume that is a real story and repeat that, and then other people will hear it.
Well, I mean, I'm listening critically. I didn't hear him say I'm going to make this up. Like that went past my filter. So
brain, flat heart experience. Now, again, I caution, it's a measurably flat brain, flat heart. But it's amazing, Frank, how much they trust these machines when no one's doing anything with religion. And then when spirituality or afterlife comes in, all of a sudden they will literally tell you, that's if the machine was working. That's if it got everything.
Right.
Oh, you hear that all the time.
Right,
okay,
sure.
So let me give you a case or two of these things. But when they're in those states I'm telling you about, they're the most valuable. Okay, here's one. A person was being operated on in the operating room. And they went up above their body, and they're just curious. They're just looking around. And they looked through the wall. I don't know how far. Was it one room over? Was it two rooms over? I don't know. But they looked through the wall, and they watched a man being operated on in another room. And the crazy thing, Frank, is that they were removing the man's leg.
do you have the original source for that one again on screen? Because
The amputation, yeah, I'll pull that one up.
Because it did. I don't remember it being exactly like Gary was just saying then either. But this could be my memory distortion.
And they watch a man being operated on in another room. And the crazy thing, Frank, is that they were removing the man's leg. And they looked through the wall. I don't know how far. Was it one?
Okay.
You see that?
Yeah, I can see it. So I operated on a woman under general anesthetic. When she woke up, she described her operation as she had been through the ceiling. Not only that, she also described the operation that took place in the next theatre, the amputation of the leg. She saw the leg. She saw them put the leg in a yellow bag. She couldn't possibly have invented that. And she described it as soon as she woke up. Okay, so that's the information we have. But it didn't say about the floating through a wall that Gary said.
Yeah. He also often speaks as this from the first person point of view of the person experiencing it, whereas this and the number one and many of the others are not recounted by the patients. They're recounted by nurses or doctors who were there, as this one is.
Yeah. That's
so
true.
he's giving a false sense of closeness to the source there by doing that. What else does he say? I'll keep this up.
Yeah, let's.
I can give you a case or two of these things, but when they're in those states I'm telling you about, they're the most valuable. Okay, this one. A person was being operated on in the operating room, and they went up above their body, and they're just curious. They're just looking around, and they looked through the wall.
Yeah, they're just curious. They're just looking around.
They're looking around. They look through the wall. That's not in the account.
How far? Was it one room over? Was it two rooms over? I don't know.
Is it one room over? Is it two rooms over? I don't know. Again,
it says here it's in the next theater.
But yeah, okay.
They looked through the wall, and they watch a man being operated on in another room. And the crazy thing, Frank, is that they were removing the man's leg. I mean, that's your normal kind of surgery.
Right.
And they're taking his leg off, and the person's just fascinated. And they just describe the whole thing when they come back.
The person's just fascinated, and they describe the whole thing when they come back. Did it say the whole?
It says she described it as soon as she woke up. Doesn't say exactly what they described.
Yeah.
Starting with, there's a guy in the next room having his leg taken off, which I don't think is normal. What you tell a person when they're going in just before they drift off.
Sure.
That's one. Here's another case or two from the room. There are people out there who say, "Well, we stuck random numbers up in the rafters with computers. We've done that many times."
I'll bring that one up.
The random 5-digit or 3-digit number on the screen.
But it's interesting that he admits that no one has. No one's seen the random numbers that they put up in the wherever he said.
Yeah, that's true.
And okay, interesting, but equally.
Well, Paul. So remember this one again for the third time now. So she had the numbers, and it's the nurse recounting it as well, not the woman herself. And it says that the numbers.
All the custodial staff who evidently actually read the number off the machine.
And then it's saying, a custodial staff member was therefore called to dust off the top of the respirator. A ladder was needed to reach it. The man who dusted the machine proceeded to read out exactly the same number as the one the patient had observed from above. But we don't get like details of exactly the mechanism sort of involved here. Like, did she write down the number and then keep it and then compare it, or why?
Yeah,
was it just So let's see how Gary tells it.
Interesting is the case that people have reported in order large numbers from up above their beds. You go like, what? Maybe they thought, well, they were putting them out. Yeah, not this kind. Like, well, what do you have in mind? Well, one person was up above their body, and there was a quarter. I don't know what it is, Frank. Fascination. Often it's the guys.
Oh, the quarter. I've got that case as well.
They land.
Oh, okay.
on small surfaces,
Oh,
quarters,
yeah, all right.
nickels, pennies. And the person looked, and they could tell the date on the quarter. You go, well, come on, a date on a quarter. That's probably going to be between 1980 and 2018. Okay, good. So you have a 1 in 38 chance of getting the number right. Oh, wait a minute, though, but the century changes. Oh, yeah, okay, well, then in those cases, you have to add 2 more numbers. Now, the odds are really going to go up. So there's a quarter. But here's the one that gets me. In one published case, a woman said she was up above her body, and when she comes to, she's OCD. And she says, I'm obsessed with
Back to this one again.
Yeah,
I memorize large numbers when I see them. And she says, you see that machine over there?
I memorize large numbers when I see them.
The first person again, we don't have that.
Yeah, we
That's
don't have
him,
that. It says it does just say she
embellishing.
has OCD, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is part of it. Somewhere along here. Yes, she's been suffering from obsessive compulsive disorder that's centered on remembering numbers.
But it's not. Yeah, it's the first person idea of legitimizing it.
This small machine we have that goes over everybody's head, yeah. And in hospitals, how they rivet numbers onto metal things.
Oh, yeah.
Rivet numbers. We don't know anything about riveted
Doesn't
numbers.
say that.
Yeah.
Well, she said there's a number on top, and she says to the nurse, "Hey, you got a pen and paper? Write this number down. I think we'll need it later. 346."
Like, wouldn't it be ironic if we went to the primary source here and she said it was like lasered on or something, and he's just talking about like riveted numbers, like.
7699, and she gives a 9. That's not the number, but she gives a 12-digit number. Nurse writes it down. Doesn't pay much attention to it. A few days later, they're coming in. They need the machine somewhere else. They take the machine on a dolly or something.
Oh, we've got another ad break.
Says, well, before you take it, let's check that number.
Hold on, Gary. Hold on. We're coming up against it again. We're talking to Gary Habermas about near-death experiences. What do you think that number was, Frank? We're going to find out right after this. We're going to find out Gary Habermas. You're listening to Crossing.
And they were all 6s.
Yeah, he's just getting to the climax of the story, and there's like, hang on, Gary, we're going to go to an ad.
And it was 4 groups of 666.
I'm just imagining Jesus is giving the Sermon on the Mount. It's like, blessed are the peacemakers, blessed are the humble, blessed are the. Oh, hang on, Jesus!
Examine with
College campuses are hostile to the Christian faith, and 3 out of 4 young people walk away from the church once they go to college. That's why we go to college campuses and present I don't have enough faith to be an atheist in the United States and even all over the world. When history, 0% go to building. So when you give to cross-examine, you'll be giving to help.
Remember, guys, when you give to Bad Apologetics, when you buy Unreasonable Faith, the book, that
guaranteed 0% goes to building.
Yes.
What you've done already.
Oh, we're back.
We're back with Dr. Gary Habermas. Gary, during the break, said that was the closest near-death experience he ever had on radio, because we had to cut him off because we were heading up to the hard break. Nothing we can do about that. By the way, before I forget, next week I'm going to be out in, and we're doing a Saturday service, or not a service, church. Gee, I just had it in front of me. Now suddenly it's going away. Man, it was just in front of me. There it is. June 9th. And details are on our website, and also the church Sunday morning in Cupertino, Northern California. Talking about near-death experiences. We're talking about veridical. They're called veridical near-death. It's taking somebody's word for it. We can actually verify that what they're telling us actually is true, because they see a quarter or something, or they see a serial number on the top of a machine that's in the room. And so, what happened with this lady who said she saw the serial number?
Well, she said I'm obsessive compulsive. I have OCD, and I have a tendency to.
She said, I'm obsessive compulsive. I have OCD. Not in the story.
To memorize large numbers, and she said, see that machine there? Yeah. Well, on top of it, a number is riveted to the machine, and you can't just walk.
Riveted. She didn't say on top of it a number is riveted in the machine. Does it actually say exactly how? At the time, respirators. The patient chanted the number comprising 12 digits. So that's during the experience. Is it? The woman claimed she had imprinted in her memory the serial number of the respirator, which was to be found in the top of the respirator. So yeah, it's just not like Gary's telling it. But yeah, I think you're right when you said the closeness. Like it makes you feel like, you're closer to the event than the actual kind of reports that you have.
When I look at it, it's over your head. And she said the number is, and she gives the 13 numbers to a person standing there.
She gives the 13 numbers?
Well, it's 12 in every other telling, so
he can't even get his.
12.
She said the number is, and she gives the 13 numbers to a person standing there.
Like he can't even get his own made-up story right. Like.
Oh man, this is a bit embarrassing at this point.
a little while later, they came and removed the machine for somebody else. And while they were taking it out, maybe putting it on a handcart or a dolly and kind of lowering it a little bit, people can look at the top of it. They come and I heard that story.
Yeah, maybe they're lowering it a little bit. There's a dolly involved. There's like, where's all this coming from, Gary? Where's it like?
Hey, let me see that. And they checked the number. She got the number exactly correct. So now what's
She got all 13 digits, did she? Like,
quarter
it's like he's combining the quarter in now.
I know this is. Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. You just muted yourself. Did you mean to mute yourself?
Sorry, I'm getting feedback again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. I've muted the audio. Feel free to.
No, I didn't want to say anything. I just let's continue.
Right.
So now what's you got a quarter case, you got a case with a penny where the dates are correct. You got if you go 40 years on a coin, say in 1980 to date, you got to change to the century mark, so that would make 4 possible numbers on those coins. And what are the chances to get a quarter, a penny, and this 12-digit number? Well, she got it right. And
and the way he's lining up these probabilities, it's like she did the two things. Like she got the 12-digit number right, and she got the penny right. So it's not just the probability of guessing 12-digit number; it's also the probability of guessing that. But they're different things. They're different, independent events. But
basic because this isn't me. I'll tell you somebody else's experience. But a very close friend of mine, a researcher, heard of this case. And you know how magic fingers are. My PhD students are just incredible. I'll mention a book, and before I get 2 sentences out, they found it online, and they send a website to everybody. A person I know who decided to check this out, I'm not quite sure how they got the person's name, but they got the person's name of the nurse who was in the room, who reported the 12-figure number, who wrote it down ahead of time. They emailed, the person responded to them, and they got a little bit of verification on the number. So
again, this might have happened, and fair enough, maybe this does increase your credence for it, whatever, but this is just hearsay at this point, because I don't understand. I don't know, maybe if you emailed Bowie, could you find Thingy Bowie's email and email her, and maybe you could make some progress? I don't know.
Well, someone might have had that information. It wouldn't be trivial to do. Sorry, getting feedback again.
Oh, sorry. Muted now. Hopefully.
Yeah, cheers.
Okay.
I mean, it's possible, and that would be interesting. But you see, for us, yeah, you're right. This is just hearsay. It's just, well, it's actually Habermas saying that someone told him that they got in touch with the person who reported it from the patient. It was like a fourth hand at this point. Again,
after he's just lied about all the details in the story.
I would probably say. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if we saw that email, that would be interesting. Although, again, I don't necessarily trust the recollection of the nurse or physician in question, but it would at least be interesting to see what she's saying about it, like how she knew it was the correct number, for example. But again, Habermas doesn't seem particularly concerned about this. He just sort of threw it in there. He doesn't actually mention it in other retellings of the story. So it's almost like, oh yeah, we maybe contacted the person and that was cool. Like it doesn't actually, it doesn't seem to think that there's any particular weight carried by that. As even, there's a particular evidential burden you're trying to meet or something. It's just very slapdash with details and specifics here.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. And so you got 3 numbers there at random. You got an amputated leg. One case was a lady who someone said to her.
He just said 4 numbers. Now it's 3 numbers at random. It's 13. Like he doesn't know what he's saying.
She came back from the surgery. They said, yeah, well, we've got that figure because you were already hooked up to a machine. And she said, I was not. And they said, you were too. The machine was in the room. She goes, yeah, well, go check your data. The machine was unplugged. And they went back and looked. And the machine that was supposed to be given the data the plug was over in the corner and it wasn't sticking on the wall.
The mysterious unplugged machine that you couldn't find.
Yeah, that's different to his. He didn't mention it being over in the corner and unplugged. That's elaboration over what he said last time. He also reported that as a first person, and I'd be willing to bet a fair bit of money that the original source was not first person like that. Yeah, but I unfortunately wasn't able to find this account. It's probably in that same book.
Yeah.
Which is interesting if I can't find it using those keywords. I don't know what he's changed about it, but yeah.
Yeah. I also find with these books, like you said about the 101 or whatever it was, afterlife experiences or something, where it's really expensive. The same with the Blackwell Companion to Cartesian Dualism, where it's like £140 if you want to buy it. It's like, whoa, like I want to spend £140 for like 12 articles by like Christian philosophers about dualism. Like I'm interested in it, but it's not worth £140. Like,
Yeah, some of these, like what was the one that I was looking at? The Handbook of Near-Death Experiences that
that
IP
was,
quoted. Yeah,
that's what
that's
I meant.
very difficult to get and very expensive. And yeah, there's no way I was going to get that one, and I couldn't find it through other channels, so I couldn't look into that one. But I mean, this is the point. If you're citing your source is good, but when the source is something that's extremely inaccessible, then it's a little bit unhelpful. This is one of the reasons, by the way, where I like to share screen and show you the paper, or show the audience the paper and page I'm referring to, and I highlight it and point to it so you can see and check what I'm saying. Even if you don't have access to that paper, at least you can see that section that I'm showing. And IP does that more than Habermas, although he likes to sort of show IP likes to show the front of a paper and then sort of pull out quotes rather than show it to you in context. But anyway, at least that's better than Habermas. But this is the point. If you're really concerned about truth and educating people, you present things in a way that they can verify that, and it provides them the context they need to understand what you're saying, not just sort of throw things at them that they can't really evaluate.
Yeah, I agree.
Just goofy things like that sometimes. But those are the ones that are in the room. I personally prefer the ones that are at a distance. And some of these are so impressive because you wonder, how can a person describe something that happens? Some of them, Frank, are hilarious. One of them, an actual case in a recent book on NDEs. In a couple of books on evidence near-death experiences, in one case, a little girl who is described as having no brain activity watches events that are going on in her home. When her parents go back to the house, she's on machines and breathing like, an intensive care situation. And she tells where her brother is and what he's doing, where her sister is, what she's doing, what her dad's doing, and most of all, what her mom is making for dinner. And the doctors who are listening, one of whom I interviewed myself, and he was an agnostic, he said, whoa, there's a point of contact. What was she making for dinner? And the little girl told him exactly what mom made for dinner. So when mom comes in to see her daughter, I mean, this just happened. So the doctor says, hey, can I ask you folks real quickly, what'd you make for dinner 2 nights ago or 1 night ago? And the little girl was right. But the family lived miles from the hospital, and the girl was able to look in and correctly name what toy the boy was playing with.
Did you find anything about this one?
No, I didn't find this one. I can't remember if I explicitly searched for this. I think I may have. Yeah, no, I didn't find anything about this one. Although from Habermas's recollection, it's a little bit hard to piece together the order of events, which is critical here. So did the girl have any chance to find out that information before reporting it? He says he actually interviewed one of these people, which is interesting. So he may actually have access to information that is not from a published source, in which case there's no way I can check it at all. But yeah, it's really hard if you don't specify the precise series of events, because otherwise I'm just going to say, well, probably that's a memory distortion caused by information that was available later. But it's very hard to figure out from what he just said exactly who knew what when and who they told when.
Yeah.
Her daughter, what her sister was doing, where her dad was seated, what her mom was making for dinner. So she gave the details while she was plugged up to a machine breathing, because they described her as being profoundly comatose without brain action. Measurable. We have to add that word all the time. Measurable brain action. Here's another
Gary,
one.
Go ahead. Give another one. Go ahead.
Well, the other one, different book on evidential NDE cases. A man drove to another city, he and his wife, to have special surgery, and he had a house sitter many miles away, over 1,000 miles away. And he had surgery. And during the surgery, he had a cardiac arrest. Okay, that's not good. Supposedly, you're going to be without measurable brain or heart activity in 15 seconds. And somehow his wife's right there in the hospital, but he looks in on how this person is who's taking care of their home, and he gives extensive comments on what the person's doing in the home that day. And when he gets out of it, they revived him, and he was okay, and he survived the surgery. And he talked to his friend. He said, tell me something. What were you doing that afternoon? I was doing this and that. Well, the guy told him what he saw before the guy gave his testimony. And the guy was doing exactly that. But the key is, it was hundreds of miles away, and he could see. Now, my question is, how can we account for that in naturalistic universe? In fact, Frank, I'm not ready to talk about this yet, but I think it'll be starting.
I just had a flashback to when I was around like 16 or 17, and I listened to a Joe Rogan episode with Rupert Sheldrake, and he was talking about like dogs that know their owners are coming home before they come home.
Yeah. What do you do with claims like that? The one that he just made, it's too vague to check for anything. I just did a quick search of dinner the keyword dinner for the 3 books that I have that it may have been in. And although there are a few mentions, nothing corresponded to that. So, I mean, maybe it was a different meal and he just substituted dinner for lunch or something. You know, there's nothing else that really I can think of checking there that would be a distinct keyword for that. So I don't know where that's coming from. I failed. I couldn't find it. I'm sorry.
So now naturalism disproved.
Yeah,
you have not successfully defended naturalism. The other one that's coming up is that paper from the cardiologist, I think, again, that IP quoted with the 29 something or others.
Hardly enough, just to give a one-liner here. A recent atheist has just said, if I can count a comment that someone sent me, a quotation, a recent atheist has just said, I'm an atheist, but what in the world is wrong with me believing in an afterlife? See, to me, that means that's an indication that the walls are starting to come down.
Yeah. Well, Gary, you mentioned books that you're getting these from. Can you recommend books to our listeners if they want to read more about NDEs? Where would they go?
Well, Frank, from a Christian perspective, I will tell you probably the 2 best books on the subject are by a cardiologist named Michael Sabom, S-A-B-O-M. And his first one was written, I believe, 1982, but still referred to as probably the most clearly investigated cases from a medical perspective. And give me a second on that. It's Frank, maybe we can put that back in just a second if you want to.
No, it's okay. I've got one, Gary, that I just came across, and I ran it by you first, and you said, yeah, that'd be a good one. In fact, I used it for the TV version, the TV program we did on NDEs. It's called The Science of Near-Death Experiences. It's edited by John Hagen, it looks like. And
what's the name, Frank?
Hagen, H-A-G-A-N, John Hagen. He's a medical doctor. And it basically, he's the editor, so there's chapters from all sorts of different, these are PhDs and doctors. They're not, the father of the...
These are PhDs and doctors, James.
Well, you can't argue with that.
Guy from Heaven is Real.
No, I got you. You have the book right there?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Is that the book from the University of Missouri Press?
I'd have to look it up on Kindle. I'll do it during the break. It might be, but let me just mention one thing I noticed here. This Dr. Jeffrey Long, he's an MD. In one of the chapters of this book, Gary, and you might be familiar with it, he goes through 9 lines of evidence to say that near-death experiences are medically inexplicable. And here's what he says. I'm quoting from page 78. He says, any one or several of the 9 lines of evidence would likely be reasonably convincing for many scientists, but the combination of all the presented 9 lines of evidence provides powerful evidence that NDEs are, in a word, real, unquote. Now, some of the 9 lines of evidence are what we've been talking about, this remote viewing or the blind scene or seeing a person who's recently deceased, yet the NDE or didn't know the person's recently deceased. So all this fits as these things really being real.
Yeah, now he's very well known. His study, he's an oncologist. His study is said to be the one that has more NDE cases than any other previous study, thousands of cases. Now, which of his books is that, Frank?
The Science of Near-Death Experiences. This is a edited book. This is Jeffrey Long as a chapter writer in that edited book. So, or a book of collected chapters. So it's not his
personal book. You have to
book.
find out if that's the University of Missouri book.
Yeah, I'll look at it during the break and see if it is.
If it is, that's the book I cited that has 9 to 20 million American cases. So it's a highly. I haven't got it yet.
Okay.
Someone just told me about it. I'm ordering it.
University of Missouri, you say? Huh?
That's correct. Yeah, that's it. If that's it, that's the book.
It is University of Missouri Press, Columbia, edited by John C. Hagen.
That's the book.
Okay.
Now the only thing is, Frank, notice when you ask the question, we're not taped, right?
Yeah, we were still taping. Go. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But wait a minute. We're coming up to another break, Gary. I don't want to give you another near-death experience. So, hang on. We're talking about near-death experiences with my friend, the great Dr. Gary Habermas, who, as you know, has studied the resurrection probably more than anybody in history. But he studied also aspects of the resurrection, near-death experiences, and that's Dr. Gary Habermas. And don't forget, friends, you can learn more about Gary Habermas at listen to them or download them right off his website, Gary Habermas.
Why does he even have these breaks? Like, it's not like he's on the radio or anything. Like, he could record.
Well, this
the
is
episode.
a radio show, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
But
I don't know. Maybe I thought it was pre-recorded.
There aren't ads in the breaks. It's just ads for his show.
Well, he's talking about paying him money and stuff. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So it's like ads for himself.
Yeah.
Which he would. It doesn't make any. I mean, they could have also edited it out for YouTube, but I guess that would be too much effort. Anyway, so I have this book here that was just mentioned. It's a fairly good book. I mean, that doesn't mean that I agree with everything in it, but in the scheme of things, I think that there's some actual good research in here, and it's at least fairly compact. So I can briefly go through those lines of evidence. I mean, we've already talked about most of them, but just for completeness. Yeah, the 9. Like the Nazgul, I suppose. Here it is. So these are the lines of evidence suggesting the reality of near-death experiences. Again, that's a misleading title. Everyone agrees that they're real. The question is the nature of them. I think when they say reality, they mean mental phenomena distinct from and not caused by the brain. So lucid organized experiences while unconscious, comatose, or clinically dead. I'm just going to go through these briefly because you've already discussed a lot of them. So we've discussed these. The issue is, how do you establish that the experience was while they were comatose or clinically dead, and while they were unconscious? And if it was a case of anesthesia, whether there was anesthesia awareness, that's the main issue with that. It's very difficult to establish that unless you have very well-controlled conditions. Seeing ongoing events from a location apart from the physical body while unconscious. We've discussed those. Mostly they're just anecdotes, and it's really impossible to rule out memory distortions and other cognitive biases there, as Habermas himself shows. So there's not a lot of detail here. It's just sort of summarizing. So there's not specific cases for the most part. Line of evidence 3, near-death experiences with vision in the blind and supernormal vision. We've discussed that. It's basically impossible to objectively verify that these people were having a visual experience, as opposed to just having some experience which they interpreted as a visual experience. People saying like this, I was seeing far better than 20/20 vision. I mean, what does that even mean? Like, that's pretty.
Does this person go to the opticians, I wonder, to get their eyes?
Well, they're
checked?
legally blind, so I don't know how they know what it looks like to see better than. This is what I mean. Like, how do you verify something like that? It just doesn't seem to make sense. Colors were beyond anything I'd seen before. Everything seemed so much more colorful and brighter. Like these things. Oh, I had 360-degree vision. I could see in all directions at once. So I don't really see how that's consistent with any particular theory as to what's happening there. Apparently, our souls have 360-degree vision.
What does that even mean? Like, surely I can only direct my attention at
well, no, he could see everywhere.
Right.
I mean, I think that's an instance of depersonalization, it seems to me, that's interpreted that way. Anyway, so line of evidence 4, near-death experiences that occur while under general anesthesia, anesthesia awareness. He says the anesthetized brain should be unable to produce lucid memories. That's just false. We know about anesthesia awareness. He doesn't even seem to mention it here, which is really odd. They're not medically inexplicable. They're a well-known phenomenon. Line of evidence 5, near-death experiences and life reviews. I'm not even sure what the evidence is supposed to be here. People have a life review which has apparently... Look at this.
That's, limbic lobe syndrome thingy, isn't it? So the limbic lobe is implicated in the life review memories and things. Like people who have limbic lobe syndrome apparently undergo some of these symptoms. Let me see.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the fact that people recall memories is not really evidence for anything other than recollection. They say here, none of the life reviews in the NDEs appear to have any unrealistic content as termed by my review. I mean, so what? I don't know what that proves. It also seems contradictory to these claims where people are seeing different colors, everything's more colorful, they've got 360-degree vision, better than 20/20, and yet also we're supposed to believe that this is the fact that there's no unrealistic content is evidence for their veridicality. So which way is it? Is it the fact that it's super normal, or that it's
this
extra
Daniel
normal?
Carr? Is the author of this Daniel Carr? Was that?
I don't think so.
Or
the author
editor
of this particular,
the editor
Jeffrey
of
Long.
the whole book.
Oh, the editor. Well, now you're stretching me. Let
Don't
me just
worry
check.
if you can't.
No, it's John Hogan. Sorry,
It
Hagen.
said here, Daniel Carr, who's a neuropsychologist at Massachusetts General Hospital, argues that the very vividness of near-death visions is a sign that they're complex hallucinations with an origin in limbic lobe dysfunction.
Right.
And he cites the following symptoms of limbic lobe dysfunction: depersonalization, involuntary memory recall, intense emotions such as euphoria, and auditory, visual, or kinetic hallucinations. The first connection between panoramic memory and temporal lobe excitation was first demonstrated experimentally in the 1930s by Wilder Penfield in his electrical experiment thingies. And then apparently Noyes and Cletty cite this as evidence that temporal lobe activity is the physiological mechanism behind the life review and other features of the NDE.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't look, as I said before, didn't look too much into details of specific naturalistic accounts of these aspects because they're pretty hard to verify. And I mean, I hold the same standard of evidence to those things. I'm pretty skeptical about specific claims, less skeptical because they don't violate laws of physics and things. But I don't. So they're not established yet. They're just hypotheses.
Yeah, there's always edge cases. Like it's like this seems to lend some credence to this subset of the NDEs that we have, but maybe in experimental conditions it's slightly different to.
Well, that's a good point. NDEs are a very heterogeneous phenomenon, so no one account is going to describe all of them. There's many different things that are happening, and that's something that I've seen in some of these papers here or chapters where they'll say, well, no, this naturalistic explanation doesn't work because it can't account for this one, but this other white naturalistic explanation can't account for these other things, as if there needs to be a single naturalistic explanation that accounts for all of them, which isn't the case at all. If you can appeal to different already known phenomena, then that's still a parsimonious explanation because you don't need to posit anything new. But anyways, coming back to this, so the life review, I'm not really sure what that's supposed to establish. Encountering deceased loved ones, I don't know how this is evidence of anything because, I mean, you can think you had an experience with a dead loved one. I don't know. Interestingly, just after saying that none of these life reviews had any unrealistic content, we've got someone experiencing people talking in telepathy.
Right.
And I could not believe how many people could telepathize with simultaneously. This is the one I mentioned before of the claim that it's all realistic and then there's ridiculous telepathy thing. So I don't know how you reconcile those. Now, there's claims that they are different to dreams and hallucinations, which, again, the naturalist can readily accept that these are different sorts of phenomenon. I mean, hallucination just means any sort of non-veridical sensory experience. So these could be a form of hallucination, but they could be a different type. So none of that really proves anything other than, well, there's something a bit different happening, which presumably it is. So that's fine. Near-death experiences in children is line number 7, which I don't know what that's supposed to establish either. Other than that, well, maybe they're not expecting it because they haven't learnt about it, I think is the idea. But yeah, this is what it's saying here. It's not purely just cultural beliefs or religious training, but I mean, I don't actually think that the naturalist is going to claim that, so I don't know how that's proof of anything. Cross-cultural study, we've already talked about that. There are some similarities, there are some differences. It's not clear that naturalism or any other theory has a particular prediction about how much should be cultural or how much should be biological. So I don't see, I mean, so these last 5 are just, I don't see how they're even evidence of anything, even if you take them at face value. The main ones would be, I mean, I guess under general anesthesia, if you forget about anesthesia awareness, near experience with vision in the blind, if you just believe that what they say is true about actually experiencing vision, and then the out-of-body experience ones that are veridical, and the organized experiences while comatose. So the first 4, if you take at face value, I see could be evidential. The other ones don't even at face value, I don't actually understand how they're supposed to be evidential. And the 9th one is the fact that people have large experiences.
Lives.
It changes their lives, which again is not evidence of anything other than it was real to them in a sense. So of the 9, 5 are not even evidence for the veridicality of NDEs, even taken at face value. And the other 4, as we've argued, we've already addressed, which is addressed by anesthesia awareness, which is completely ignored, memory distortions, and the issue of when was the activity or the experience actually occurring, and that you can't really establish other under very controlled conditions that it was at the time when they were comatose or clinic or had no brain activity or whatever. So we've addressed those aspects of the evidential cases, and then the other, as I said, 5 lines of evidence are just not even lines of evidence. So that's a brief review, mostly stuff we've talked about before. But you know, it's easy to just say, oh, well, there's this paper that has 9 lines of evidence that's supposed to be persuasive, but the devil's always in the details. And if 5 are not even evidence, and then the other 4 are very weak evidence and not persuasive, then you've not got actually a lot there.
Well, let me tell you, James, I've got 100+ arguments for God's existence.
Oh, what? Yes. Well, we're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Maybe there are 2 that can play at that game. Ooh.
I was still on the fucking advert. Like, oh.
Yeah, it's also no sound.
Oh well, yeah, you didn't get that. You just got me shouting about it. It was still like I skipped through loads, and then it was like some guy talking about how you can like go on the Facebook and donate.
If the data is good and there are thousands of these near-death experiences, if just one of them is real, it seems anyway to disprove naturalism, at least, that we're just molecular machines, because you've got people remote viewing.
Are you just a moist robot, James? Is that what you believe?
I mean, I wouldn't put it that way, no. But I mean, are we just pawns in God's imagination? Is that what he thinks? Like, I mean, it's why I don't respect Turek. But anyway,
you're just a thing that exists in reality. Are we just things that exist in reality?
yeah. I guess
stuff,
so.
Just made up of existing stuff. Is
Are
that
you just an immaterial substance? Isn't that depressing?
Things when their body's on an operating room table, they're seeing things miles away. So that would seem to disprove naturalism, at least. And we were just talking about a book called The Science of Near-Death Experiences. And let me just say, I've read through most of this book. I don't even know if any of the people in the book are Christians. Some of them may be universalists. They think, well, gee, if everyone's going to have some sort of afterlife experience and it's going to be a good experience. Well, not necessarily so. In fact, actually in this book, The Science of Near-Death Experiences, I want to say, if I'm remembering properly, about 23% of the people who have near-death experiences have horrific near-death experiences. Now, the figure might actually be higher than that, because if you have a horrific one, you might not want to report it. But actually,
were we meant to guess what their experiences would be beforehand? Their private first, like.
I mean, that seems correct. I think it's supposed to be derogatory, but yes, we post hoc, as in after looking at the evidence, analyzed them and found that bogus. I mean, I didn't actually say that. What we found is that they're not evidence for minds existing outside of brains or independent of them, which is the key claim I'm looking at here. So yes, that is what we have done. And I think we've given persuasive reasons for not accepting this evidence as sufficient to establish the contention there. But coming back to what Turek is saying, so he actually seems to have picked up on this point that Christians should predict that people are not going to go to a good place. So he says maybe there'll be more who haven't reported their negative near-death experience, which I think could be true in general, but is not true for some of the prospective studies that study everyone. So I think it's still the case that the large majority have positive experiences. Again, not clear how that fits with Christian theology.
So Gary, you're saying there's another book out there that's pretty good on the subject. What is that book?
Yeah, well, the earlier book by the fellow, 2 books by
we should definitely, I know we want to do the Apologetics Industrial Complex, but we should definitely do one on like the evangelical like book publishing like industry or something. Like there's definitely like this whole business of like evangelical book publishing, which is really weird to look into.
Yeah, and it gets tedious to repeatedly hear them asking for donations and to buy their books and things like that on
and read a million books if you want to have an opinion on, like, you've just got to read it's like, rather than like reading like science or philosophy textbooks or whatever, like you've got to read all these random like apologists' opinions on the primary sources. Like, it's really frustrating.
On this channel, I only plug the one book, and you can get it on Amazon for like, I don't know, $10 or something. A little bit more if you want a physical copy. So I think that, especially because we don't get paid to do this, unlike most of these other people. So I think that that's not an unfair balance. Oh, wait, but Nathan, sorry, we're coming up to a break now.
Have you seen an uptick in sales as a result of doing this, by the way, if you've got any metrics?
I haven't got the data on that yet. It only comes in every 3 or 4 months or something. Okay. So we will see.
That'd be interesting.
Counting on you guys. Drop my sales.
His name is Michael Saboms. He's a cardiologist. The first book is still said to be the best scientific investigation. You could maybe plug another one in there, but this is a good one. It's called Recollections of Death, a medical investigation. Recollections of Death, a medical investigation, published by Harper. And it's been out for a while now. As I recall, 1981 is when the book came out. And a doctor, and he actually has some checks and balances. He has some tests that he gives. And he also gives 6 specific kinds of reading numbers on instruments in the room while they're out and things like that. The same author wrote a book years later called Light and Death. Not Life and Death, but L-I-G-H-T, Light and Death, published by Zondervan, actually. And it's another account of the afterlife from the near-death perspective, 1998. And more than most, Mike Saboms there answers a bunch of questions back in the back of the book about what does it say about other religions? Why do people seem to think they're going to heaven? Do Christians have deeper or better experience than non-Christians? Just wonderful, great question. But Light and Death, 1998, Zondervan is the other book by same author, Michael Saboms.
Gary, for me, I know a lot of people are thrilled by movies like Heaven is Real or the book and that kind of thing. And look, that could be a real experience. I don't want to, I'm not going to make a judgment on that. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, apparently that kid came back and said he saw his sister who was never born. It was a miscarried sister of his, and his parents never told him about it. So if that's really true, then that would be a veridical experience, that he knew something in this experience that he didn't know before, and his parents verified it. But we're taking the parents' word for it at that point. But
we are.
Yeah.
Because somebody could come out and say, Frank, here's what they're going to say. And they're probably correct.
Mm-hmm.
Some naturalists are going to say, look. So you had what was a little girl who was going to be a baby sister, and mom miscarried. You say she never told you. What's the likelihood that you never heard your parents talking about this over breakfast at one of your many meals at home? You probably forgot about it. Now, to me, it's more evidential to hear someone say, "Hate to tell you this, but your Uncle Bill just died in Afghanistan, and you're going to get the telegram in exactly 2 days." And you go home and tell everybody. Everybody can witness that you were all shook up after this experience. and the telegram came 2 days later. That nobody knows that unless you want to say,
oh, he got halfway there being nice and skeptical, but he didn't quite finish it out. So he was saying, yeah, actually, they could have been, they told you and you just forgot about it. So there's a memory bias creeping in there. But he doesn't then apply that to the second case, which is, well, how do you know that you actually just confused yourself, that you actually found out about your brother having died, after that experience, and then falsely remembered that you had found out about it during the experience, which, I mean, is just a short extrapolation of what he just said and easily consistent with lots of evidence that we have from psychology. So again, it's distressing that he never even acknowledges the possibility that these could be faulty memories or misreports or stories changed in the retelling, all these other possibilities.
I've heard you say this before, that this doesn't prove or disprove Christianity, but it does seem to disprove naturalism. Unpack that a little bit for us.
Yeah. I don't use near-death experiences to say that Christianity must be true. I mean, let me give an example. The Kalam cosmological argument is very common today. And the Christian apologist, man, it's pretty close to used by every sophisticated apologist, I would guess. But what if I told people that was invented by Muslim philosophers in the Middle Ages?
Yeah, right.
Oh, no, wow. Yeah, Muslim, why? Because they believe in God. So there are evidences from people who believe in God, Kalam argument, intelligent design, near-death experiences. It's in that category. It's really difficult for naturalism, but everybody who believes in religion is standing shoulder to shoulder saying naturalists are wrong. Now, you go, well, okay, then I have a couple.
Should I skip forward a bit to 4650 about are they from demons?
Yeah, let's just have the demons and finish out on that.
And he had this
They just talk about a bit about the resurrection, which is not relevant.
He's kind of a universalist, and he basically thinks that we're all going to get to heaven
Remember,
somehow.
universalism is for people who are going to hell, people who are horrible. So just remember that. If you think that a good God would save all people, then you're wrong.
It seems that Turek uses, because before he said, I don't think many of these people are Christians. I think some of them might be universalists, referring to people who have written in this book. And in that context, it seems that he was saying, using the word universalist, referring to just anyone who believes that, like not just Christians who believe that everyone will be saved, which is how I would use the term universalist, as a Christian theological belief, but as anyone who sort of thinks that everyone will go to a good place, which is a bit of an odd usage, I think. But I guess for him, they're probably all going to hell anyways. It doesn't matter that much.
I think he's kind of a universalist, and he basically thinks that we're all going to get to heaven somehow. Heaven is real and all these things. But let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that experience he had was true. Could that have been induced by a demon?
Well, okay, so you're going to say that about all NDEs?
I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I mean, if it contradicts Christ.
For a few reasons. One is, if it's a demon, you have automatically, all right, so use the Kalam argument. Muslims love it. Okay, Christians are going to use it too. Now we got God. All right, now you have NDEs. Wow, that's the second bulwark against naturalism. We have life after death now. No, it's not life after death. It's the demons. That's a third supernatural category.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
All the time, naturalisms lose it.
That's right.
Demons. If there are angels.
So Frank has asked this goofy question, right? But then the way Gary's like, yeah, this just refutes naturalism further. But the guy wasn't. That's not the question. The guy wasn't a naturalist. The guy's like a universalist, and obviously already accepts something like supernatural.
I know naturalism is so implausible according to these people, but they keep going on about it. I mean, I don't even know that many people are naturalists, to be honest. If you talk to a lot of people, they will, even non-religious people or atheists, a lot of people think, oh, there's something out there, maybe not a God, but, some sort of spirit, or, I don't know. Like, there aren't actually that many people like me who are full on, hardcore naturalists who'll try to defend that position. So I feel like that it's just a bit weird that they feel the need to focus on naturalism so much, when I don't think there are actually that many of the people like me who are the real far gone cases. I mean, why don't we respond to something that more people actually believe? I just find it weird. Yeah.
But they can't
get enough of me. They just
I can't remember if he actually answers whether or not they could be demons, or just completely misses the question.
Angels, if there's a God, if there's natural life, hey, look out, because the naturalistic worldview is caving in. So I wouldn't go there, because you're not going to get away from the problem. You're still going to have the supernatural.
No, I agree with that. It is still a problem for naturalism. I'm just saying that Christians might say, well, or people out there might say, well, if you have a universalist NDE, then maybe universalism is true. And I'm saying, well, I think the better evidence is from Christ. And if an NDE contradicts Christ, I'm not going with the NDE. I'm going with Christ.
Now that is a really good argument, Frank. Yes.
Well, if the NDE contradicts naturalism, I'm going with naturalism. Like, why can't I just say the same thing? He's just said that NDEs, he'll only accept NDEs if they're consistent with what he already believes. So why can't I just say the same thing? Or why can't the Muslims say the same thing about their faith? I don't.
Right. Yeah, but isn't that an admission of how he's sort of coming to evidence in general as well? Like, it's like, well, I just ignore the misses, focus on the hits, right? If it counts in favor of what I already believe, then I'll focus on it. If it's not confirming what I already believe, I'll just ignore it. And it's not. Now,
to be clear, that is not what I am claiming. I claim that there are objective epistemological standards that need to be met to believe something. So yes, if something doesn't meet those standards, then I'm going to stay with what I already believe. But we've talked about some of the criteria that would be relevant here, such as being objectively verifiable. You can tell when something happened, it's written down. It's clearly something that they could not have known, outside of an out-of-body experience. If you could precisely measure brain activity and you can have evidence of mental activity at the same time when you can clearly establish no brain activity, these sorts of things, if those could be established rigorously and repeatably, then that would count as evidence against my position and I would update accordingly. So that's the epistemic standard setting what I believe, and I believe that's the way it should be, not just a sort of a presupposition or an existing worldview that wholly determines. It's fine for that to be a part of the picture because your prior beliefs are going to have an effect here. But there still needs to be a point at which we can say, here's what would count as good evidence and how I would respond to that, so that your beliefs are determined ultimately by evidence and rational considerations rather than just a pre-existing dogma.
So the next video, then we have capturing.
I'm going to miss Turek and all those breaks. Yeah. So. For this one, if we can just jump around a bit to hit the highlights, because most of the NDE stuff's quite repetitive.
We've got the devil question again at the start.
Yeah. So I'd like to start with the 625 one, and then maybe some of the stuff around 37 and 40s.
Sure.
Are sending in super chats. I have a feeling that we're going to have a lot of these to get through, so I'm really excited. So Josh asks, how do we know that near-death experiences aren't a...
I swear when Cameron does one of these, he makes like $1,000 in super chats, and he has this like... API setup that like retweets every super chat someone sends to him. And I remember once there were like 50 tweets when he did like a William Lane Craig one, and I was like, oh my god, like he's raking it in off these super chats. But
so let's be a bit cynical here. I mean, not that I would ever be suspicious of people's motives. So how many super chats does he get in when William Lane Craig or similar apologist comes on his channel for, say, an hour interview? And so why are people giving those super chats? Well, because they want to ask these apologists a question, right? Because, their salvation is dependent on this. They want to get it right. They want to have answers. They want to be able to tell other people. And so Cameron's giving them that opportunity. So he's giving them that service where they can basically pay to ask questions of leading apologists, and Cameron gets the money. It's a pretty good deal, if you can get a bunch of these questions in, just where he doesn't really have to do anything other than just sort of facilitate the whole thing. Yeah. Not that I'd be cynical, of course. I mean, I don't want to say that people are in this for the money or anything, but, Sorry, we're coming up to another ad break.
Yeah. And there's not. This is the crazy thing, is that there's so much more money in the Christian side of things than there is in like. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can be. I don't know. I presumably like Matt Dillahunty makes a living out of it and stuff, but I've genuinely seen none of these like fruits of Satan's like world plan to fake name 999. But this is even genuinely right. I really appreciate the super chats. But YouTube take 30%. Like you get hardly, it's not very profitable.
I mean, I wouldn't make such a big deal about this if the apologists weren't constantly on about atheists wanting to sin, because that just really drives me the wrong way. And so, I'm going to make these jabs in response. Basically,
it's the point that like I always see it on Trinity radio as well, where they talk about how like atheists are motivated by the money and stuff, and then they plug like their patron for like 30 minutes. But rather than them being like, because I'm in this to like make money because it's nice to have a living doing what you want, they're like, so pray if God's putting it on your heart, and pray that you'll
I know that just is really slimy to me. I mean, at least the atheists can't do that.
Illusionary experience brought forth by the devil used to lead people to universalism away from Christ.
Okay. Increasingly, I just respond to questions like that. I know Mike Licona and I both do this. We'll just go, yeah, okay, so what's the issue? Like just getting people to think. Strangely enough, I just did an interview yesterday, and I got that question. And I haven't had that question for a long time. But, okay, so this person, I'm guessing Josh is assuming that they happen, and they seem to indicate an afterlife. But because there's maybe some conflicting data, like an atheist who says, I met Jesus, and he told me to hang tight, and I'm going to come back and be with him in heaven when my time comes, that the idea is, well, wow, that sounds like a false prophet. That sounds like Satan. I'm guessing that's where it comes from. And just to take, I guess we'll get the other one. How do we know that everybody having good experiences, but they're not Christians? That one would be another one if you have a little lull in the action. But just to answer the satanic one, I would give several responses. Number one, we talk all the time about something being judged by its fruit. And the fruit of near-death experiences, somebody can say, well, yeah, but it's leading people to universalism. I'd say, number one, only if you draw false conclusions from them. That's one response. Secondly,
so again, it's true to the degree that it agrees with my theology.
Well, how do you know what conclusions to draw from the NDEs? It seems to me that if you're interpreting it veridically and people report going to an afterlife, which is pleasant and they want to go back to, and they're not afraid of death anymore, we're going to say, well, I believe that they had an out-of-body experience and they saw these things, but I don't believe that they were actually in a good place, or they were just sort of wrong about that. I mean, how do you, how does that even work? What's the criteria you're using to decide what to believe here?
Well, this is where C.S. Lewis's idea of hell and the Great Divorce makes no sense to me, where people, for whatever reason, have no motivation to leave hell, even though it's bad still, but they can. But I don't want to go too far off with that. What was I thinking before that? Just how, the idea of what would confirm it is if their fruits are good. Like, but what does it mean for it to have good fruit?
Well, Christians do like to say that. It seems that it means it confirms with my existing beliefs, which is sort of okay, but it depends how. Yeah, it's okay to say, well, I'm going to have a bias towards believing things that are consistent with other things that I believe. Everyone does that, but there's an appropriate amount to do that, and then there's going too far and not being open to new evidence or possible refutations or counter evidence, and that's why, as I say, your responsiveness to arguments and evidence needs to be determined by objective epistemic criteria, not just by saying, oh, it's by their fruits, or I believe what Christ says. That's just shutting yourself off from the possibility of being wrong. And that is why I'm not persuaded by this evidence. It's not because I'm a naturalist. It's because I say, here's the standard I need to be met in order to regard this as reliable evidence I believe I have for naturalism, and it doesn't meet those standards. I don't just say, well, it's inconsistent with naturalism, what like Darwin has taught me or something, because we worship Darwin or whatever. So therefore I don't believe it. Like, I haven't said that at any point. So I guess
there's like an inconsistency between so NDEs are really good evidence that naturalism is false, but the kind of evidence that they are is that the vast majority of people say it's pleasant. But then my kind of supernatural worldview says it's going to be unpleasant for the vast majority of people. So it seems to be that it is if it is evidence for the supernatural, it's evidence for a different kind of supernatural.
Yeah, it's evidence against Christianity, or at least against a non-universalist form of Christianity, I suppose.
And then but
Habermas just wants to say here that you will take the naturalism disproof, but no, actually it's a false conclusion if you just apply the same standard. and it's
well, many people may be saying, wow, maybe there's hope for me, and I can live forever and not be a Christian. What about those who become Christians? A number of people have become Christians and have written and published major things. I mean, we're talking about skeptics. What about that? Another major response for me is the satanic element alone is, what kind of data do we have? If the data are really strong, and if Satan presumably is not able to raise the dead, I guess that's part of this question too. If Satan doesn't have any power to raise somebody from the dead, is Satan giving them experiences when some of the researchers are saying these shouldn't be called near-death experiences anymore, they should be called post-death experiences, because the problem is the argument is the person's dead for a few hours. Now, why we call them near-death experiences on that definition is because they come back from it. So they're alive right now. But for a while, they were dead for all intent and purposes. Does Satan have the power to raise the dead? I think that's another issue. But I think the main reason that pushes people to that kind of view is the conflicting kind of evidence. And I hope we can get into that. But I don't think that should push anybody in that direction, because I don't think it's the kind of information that's derogatory to Christianity.
Okay, here's another super chat from Jack.
Is it me, or did he completely avoid the question? The question is, how do we know these aren't sent from the devil to fool people? Yeah. And he said, can Satan raise the dead? Which I don't understand what connection that has to anything because they didn't die. They're near-death experiences.
Well, yeah, but he redefined it. He said we should think of it as they died and got sent back by God or something. Like,
Well,
it's
I mean, can Satan raise the dead? I don't even know what the... Jeez, this is $100 super chat. This guy... Oh, sorry, I got...
Yeah. I know, right? But like that's what I'm saying when I'm like, I swear he brings in $1,000 from some of these streams. So I need a better audience. I don't. You know, if you guys gave me, well, I suppose he'd only get $600 on that.
It's a bit lame. $666, eh?
Yeah.
2/3.
Right. And $100 super chat. Thank you so much. This is amazing. It's going to be. I'm going to put all of this to use. So thank you so much.
Oh yeah. So we can skip past this.
Okay.
I think the answer is no. I don't think there's anything especially new.
Well, that's
here.
why I wanted to play it just to see if it's going to be the 12 digits again. Like.
Yeah, I don't think I have the stamina for that for this one.
Yeah,
I'd like to skip through to 3747 where we ask what's the point of it. Yeah, because it's pretty repetitive. You can feel free to watch that in your own time. And
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like it gets like we've had the same story like badly told in different ways like 3 times now. We don't need it for a 4th time, and then pretending it's new. Yeah.
There's an afterlife. I have a head start talking about the resurrection.
Right, on that note.
Yeah, go ahead.
On that note, someone sent in a question. They said from Punchbowl Haircut. He says, "I love NDE stories, but if the only verifiable thing that is what is seen on Earth, what is the point of hearing about what happens beyond that? Is it just for fun?"
No, because you're not hearing the rest of the story. He's yelling at his mother. He's yelling down there at his mom. He's going, "Mom, I'm okay. I'm not dead. I'm fine. Don't cry. I hate to see you crying, Mom. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine." And she never looks any different. She thinks he's dead.
Oh, this was that Indian kid who's up in a tree, and he's like, yeah.
And by the way, when he said this, he's balding on top. He leaned over and pulled his hair out of the way, and you could see a scar going down the middle of his head right there, where they had to sew him back up after he fell out of the tree. But he not only said, "I'm okay, Mom, and I'm great." You got to hear the rest of the story, which is these people think they're having the greatest experience they've ever had in their life. They say that the realm I was in was more real to me than the realest. Is that a word? Than the realest of my experiences on Earth. That was more real than being at the Super Bowl.
More real than real, right? But some of the cases.
What does that mean?
Yeah, and this isn't all of them. Like I've taken psychedelics before, so I do actually have some subjective understanding of the idea that it's like this experience is more real than everyday real. And I understand what people mean by that, but to then conclude that it's veridical based off of that subjective experience when there's really good explanations for why you like have those sorts of things naturally about what's actually going on in the brain during that experience. When it seems like it's almost the same sort of weird things that are going on in the brain in psychedelic experiences are going on in a lot of these NDEs as well, which is like, and then people have these that like similar geometric patterns I saw in some of the things that people were reporting, and it's just really weird because it's not like the majority of people are saying this though in NDEs. They're not all saying, I heard the trumpet, the fanfare, the music of heaven. I heard the angels singing, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord" around his throne or whatever.
Well, I mean, the issue is, yes, that there's no specifics there in a lot of cases, but also a lot of people, it seems that too many people are experiencing positive experiences, which is sort of the point that he's dancing around but won't address.
Yeah.
Apparently, we should believe the implications that their stories have for naturalism, but not the implications that they would also just straightforwardly have for Christianity, which appears to be universalism seems to be true.
Thank you for your donation, Daniel. It will go to sending the Christian youth to hell. So, but not buildings.
No, we don't build here.
Or being at the whatever, and being in that world. And when I came back, I put my money where my mouth is. I'm not afraid to die anymore. I want to go back there. In fact, Cameron, I've had a couple of cases. When you interview these people, they're really something. I've had a couple of cases. I can think of 2. One was a psychologist with 5 master's degrees and 2 doctorate degrees. He had a near-death experience. And
5 master's degrees? What's this person's life?
No, it's fine. I believe all numbers that Habermas gives us are exactly correct and not exaggerated in any way.
No, seriously.
And yeah, why would you get 5 master's degrees?
Like 2, I could
Very
understand
odd.
doing 2. Like this person must have got really lucky with investments or something as well. Like, or maybe they live in Norway. Yeah. Wow.
he was in a situation where he could have died again. And I said, man, you got to be careful. That could happen to you again. And without even thinking, with a 1 minute lag, a 1 second lag, he goes, why should I worry if I die? I'm just going to go back to that place. It was so close to his mind. He said, I'm going to go back to that place. Another guy was from Idaho. And he said he was walking on the sidewalk. I was there with him, and he slipped. And he said, I knew the back of my head was going to hit the sidewalk. And he said it was going to be over for me. I mean, I knew I would do a lot of damage. Well, he didn't hit his head. But he said, I said, so what happened? He said, well, I didn't hit my head. But what flashed into my mind in a second was, I'm going back to where I was when I had the ND. And where he was swimming, and he drowned. And he was underwater, looking at himself in the face, looking at the dying self, looking right into his own eyes. And he said, he can't wait to go back there. So it's not just, hey, guys, I'm in another world. Don't leave me here. They'll say it's the best place they've ever been. They're not afraid to die. They're looking forward to going back to it. They'll stay here as long as they can, but they want to go back. They describe it as the best experience anybody could possibly have. And you go, well, that's what it is. It's a drug trip or something. Yeah, well, now you're back to the evidential cases, and you have to explain the evidence.
All right, here's another question. Christoph Keating.
Did that rambling response in any way answer the question? I'm having real trouble staying on topic here. What does it actually tell us about the afterlife? Was the question, and it seems that his answer, Habermas's answer was, it tells us that it's really great and everyone wants to go back there.
Well, that's because the real answer was, no, it's not for fun. It's for me to make money. Sorry. No. Well, the next question is about Camille's theory, which I thought was, I just thought it's
Grumpy Habermas.
It's. I mean, we can skip through it, but I just think it's funny. Like, so I hosted this debate between him and Kyle, who was a student under Tim McGrew, and that is what caused Christoph to be aware, I think, of Camille's theory of the resurrection and what Cameron saw. And I just think it's funny how like Cameron won't even like talk to me or anything, but is like secretly aware of the things that are going on in like the shady atheist part of the internet. And I thought it's funny, that like people, Christoph, who watches this channel, is like asking questions over there about things going on. I just find it's like, Cameron, come on, have a conversation. We can talk about, our differences or disagreements, and same for you, Gary, as well. Yeah, it'd be great to talk. It's like weird how we have to talk through like the super chats of people who watch both channels rather than. So the next timestamp is 4107. Oh no, that's the Camille one. 44.
Yeah, let's go to that. I mentioned this before about the issue of reincarnation and how that fits with
and that's
NDEs.
another parapsychology type thing that people are into.
Yeah, lots of people report experiences of past lives similar to NDEs.
Hey, how comparable do you think the evidence for NDEs and the evidence for certain reincarnation claims are? I've read about it in Beyond Death too.
All right. Well, I'm glad you got Beyond Death, because I've been getting a number of reincarnation questions lately. I think I've gotten 2 earlier this week. And that book, Beyond Death, I have a whole chapter on the subject. And the reason I'm making a big deal of this is because that is pre-computer. That book came out in 1992. And then it was republished under the title Beyond Death. If anybody gets a hold of the first edition, it was called Immortality. It's co-authored with J.P. Moreland. And then later it was picked up Beyond Death. The first one was Thomas Nelson. The second one is Crossway. And now it's available for Whiff and stock. I would send people.
Seriously, get to the point, Habermas. You're driving me insane. I can't stand these answers.
A long time.
How many pages is it? I need to know. Who
published it? Was it on computer?
Where was it published? What edition?
Can you imagine what his massive book is going to be like when he finally published it? It's going to be like the most rambling, tangential. It's going to be. People are going to say I have to read it, otherwise I can't say anything about the resurrection. Anyway, I'm just.
Oh, it's Christoph's here. Christoph's here.
Oh, welcome.
I put it for Camille, who was complaining under the previous Licona interview on Capturing Christianity. They didn't mention his theories. Oh, I see. Oh. Well, I thought it was.
Yeah, they just straw-manned it here and didn't really talk about it anyway, so it's no point going over.
Yeah. I'd love to try and set up a conversation, though, between Camille and Habermas. That'd be great.
Chapter, but I'd like to send them the whole thing, but I don't have an article to send, so I don't have an essay. But if anybody gets a hold of the book Immortality, or the one that's mentioned here in the question, Beyond Death, no, I don't think reincarnation evidence, to respond specifically here, I don't think reincarnation evidence lights a candle to NDE evidence. I would say the only kind of evidence that is on the evidential level of NDEs might be certain aspects of intelligent design. And I'm not a scientist, so I can't judge the intelligent design.
What the hell's he even just said? So the only kind of what of all evidences in the world? The only kind of evidence on the level of NDEs.
But what about all of the other parapsychological cases? which just have just as good evidence for this. Some of it I cite in my book, but there's heaps of others. I mean, the thing is, in my book, I rely on things that have multiple witnesses. Or in almost all cases, I only focus on those. But Habermas, a lot of his cases that he cites, there's only one source we have for it. I mean, there are other people who were there, but we don't necessarily know if they corroborate the story. So,
do you know about the wax hands, the wax ectoplasm apparatus? So, there's this phenomena of what's it, like physical manifestations during seances and things like that.
Yeah.
And in Paris in the 1900s, the Metaphysical Society in Paris conducted an experiment where this guy who could do physical apparitions, and there were like 6 witnesses all sat around in a circle, so they could verify that it wasn't, like skeptic witnesses, so they could verify it wasn't going to be. And the parapsychology guy produced these wax hands from these apparitions reaching into the of ghosts reaching into the waxy residue to create these molds, whatever. And so there's like that's pretty good evidence compared to some of this anecdotal NDE stuff, right?
And even some of the very same books, as the questioner was mentioning there, that talk about the NDEs also talk about other phenomena. I think one of them I had is it's not this one. I'm just trying to remember which book it was that talked about multiple, or maybe it was this paper here. I've got an interesting paper called Towards a Post-Materialist Psychology, which has a whole lot of interesting stuff. Oh, yeah, it mentions reincarnation researchers as well. Maybe I'll just share this to give you a flavor of this again.
And I saw this this one about this kid who thought he was like a fighter pilot in the Pacific in World War II and stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then he went and met the kids of the guy or something, and that was pretty weird. But
yeah, so in the same paper here, we've got out-of-body near-death experiences and NDEs in people born blind, which seems to be a subset of that. But then we've got other psi phenomena, telepathy, remote viewing, pre-sentient experiments. I think that's precognition. I don't even know what that is. That's it.
Effective.
Yeah, who knows? Remote staring, which is people have seen the movie Men Who Stare at Goats. That's what that is. It's unbelievable what people think. And then reincarnation research during the last 50 years. I lost it. Hang on.
Mediumship research. If you control F, maybe. I don't know.
During the last 50 years, over 2,500 cases of young children reported memories from ostensible lives have been studied. Pioneer of this research, blah, blah, blah. Other people studying it. Look, professors at universities, so, it's legit stuff. There are the ages given. Approximately 80% have memories of violent deaths. So, it makes sense. That's what we'd expect them to report from dying in the past. A lot of them were violent. They've got birthmarks that coincide with wounds associated with the past life. That's pretty cool. And some cases of them speaking different languages, communicating those languages. I mean, I'm just going through this. I haven't looked up any of this stuff. I don't believe any of it. But the thing is, I don't think Habermas believes any of it either, because it's not consistent with his Christian worldview, which doesn't admit past lives. So is he going to say that? Because most of that stuff is pretty similar in broad outlines to what we're talking about, the level of evidence here. It's just people claiming to have experienced things. Why is that so inferior to any of the NDEs that he's giving?
It is another one.
I'm just hunkered down.
This is one of the reincarnation people. He's in the cult with. Do you know the Living Jesus in Australia?
About his life in the 1st century.
I was born in Sicily as a little kid there, and just lived in a little house with a little sort of cottage, I guess you call it.
Wait, this is Jesus?
Parents and sisters.
No, this is one of Jesus's disciples who had a past life.
Sisters are with two older sisters, and one day, just at the end of the day, some soldiers come and broke into our house, or forced
Roman soldiers. This is.
And had my father at the door with the sword, and 2 others. There's about 5 of them. They come in. I was just terrified and ran out to a little corner and just hunkered down. And they were coming. I didn't know why they came in for, and they come to grab me. I was just terrified. I remember weeing myself, and they come and took me away. And they took me to their garrison, the army troops were. They just pretty much, I suppose, politically back then, they were actually expanding the empire quite savagely then too. And just started.
Oh, the interesting thing about this as well, and what we were saying about memory formation and accepting group beliefs, is that the documentary producer comes in skeptical, and by the end of it, he's like, "I just don't know what to believe anymore," which is pretty weird. But
yeah, so those sorts of claims are so that's fairly common for people who talk about or investigate this sort of stuff. And in my opinion, it's not having a sufficiently skeptical epistemology, not having objective standards of evidence that need to be met before you believe things. Just because people report things doesn't mean that you have to accept that what they're telling you is veridical. And the fact that many people report it is not better evidence if each by themselves is not, you can't rule out other factors. And someone mentioned in the chat, by the way, that Habermas might say that the reincarnation stories are all sort of veridical but caused by demons.
Right.
But again, the question would be, well, how do you establish what's caused by a demon and what's veridical? See, if Habermas is saying that we should take the claims at face value about people seeing numbers and seeing shoes and experiencing an afterlife, but then anything he doesn't like is caused by a demon, that seems entirely ad hoc. Like there's no basis there as to what's demon and what's veridical other than a pre-existing theory. Whereas I don't think that's true under naturalism. I think there's a fairly consistent story that can be told about what sorts of experiences are caused by, memory distortions, and then those that are caused by anesthesia awareness, and those that are caused by awareness following resuscitation, and so forth. So I don't really think that just, it's all demons is a get out of jail free card for Habermas there. It's pretty ad hoc because he doesn't have any standard to appeal to.
That's Jesus and his wife Mary, by the way.
That's Jesus.
Yeah.
His wife is called Mary. That's a little weird. His mother was also called Mary, but I guess that happens.
Yeah, I think she changed her name as well to fit with whatever the hell's going on in that bizarre environment.
Yeah, no, I never knew Jesus had taken up residence in the land down under. That's interesting.
Yeah. So let's carry on with this one.
But the ones I hear, people could say, "Oh, well, that makes me feel much better because I think intelligent design is garbage, so therefore NDEs are garbage too." No, if that's going to be your view, then you have to go back and study NDEs because it might be harder to answer an NDE claim than intelligent design if a person who has no measurable brain or heart measurements sees something miles away and reports it, and it's verified because when they come to talking about it, and nobody in the room knows that that's going on, and they later verify it. But the person was without brain or heart function. NDE might be the best natural religious evidence for a supernatural worldview of any subject I'm aware of.
All right, question.
What?
So he just completely failed to answer the question.
NDE must be the best natural religious evidence for the supernatural. I guess he means, so there's like natural theology, right? But
yeah,
the point
I guess
is, but that seems supernatural. Like that isn't like if divine revelation is like special revelation rather than general natural revelation, then this NDE would seem to be that, right? It like surely God's in control of. That's just semantics, right? It's just.
Has he really investigated all of these other psi phenomena, and applied an objective epistemological standard and established that the NDEs far surpass the others? I want to see evidence of that because I don't think he's done that. I think that he's just looked at the ones that are convenient for him or that he finds interesting, and then ignored all the other stuff that he thinks is not veridical, and then probably hand wave it with he didn't even actually say demons here, although we could try that. His actual response was, no, the evidence is not nearly as good, and then some nonsense about intelligent design, which is completely changing the topic. So I don't see how that's in any way a sufficient response, and this comes back to the point I made before. If a person seriously believes that the evidence we have for NDEs that we've been discussing for the last 6 hours is sufficient to establish that there's mental activity apart from brains and evidence of an afterlife and so on, then they also seem to be committed to a whole host of other things, not just Bigfoot, but also reincarnation and the effect of staring at ghosts, or remote staring more generally, I guess. Precognition, telepathy, remote viewing, and a whole host of other things that people report, as well as experiences in different religions. And it's, not only do these seem to be contradictory, but you just seem that you believing in literally anything that people report and assuming it's veridical. And I just can't see that as being a defensible epistemological position. It's to me just laughable that if you're just going to be if you're going to be forced to accept all these things, I think that's a clear reductio ad absurdum against whatever standard you're using. It's far too credulous.
So
I don't know what's happening with Nathan here. He seems like he's having a tea party without me there.
I exploded an egg yolk on myself, so I've gone off screen. But shall we move to a different?
Yeah, where do we get up
or
to? Do we want to go look at the advertisement for doing a PhD in apologetics?
Oh yeah, that is that's
briefly. And then I want to do 108.50 because that's interesting.
Josh should tell me what level is this for advice. At what level? BA, MA, PhD? I'll just take it right to the top. If someone's got a BA and or an MA, especially with the thesis, in a relevant area, something that's going to put you in the queue with people who are applying for these things, sure, apply for a PhD in apologetics and run with it. And somebody might be saying, oh, now you're recruiting for Liberty. Well, I would. I think Liberty has an excellent program. We have an accredited PhD, both regionally accredited and ATS accredited PhD in theology and apologetics. But there are other good schools where you can go and get these degrees. If Mike Licona were on with this, he'd be ribbing me and he'd say, well, we don't have a PhD at Houston, but we've got a great MA. So if you want an MA, go to Houston, And the Southern Baptist schools, Southeastern, Southern, Fort Worth, that's Southwestern. The major Southern Baptist schools have PhDs in philosophy of religion / apologetics. So it doesn't have to be Liberty, but yeah, I would recommend Liberty and say Liberty's great right now. We have a large number of PhD students in this area. I think close to 100. And we've graduated something like 35 or 40. We've only been around.
So let's say, how long is an American PhD? Is it 6 years? 100 apologetics PhD students.
Yeah, I think 5 or 6 years is sort of standard. So the thing is that I think they're being dishonest here because as someone who's trying to pursue a career in academia, although more mainstream, I know how difficult it is to sort of get into that. You can get into a PhD program, but then there's a question as to will you be able to find work actually in that field. And when it comes to Christian apologetics, although there's a lot more money in that than counter apologetics, and there are positions available, the number is not large. If they're graduating, if they've got hundreds of them in the pipeline of PhD graduates, there's no way there's enough jobs for those. So most of these people will spend tens of thousands of dollars in multiple years and not be able to find jobs in that. Now, maybe not all of them want that, which is fine if you're making that choice for yourself. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but it's just that if the idea here is that they think that there's going to be opportunities for them down the road, I think that many of them are going to be sorely disappointed there. So I really have issues with this sort of marketing of these masters and PhD programs, which are very expensive, take a long time, and have, especially in this field, which is very niche, and have quite poor career prospects for most people. Even in the hard sciences, I don't generally like that term, but things that you'd think would you'd have an easier time with, the career prospects are often not very good for the median graduate. You have to be quite good and very competitive to get these tenure track positions.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because what are the job prospects for doing like how many celebrity apologists are there? Like 4, 5? Like why is this, and why would
there
you
are
not
tiers, I
recommend
suppose, for celebrity level, but
like why would you not suggest like someone do like religious studies or philosophy or biblical studies, or like like apologetics is just a bunch of subjects like mishmashed together. But I don't know. It's just so weird to me. Like, it's so. This is one of the harmful aspects of apologetics as well, is that it becomes this like weird in-group culture thing. And like those hundreds of students with PhDs, like how many academic positions are there going to be? Maybe 1 or 2 across seminaries in the country for that like graduating year. How many people are going to go on to become apologists? I don't even know if I know 100 apologists like who are actually successful. Do it as a career, but then this is the whole thing, is like, why should you be aiming to make your career defending Christianity on the public stage as well, like rather than pursuing true beliefs in a particular topic like philosophy or biblical? It's just so weird. Yeah,
just because they're Christian-based institutions doesn't necessarily mean that they're hiring people who have PhDs in apologetics, because a lot of these institutions still want to produce work that's going to get them lots of citations and funding and so forth, and that's just not the case for apologetics. like if you look at someone I know, William Lane Craig, for example, he has, yeah, I mean, people have said that about academia more generally, but I think it's even more true here because the job prospects are even more limited. But William Lane Craig has published, he certainly published some papers in what you might call like traditional philosophy journals, but not very many compared to the length of his career and how prominent he is. He's published a bunch of stuff in quite niche theology or apologetics journals, which would not be considered very prestigious or a prominent result in other academia more generally. And he's written a lot of popular books, which also don't really sort of get you the same cred. I mean, and there's issues to that in itself. But all I'm saying is, if you look at William Lane Craig's CV from a purely like academic point of view and ask how accomplished is that, I would say that it's not especially impressive. Now, I'm not saying that in itself is a reason why he should have done differently. He may have different priorities and so forth. That's perfectly fine. All I'm saying there is that the universities are not necessarily looking to hire these sorts of people. There's only a very small number of places, I think, that are willing to that sort of make their reputation on having people like Craig or others on their academic faculty. And I think that most of these people who are doing these PhDs are just going to have essentially no career prospects, at least with their PhD.
Yeah.
And if that's still what they want to do, again, that's fine. That's their choice. All I'm saying is that the way it's sort of being
really bad life advice,
giving, especially when there's a conflict of interest here with institutions that people work for or represent and so forth. It's, I think, real issue here.
Yeah. Right. So you wanted 10850, I guess. We'll.
Yes. So about the localization of NDEs. This is, I think, very interesting.
Shorten the list.
All right, from John P. Why do NDE experiences seem to see and remain on Earth instead of immediately being with Jesus in paradise like the thief on the cross?
Well, okay, maybe you're not reading enough of them, John. many of them go off to another world, and they describe them as paradise. By the way, in the book of Revelation, this is just a little bit of a side. In the book of Revelation, where the book is starting to talk about what is waiting for believers, it uses the Greek word paradizo, which in the Old Testament Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Old Testament, is the same word used for the Garden of Eden. So there are people who say there's biblical warrant for saying belief in the afterlife is going to be a heavenly paradise, like the Garden of Eden. Many scholars believe now that heaven is going to be the refurbished earth, that heaven is the intermediate state, and then we get a new body and we live on the earth forever. Like the thief on the cross, they're with him in paradise. Well, they are. That happens. I can only report what NDEers say, and what they're going to say is usually the longer, there's a little rule of thumb, the longer your NDE goes on, you're more likely to go whipping away to another world. For the first part, you sit there and yell at I don't mean scream at him, but you're telling the doctor, lay off, don't pound me in the chest anymore, I'm happy, give it up, walk away from me, tell your family member, Mom, I'm fine, husband or wife, I'm fine, and then they start going off, as apparently the implication is they get more and more dead, if that's the way you can describe it, closer to final death. So they do describe paradise-like states. But the problem is, John, I don't have data. I haven't gotten to this yet, so I'll say it now real quickly. When people say I'm an atheist and I met Jesus and he said I'd come back there one day and be with him, or you say, well, Hindus see Shiva and Muslims and Jews see angels and Jesus sees, Christians see Jesus, how come everybody's different? That's those interpretations of supernatural figures they see. That's their interpretation. Oh, no, mine said his name was Jesus. That's still your interpretation. You're giving me an experience that you had, and we got to know that yours is right. But you don't have.
Why does he apply this to the figures that people meet, and he doesn't apply this to the experience in general of people having a really real time of heaven or going through a tunnel to somewhere else? Like, why is he saying this is interpretation?
Yeah, exactly. And this is the problem. It's consistent throughout when people ask these sorts of questions. When it's something that he wants to argue for, then he takes, and that's what people say, then he takes that as vertical. He just takes it on face value. When it's not, then he just says, oh, no, that's an interpretation. Or potentially he could appeal to that's demons, although mostly he says, oh, that's interpretation, or you don't have to believe it that way, or whatever it is. It's just ad hoc. There doesn't seem to be any criteria that he's appealing to here, which is why this is a terrible explanation, because he can't distinguish between one outcome and another in terms of what's more likely. It's just all ad hoc. Again, suppose there is an immaterial aspect to the mind. Why would it be localized to the body? How can an immaterial mind even be localized? If it's spatial and temporal, then that already sounds like something that's physical to me. And especially if it interacts with light and sound in the way that I just mentioned. So it interacts with light, sound, it's physically, it's spatially and temporally located. That's a physical entity. That's not nonsense. I don't know how you can argue that's that, and also that it's non-physical. That just doesn't make any sense to me. You've described a bunch of properties that define something as being physical. So it seems like it shouldn't be localized anywhere. It should potentially be able to have experiences back in the Roman period, on the other side of the Earth, at Jupiter and Andromeda Galaxy, you know, wherever. I don't see why it would be localized anywhere. Let alone why doesn't it automatically go and see Jesus in paradise or whatever else?
Yeah.
And Habermas is just going off about people's interpretations, which again doesn't answer the question. On his worldview, it would seem that he would predict that people should either see Jesus or go to hell or something. I don't think he believes in purgatory, but it's it's not even clear that you would predict that you would go to those places without being resurrected. Like, again, don't the just get resurrected before going to heaven? I don't know what he would say about that, but it's not clear that it seems that under his view, he would predict that basically you go to heaven or hell or something similar. Whereas that's not what people report. They report all sorts of things. What's this time lag thing where you get like more and more dead? What's that supposed to mean? That's not predicted by his worldview. That's just an ad hoc thing that he's thrown in to explain why people are hovering above their body, which is not predicted by his worldview. This is why it's a terrible explanation, because it just can't account for anything that's observed here. It's just all ad hoc done.
What's this time lag thing? It is funny. Yeah, I was thinking that as he was saying it. Like, where's this? Where has this even like come from? and why? What is it that allows him to say that the longer it goes on, you experience going more and more dead? Like, how can he say that? Why
I didn't find any evidence for that in anything that I saw. That you like move further away from your body.
Yeah. Where's he coming up with that? It seems like he's just invented that.
I think, well, he called it a rule of thumb, so maybe that's just his personal rule of thumb that he's decided to use. And again, but even if that's true, right, it's not predicted by his worldview. Why would it predict that it takes you time to get to heaven? That doesn't make any sense. Right. It should, once you're dead, you should be dead, surely. I don't see that there's any reason there'd be a delay.
Yeah, it's almost as if what's actually got on here is like pop culture, like films and things about people traveling to heaven on an escalator, golden escalator or whatever, have got mixed up with NDE stories and religion, and he's trying to make sense of it. But that's just me making stuff up. Let's continue playing.
Have any way to tell me that you were in Jesus' presence? See, by the way, about 20% of all NDEs are hell cases, or at least what you might call they don't always use the word hell, but they're distressing NDEs, and everything's described, all the way from being chased by zombies to lakes of fire. They're not nice. And you go, well, are you going to let the knife cut both ways? Are you going to say there's no evidence for the hell NDEs? Yeah, I am, because there's no evidence that they saw demons or zombies or hell cases, or that Jesus told them they're coming back in 20 years. That'd be very nice. Well, how do you know they're in those realms? I'm only telling you what the testimonies say. But when I'm getting data that they get from real people that we can check out in the real world. That's why we talk so much about the real world, because that's where the data are.
All right, so this is an interesting question, and we'll see what you have to say about it. He says,
"Can you make any?" Why did they even ask the question? Can you make any sense of his answer there? What was he on about?
So I think he was saying it's bizarre because it seems like he's not being consistent with himself. But I thought that he was saying. So all of this like theological interpretation of what people are seeing about Jesus, Satan, hell, whatever, we should disregard that because it's not evidential and we can't verify it. But the thing we should focus on are these facts about like the surgery that's going on, the digits that were riveted apparently or not into the machine and stuff like that, because they can be verified. So we should focus on those from an apologetics point of view.
And that is one reason I focus a lot on those, and not things that you can't verify, like the blind seeing. You can't verify that in most cases. So, but the problem is that Habermas talks a lot about how they experienced the afterlife and they were now not afraid of death, and it was a great place. He goes on and on about that.
Well,
so
that's what I'm saying is he's not
not
actually doing that. Yeah, he's saying that this is what we should do, so he gets the sort of credibility of someone who's doing that, which we can all sort of acknowledge as what like a rational person trying to be skeptical of this and seek the truth would be. But then he also just randomly like accepts a whole bunch of claims Like literally what he was just saying the sentence before that about, the time lag and zooming, getting more dead over time and stuff, which, like, how has he verified any of that?
Yeah, it's just, I think that's probably all from that video. Now, I am close to my threshold level of NDEs.
Yeah.
Is there anything from the last video particularly that you wanted to touch on that we haven't talked about before?
Haven't held tourism stories. Maybe something new in that, but I don't know.
Yeah, let's do that one.
The 5528, what 2 or 3 journals would you recommend? It's interesting because you were just saying about Craig publishing in like the Evangelical Philosophical Society, whatever, and that's like what he recommends people subscribe to. Yeah, maybe Heaven Hell Tourism. The 4755 is the same thing because there's this real evangelical fear of NDEs actually being from Satan. Yeah, let's video up and go to 4755.
Experience that
Almost
people
there.
who are dying.
Globe. I mean, is it a pretty common document?
There's studies all over the place. Studies from Muslim near-deathers, Hindu near-deathers, Buddhist, because it's a common experience that people who are dying go through. Now, you've got to separate the wheat from the chaff. You go, I know, I get it. All the wheat is the Christian part. No, I didn't say that because I don't think near-death experiences tell you which religion is true. Just like intelligent design doesn't tell you which religion is true. But they do get us talking about religion. They do get us talking about religion as opposed to the guy.
We skip on a bit to the other question.
Awesome. Yeah, I have Dr. Licona on in a couple of weeks. We're going to talk about gospel differences, and so
yeah, he's good. He's good on that.
All right, so Adrian wants to know, what is your take on the heaven hell tourism stories? I like the fact that he puts in quotes heaven and hell tourism stories. What is your take on those?
That's talking about NDEs. I assume that's what he means. Yeah, the problem is the tourism stories are. I'll tell you what. If you have a person giving a testimony, you will be riveted in your chair. But here's the problem: I have no evidence that they either went to heaven or hell. Now, there are hell cases. I don't usually talk about them because they're neither here nor there to me because I don't have evidence for them. I don't have evidence for the otherworldly things. I just know it seems like there's another world.
Yeah, so this is really interesting, right? Because this, combined with what you were saying before, he's saying, so we should focus on the evidence. And he's like, well, I can't tell you if any of that stuff is what's actually happening. But then he's like, but there are hell cases. And then if you were to say, but what's your evidence for believing? Well, there is no evidence for believing. Like, it's really inconsistent.
Evidence that they either went to heaven or hell. Now, there are hell cases. I don't usually talk about them because they're neither here nor there to me because I don't have evidence for them. I don't have evidence for the otherworldly things. I just know it seems.
How does he know if there's no evidence for them? How does he know there are hell cases? I don't have.
But the only evidence he has for most of the claims that he cites is because people report it. Like, how does he know that someone found a shoe on the roof? Well, someone reported that happened. That's all he has. Well, someone went to hell, according to what they say. That's the evidence is. It's only verified if you have external evidence. So it could even be another person's report or physical evidence or documentation or whatever. That is what you use to verify. If someone just tells you, "Oh yes," and then I verified it, then that isn't actually, unless you can verify the verification,
Right.
then it's not really evidence. Certainly not for this sort of thing. So I don't know why he's sort of skeptical about, well, I don't know if they went to hell because I can't verify it, but they definitely saw the the leg being amputated and the 12-digit number, even though he can't verify that either. I don't understand why there's the inconsistent standard here.
Seems like there's another world. Go, well, then if you don't have other evidence for other worlds, why are you doing this? Well, because if my brain's not operating, my heart's not operating, but I witness a car accident that happens 30 seconds after I'm out, that's the other world. And I know it's another world because when I try to talk, I've got an Indian student who's a PhD student of mine. He fell out of a tree 15 feet down and landed on his head when he was like 14 or 15 years old. Here's how you know it's another world. He's got no evidence that he did all that, but he looked down from the tree, saw his mom crying, like cradling his body and saying, "Oh, my darling, don't leave me, don't leave me." And he's going, "Mom, I'm up here in the tree." And he's shouting to her, but here's how you know it's another world. She can't hear him or see him. So he's in the twilight zone, you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't do much though with the tourism of heaven and hell. You go, well, hell, wow, that's a biblical view. But yeah, but I don't have any evidence for it. But approximately 20% of the cases are hell cases, give or take, about 20%. I don't do anything with it. It's not going to be in my. If I wrote a systematic theology, it's not going to be an evidence for hell because I got to take my own medicine. I don't have data. That's what they saw. You go, well, it was horrible.
Yeah, but why? This is so bizarre to me. He's saying there isn't evidence for the things he believes. Like, why does he believe? I mean, maybe he'd just say faith. I don't know. Like, but it's like, why do you actually believe that's true? Then you don't have evidence. For
it. And what's worse about that than any of the other NDE cases that you've mentioned that also can't be verified other than just a person reported it? This is really strange. It seems that there's no consistent epistemic standards being adhered to here, which I think is not a recipe for getting accurate beliefs.
Yeah. So
yeah,
shall we?
That was very instructive. That last little bit there. Yeah, I think I'm about ready to have a near experience myself. This was a rough one. Let's see. Maybe I'll say a few words and then you can end us out for us, Nathan. So we've looked at mostly IP and Habermas's discussion of near-death experiences. For IP, we also talked about some of the evidence he cites for the existence of minds outside of brains. So we talked about I've forgotten the words now. Hydrocephaly,
Hydroenancephaly.
Hydroenancephaly and anencephaly. All different disorders of the brain. So the first was the case of where we had expanded ventricles, but the brain still mostly intact, just sort of compressed. And those people mostly have some degree of cognitive decline or other distortions, but mostly are normal. In the second case, we had the cortex was missing or mostly missing, but they had the lower brain structures intact. Those people had significant cognitive impairments, but evidence of sort of lower level of consciousness, like a basic awareness and perception and orientation to stimuli, but not the sort of higher order self-awareness and self-actualization sort of stuff that we sometimes talk about when we mean consciousness. And then in the last case, people who have essentially no brain at all, they almost always die very shortly after birth, and there's no evidence of them having really any sort of conscious experiences at all. This is exactly what we would expect under materialism, and not what you would necessarily expect under some dualistic or other alternative view, because if consciousness can exist without the brain, then why would people who don't have a brain not experience consciousness? The evidence that IP presents alternative to that is either misstated or just flat out incorrect, like the case with the boy with no brain, where he misstated the condition that the boy had, where it was he stated it as if it was anencephaly. It was actually hydroenancephaly, so he did have a brain, just not a cortex. So we pointed out many mistakes and issues with interpreting those papers that IP cited. And therefore, I don't think any of that evidence is persuasive for providing evidence that minds exist outside of brains. In fact, it all supports a materialist view. Then IP talked about many different alleged evidentiary cases in favor of NDEs. Without going through all the details again, the main threads there are that it's extremely difficult to verify the timing of NDEs. That is, in terms of, did the person experience something at the time when they were known to have no brain activity? That was an issue with the Pam Reynolds case, for example, the woman who had her brain temperature lowered. And so she shouldn't have been able to experience anything then when her brain was drained of blood. But the question is, did the NDE that she experienced happen during that time? And the evidence appears to say no, it happened earlier, when it seems that she experienced another phenomena, which is anesthesia awareness, which happens in some non-trivial proportion of cases. When people are under anesthesia, they have awareness or some degree of awareness at various points, and this can be interpreted as NDEs. Another phenomenon that can explain some of these accounts is awareness during resuscitation following a cardiac arrest, when sufficient oxygen is restored to the brain such that a minimal level of awareness can be restored, during which people can see and or hear and thereby form memories of what happened. I think this accounts for a proportion of NDE cases as well, where people can see and experience things that are around them. It's also very difficult to verify many of these cases because of the memory distortions and biases and retelling and group socialization effects that we discussed, when it's really just one person's account that we are relying on, like the case of the 12-digit number being reported and the amputation being observed in another room and the shoe on the roof and other things like that, where we just have one person recounting something that happened years ago, and they're probably retold many times. They could easily have got confused about the details of when and where something was reported, or who knew what when, and muddled themselves into thinking that there was this congruence when it actually didn't exist. So these are some of the main phenomena. There's also the possibility, which we need to consider, that some of these people might be lying or deliberately exaggerating their accounts. I think that's less likely, but it's certainly a possibility which can't be just completely rejected either. So these, I think, sort of 4 different aspects can account for pretty much all of the cases that IP and Habermas presented. In some cases, we weren't able to trace down the original source of the accounts, but I think in most of them we were able to. These 4 classes, I think, generally account for most of them. Oh, there were also cases of people who were blind, allegedly experiencing sight. The issue there is that there's no real way to verify what they experienced, and no real way to separate their description of that experience, which is a way that they articulate their internal representation of something, and no way to sort of divorce that from natural imagery that we're going to is going to be elicited when we hear that description. So a mental representation is not the same as visual imagery, and it's really no way to tell what they actually experienced and see if they actually did experience some sort of visual experience absent the brain capacity to experience that, which I would say, according to everything else we know about neuroscience, is impossible. So those cases I just don't think are not evidentiary because you can't verify them. Some other problems, more general in nature, that Habermas in particular had an inconsistent evidentiary standard. When something seemed to support the views that he wanted to give or defend, then he would help himself to that and just accept it uncritically. When it seemed to potentially contradict Christian beliefs, like about heaven or hell or other things, or reincarnation beliefs, for example, reincarnation experiences, he would just dismiss that or say, oh, well, you're not considering the full picture, or we don't have enough evidence to verify that, so we can't believe it, which is an inconsistent standard, I think. Also, there's no plausible account that can be given, which is a problem across the board for anyone who advocates for NDEs as evidence for the afterlife or as mind independence from brains. No account that can be given as to what exactly is happening here. If we think there's some sort of immaterial mind apart from the brain, then why does it hover around the brain? Why does it hover around the body? And maybe it moves outside the room, but why not is it on the outside of the universe or the outside of Earth? Or why is it temporally and spatially located near the body? That there seems to be no explanation for that if it's actually non-physical. How is it that it can see or hear anything? This seems to imply interacting with photons, interacting with sound waves, which seems to imply that it's physical, especially when it's spatially and temporally located. So we seem to have actually a physical mind, not an immaterial mind, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why is it that people are able to form memories of things in their soul or mind, but then somehow come back into their body and those memories are encoded in their mind? How does that work? Again, there would have to be a violation of conservation of energy there if the neurons are being pushed around somewhere to store that memory, which doesn't really make any sense and would be observable. We should have, I think, seen evidence of something like that happening by now, or at least that could be tested for. And why is it that there seems to be like a wait time where you gradually drift away and then maybe sometimes go to heaven or whatever? That doesn't seem to be consistent with any particular view about NDEs. And a whole host of other issues like this, that when you ask these questions, there's just no real, I think, plausible answers that you come to. And therefore, I don't think any plausible account can be given of NDEs apart from a naturalistic account, which is to say that these experiences are a combination of basically the brain malfunctioning or performing unusually when it is stressed and generally lacking oxygen, as well as the phenomena mentioned before of memory distortions and biases, awareness under anesthesia, awareness during resuscitation, and also people just sort of getting confused about what they're reporting. So overall, I don't think there's any persuasive evidence for any of these NDE cases that there's anything sort of immaterial happening or any life after death, certainly. Interestingly, even Habermas seems to agree with the latter point, because he says, oh no, we can't say anything about life after death. So I don't know how he can use that as evidence for the resurrection when he wants to say that something survives after death, which was the point of this in the first place. Is why do we care about NDEs? Well, because they're used by Christian apologists to provide arguments for either the immateriality of the mind and or for the resurrection. And I think on both accounts, it's a failure. So that's all I've got to say. Nathan, finish it out for us. I'm done.
Well, I think this is one of those weird things that it's really, really hard to sort of talk someone out of if they believe it. I think maybe on an individual case, this is where you can actually talk to the individual and try and sort of disavow them of their belief through maybe like street epistemology type conversation. But in terms of the person who's actually just listening to the evidence, you're not having a conversation with the person and trying to like show them how they're being irrational in various places, but where you're just impersonally looking at the evidence. Again, if you're already convinced of this, you're not going to find what me and James are saying convincing. But also, if you're not convinced of the evidence, you're not going to find it convincing. It's one of those just weird, bizarre things that exist in like apologetics and parapsychology, new agey kind of sort of what are they called? Groups of people. And we've addressed like how Christians are using this. We've not really addressed how the new agey type people are using this, but I think we consistently see that almost in every case that's cited, there's something drastically wrong with either how it's being cited, how it's being used. And the irony there is how we actually see some of the suggested mechanisms for how the transmission is going wrong. We see some of them actually in practice in the retelling of these stories over time, and the recall and stuff. And it shouldn't. That acts as evidence in favor, I suppose, of the kind of theories that me and James are putting forward here. And I think James did a really good job in finding those primary sources, because it's so funny to read them against like someone like Habermas who's quoting them, and you can just see all the layers of storytelling that are being added in and conclusions that someone who doesn't know any better might draw listening to Habermas's retelling that actually just aren't there, where you get this illusion of like confidence and clarity and closeness to the event when you hear it coming from this person who's meant to be like a PhD and an expert in the area. But the reality is that just isn't there. The quote is just from some random like nurse who's telling the story, and it's like, it's much later. There's all these kind of weird places where things could go wrong. So I'm personally not convinced by NDEs. Now, a couple of things I would want to say though is that for someone who's actually had one of these experiences, I'm sure it's like life transforming, very valuable, and I don't want to denigrate any of that stuff, because that is important to you personally. Maybe if you're drawing conclusions from it that I think are false, right, I might be like, whoa, let's pull back from some of these crazy things. But if it's changed your life in a positive way, and it's been important, I think there's one guy who's a neuro psychologist who had one of these experiences. After the fact, analyzed it and said, here's what I think happened in my case. I think it was hypoxia for him. And then at the end, he was like, and I'm sure when I die, actually, something very similar will happen. And at that moment, it will be very real and very comforting. And there's nothing, like I'm not going to rationalize myself out of it. And I think that is probably true. But so I want to emphasize, if people have had this, I'm not trying to like denigrate your personal experience, but just be careful with like the conclusions that you might draw, some of the other like auxiliary beliefs you might start picking up from participating in these like communities where people are talking about and believing in these sorts of things. And especially when it comes to apologetics, like this is another philosophy Pokemon which people are trying to kind of collect to, like, oh, when it comes to the resurrection, here's going to be like a bunch of random stuff about NDEs that you've not read about that we're going to select a fight. And then once we've established that, we can establish the resurrection claim. And it's not a very good way of like people who are just interested in these things, like you're just a human that wants to figure out what's true in the world. Like this isn't a good way of going about it. Like being in an in-group that wants to defend this belief and like wants to ignore all the misses, just focus in on all the hits. And I think you can really see that coming across with, for example, the way that IP's gone about doing his research, the way that Habermas seems to have gone about doing his research, but then also people like Cameron Bertuzzi who are facilitating these conversations and not providing any pushback against the claims that are being made by the people that they facilitate when they host these conversations. So I guess in conclusion, maybe you're still convinced of NDEs if you already were at the start, and you're not convinced if you weren't at the start. Maybe nothing has been kind of gained by this, but at least maybe we've shown that those cases, the 12-digit numbers, the leg being sawn off, hydroencephaly, Pam Reynolds, let's just not use those cases if we're going to believe these sorts of things.
Yeah, and just to echo that, the real issue here is about thinking more critically, more thoughtfully, and doing good research, and trying to learn more about the world around us. So when we don't cite our sources, when we don't read the papers properly and misstate what they say, when we don't consider alternate explanations and alternate viewpoints and just state ours, and when we're not critical of really very poor quality evidence, which if we followed that standard, we'd be forced to believe all sorts of things that we don't accept. Then when I see these sorts of behaviors, all of which are shown, I think we have shown are exhibited by people arguing for NDEs in our discussion, then I really feel that the discourse is in a poor state. And so, I'm happy to engage in more conversations in the future about NDEs, but people who are arguing for them really need to, at least some of the Christians we've addressed, I don't want to say everyone, but need to lift their game, I think, about the standards with which they're using here. At least IP cited his sources, whereas Habermas generally did not. But I mean, IP had some issues with misrepresenting some of the science and then being unclear about exactly what he was inferring from a lot of it, especially right at the end there. So maybe I'll be able to have a discussion with IP at some point, which would be great there. But as we also do, I'll reiterate an open invitation for, who is it this time? So I guess it would be Cameron, IP, Habermas,
Frank Turek. Don't know if they'll ever come
across. Why not? Why
maybe not
not?
Frank.
We'll be
maybe
generous.
not Frank.
Maybe Frank Turek, depending on the mood, to come and discuss this with us. Tell us why we're wrong, because I do want to know if I'm wrong, but I also want to uphold good epistemic standards and not believe things on insufficient evidence.
Cool. So if we wrap it up around there, I forgot what the next episode is. Let me hop over to my YouTube channel. It's either digital physics or presuppositionalism, I think.
One of those.
Digital physics. Yeah, digital physics in 2 weeks' time.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I only did a short video on that on my channel, responding to one of his videos about it. But he's got some others that I haven't looked at yet. So that will be interesting.
Yeah, well,
to say the
we'll
least.
see you in 2 weeks. Thank you everyone for watching. If you're interested in the stuff, you can buy James's book, Unreasonable Faith. And James is something like 20 subscribers away from 1,000. So if you're not already subscribed, head over to his channel, James Fodor, and subscribe. I couldn't think of like a rhetorically effect. Head over to his channel and subscribe. Just do it. I'm tired of talking and thinking now. So yeah, thanks everyone.
Thanks guys. See you next time.
Bye.